Brief here, as always, to get things going this morning. Biden, McCarthy, a deal has been reached.
And compromises affected, Brendo. It looks like the Republicans are going to give up some military spending, and the Democrats are going to give up a little bit of the social spending. So we'll see how that one pans out. I'm also keeping my eyes on the job reports on Wednesday and Friday. That will be the only major economic indicator we have coming up next week.
Yeah, Main non-farm payrolls coming through on Friday morning at 8:30 Eastern. So we'll touch on that throughout the week. That's going to be the major economic release coming up this week. Outside of a little bit of inflation data along the way, we get PMI. We get the Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index coming up on 10 o'clock this morning. We'll talk about that coming up as well. More importantly, Neil is back. Neil had a vacation last week. If you were with us, you would have heard about that. Are we okay, guys? All right, there we go. Hi, guys. Good morning.
So apparently the stream is late because I came back and, you know, I tried to like, oh my goodness. We just actually cheers. We just cheers for the first time. This has never happened before. We cheered so hard, we almost broke this. B, welcome back. Sorry about that with the stream. Everything should be fine and good to go. While I was in Paris, secretly, I was buying up everything and causing the market to go to the upside.
I knew there was.
That was it. The only thing I bought was wine and croissants and.
You know, we asked this thing one day, and it was like, "What should we do about the market?" And it said, "Ask Neil," and we were just like,
I was probably like at least a few glasses of wine in at all times. They do like wine at lunch is maybe the greatest thing of all time.
Wine at lunch. Well, we can start to implement that.
We should have it here, actually.
We should. We'll start to do it ASAP. But thank you to Max. It was amazing, but it is great to have Neil back in the captain's chair.
That's not the captain's chair.
Isn't it to the right when people are looking at it?
No. Well,
I don't know. Is it kind of like co-captains?
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know. Oh, so a couple of things. NVIDIA already $1 trillion, right?
Did you short NVIDIA on your trip? Because you always like to short in front of key levels, but now 400.
Thank God, eh? Could you imagine how badly I would have been run over on that thing?
Actually, it wasn't that bad. Actually, I don't think when it happened, but it was a pretty brutal.
Tesla 200 already?
Tesla 200.
What isn't going?
What can't we short in front of right now?
Yeah.
Well, maybe the Apple all-time high. I mean, Microsoft's going to be at $400 soon as well. All right. Sean can breathe easier now. Now, you know what? Honestly, I talked a lot with Max.
You didn't talk a lot.
No. That was very out of my realm. But Max was absolutely fantastic.
You know you're already forgetting to do something.
Yes. Happy birthday to my wife, by the way. Shout out to Marissa. I don't think she's watching.
Happy birthday, Marissa.
My kid is sick. Gia's sick. So she hasn't been to school yesterday or today.
Oh.
Yeah, so she has sore throat and headache and all that stuff. But she's had the COVID test. She doesn't have that. So. There's some sort of a bug going around. Yeah, my son. Get this. It was my day off. Well, all of our days off yesterday. Happy Memorial Day, belated Memorial Day to everybody. And both my kids stayed home, both not feeling well. Finally get a day off.
So you didn't really have a day off.
Serenity now.
You watched the game at least?
The Celtics?
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, I didn't, but.
Yeah, man. Of course. That was a great game.
I
mean, I watched it until like halftime. Actually, at halftime, they were up by 13 or 14, and I was watching a little bit of it, and then they ended it at the end. But, okay, Sharif. Oh, someone else, there was a crazy rally. Someone got promoted up, a little team, into the Premiership. They have a 10,000... Yeah, they have a 10,000-seat arena or stadium.
That's amazing.
Can you believe that?
I love that aspect.
Like, what's going to happen when Liverpool comes through? Like, Mo Salah's going to be walking through. There's like, you know...
Of course they will,
All right, All right, this is supposed to be a stock show, so let's just go over to Sharif.
That's a cool story, though.
Guys, it's right north of London. It's on your way up if you're going to the Midlands. On the north side, it's like a little town where everyone flies in from Europe because it's cheaper to land in Luton Town Airport than it is at Heathrow. So yeah, that's what I know it for.
Amazing. What's the population?
I have no idea.
Okay. I tried. A few things to note so far this morning. Obviously, the biggest headline going to be regarding the fact that a deal has been reached. But coming up at 3 o'clock this afternoon, the House Rules Committee is set to meet to discuss this bill further and whether or not they can get it done, maybe even this week. That would be the goal. It would appear anyways, to get it through both the Senate and the House and get it passed and signed and get everything done before June 1st. But I saw on the weekend they were floating around June 5th as well. Seems to be the more maybe set in stone date that would be the drop dead date for the debt ceiling.
And there's really no guarantee that we get this through. There's a lot of rumblings right now that the more conservative and the more progressive sides of the Republicans and the Democrats are not favoring this deal. So there's still some work to be done, Brendo.
All right. Meanwhile, a ton of AI-related news, AI-related positivity so far this morning. NVIDIA on a big deal to build Israel's most powerful AI computer to meet soaring customer demand. So more, if we didn't have enough already, positivity for NVIDIA coming through. That has Microsoft higher, that has Google higher, that has C3 AI continuing its march to the upside after a monster week last week. Welcome back to all things AI land, Neil.
About all of that stuff, it's weird. Like sometimes, like you'll you're way weak in the market, and a few things will happen. It's not often that basically everything has gone in this moment. Now, the only thing I stepped outside of the vacation for just a little bit because I had to see what went on with earnings with NVIDIA. And I remember just turning to my wife, we were at a cafe, and I'm like, pour a little extra wine because NVIDIA beat, and they beat big. But C3 AI, a little bit surprising here. Like they had that short seller report, and you're pretty much now breaking back out. Now, obviously, you're dealing with a little bit of a squeeze situation. You're dealing with the entire group getting lifted to the upside, but you got to just be able to play the Momo when you see it. I'm looking back now. It's like there's so much. You look at it bounce off the 200-period moving average, I'm just laughing at myself now at how big of a double up that could have been if you just bought at that 200-period on the way back. Now, I do think at some point when you get moves like this that continue to extend, you tend to have, sometimes you get those pullback type of days. 40 is going to sit out there and be pretty interesting. I think I went and just paid for locates. Hopefully I did. Because if I see like $50 today on C3 AI or something a little bit insane like that, I think I would take a shot at it to the south side. The breakout's already happened through 35.50 on the daily. So I don't even know if you're going to get a shot at a dip buy, nor would you even want one. So I think at the open, look for like that first level of like consolidation or maybe even like breakout. I can't punch 38 on C3 AI. It's just, I can't see myself doing it. Let's see how it does when it gets to like a $40 level. I mean, there's so much to look at today. Adrian's saying, look at TSM. Yeah, I'm looking at TSM, look at Marvell. I mean, you just got to pick your poison when it comes to the big cap names. But when it comes to a runner, only two I'm looking at, AI and that ACON could be interesting as well. But C3 AI is more of a squeeze play than anything else.
All right, let's go. Yeah, it's great to have Neil back. He's going to be shorting AI at 50. I like that right now. Hey, look, if it gets there.
If it gets to 50, I mean,
hard not to. Hard not to right now. Quickly, though. What's up with Palantir? What's up with that? Right now, $15 right now for Palantir. I mean, the contracts keep flowing in for these guys. What a big beat off earnings. I mean, look at the daily chart. You're actually, forget about NVIDIA, forget about AMD, forget about everything. This back on May 9th was $7. So this has doubled in 2 weeks. And it's Palantir, it's Alex Karp and friends. And it's just, I'm writing the sticky note right now as we speak. There's so many names to put on here. But Palantir, why not? We broke 13, we took it long. We broke 12, we took it long. We break 13, we take it long. Now we're sitting here with a buy imbalance and we're right up at 15. So this is Palantir, man. It's been pretty sweet. Some beautiful bottoms. You guys know we've been going long this name for a long time. We hit it really well last week. 14. I mean, if we get any dips down into 14.30, 14.50 maybe even, but I'm staring 15 right in the face right now on PLTR. So if you're going to zoom this back out, we do have a top. Where is it? Let's go. Come on, chart. We have a top here at 15 that we're just looking to break right there. So if you go back into this level, $15, it's right here, all the way back to a year ago, April 4th. Of 2022, more than a year ago, right there is $15. So, hey, I like Palantir here today. I think there's a lot of reasons to do that. Kathy Wood's been in there buying it nonstop. We're going to wait to see. I don't think we want to buy anything off the open, but if this base is out, like we didn't think we were going to get a good trade the other day on a 13 break or whatever it was, and we did, man. Like it was ripped up, huge move. broke up and just kept on going. So lots of opportunities here with Palantir if you like the cheaper names. Nvidia's a monster, Microsoft's a monster today, everything, Amazon, I mean, you pick your poison, man, PDD, whatever you want. They're all rocking and rolling here today. So it's going to be a big day. NASDAQ up 1.42. We're ready to rock and roll.
Hi. All right, nice move here for Sofi so far this morning, 7.5% to the upside on pretty heavy volume. It's worth noting as well. 2 days in a row, back-to-back. 6 was that level going back to a couple months back that ran into a brick wall. So this deal apparently is not going to strike out the plan, Biden's plan to forgive $430 billion in student debt. But more importantly, the payments on those were paused as that initial deal was sent to the Supreme Court. So they're going to go ahead with getting rid of that pause, which would mean that people have to resume payments, which is good, theoretically, for a Sofi of the world up huge here.
That's how they make their money, Brent.
Yeah.
So they are a refi company. They're a fintech refi company. They need student loans to come in with higher rates so they can refi them at lower rates. That's the pitch here. That's what their method was. They're a subscription-based service, so the more users they have, the more money they're making as well. So let's see what it does, up 8% on the day. I like it for a possible swing if it can continue.
Nice move off of $5 here, 480, I guess, at the bottom, coming through earnings season as well. But huge gap, day highs here, guys, for Sofi.
Yeah, last time we saw Sofi do this, I always feel like Sofi, when it gaps like this, it feels like a trap. And I'm not saying that because every single time it does it, you look for the long above and then it pulls back on us. But it just feels like that's the way. So, I mean, the last time we were breaking out the 50 period and we looked like we were going to be making a big time breakout. It was past that $6 range, which we're not there right now. You had a bit of a quadunk. You had a quadunk day, and that was just trap central. This feels like it can be a little bit different, but color me cautious. I'll look at the previous high of 550 and say, okay, well, if there is a dip at the open, which typically happens on this stock. I know last week, obviously strong week in the market, but on this particular name, a lot of times when you get that gap up, you do see that pullback. And if it happens, I don't want to be on the front side of anything. Just let it get down to the previous high, chase around that close and close price of 540. And if that turns out to be a consolidation zone, so be it. Be patient with it. If we just go straight up, well, $6 break's going to be available. So it's not as if if you wait at the open and you don't get that long, and then we just sort of hang out here and break out the top. Okay, well then you can try out a 6 break. So if I'm trading Sofi today, I don't want to have an order out at the open. If it pulls back, I know I want to dip by ideally in the 540 to 50 range or in front of that, but I'll wait for it to bounce there first, if anything, calm itself down, and then go for it. Sometimes that can be late morning, who knows, or a $6 break's going to be out there. And if we do get a $6 break, there is room to the upside on that. It's just not something that I want to be necessarily chasing right here at the open. And the volume's more good than great on Sofi today. There's so much to look at on a day like today. You don't want to be forcing anything. I mean, between AI, which is already touched like 37.5, that Acon, which is pretty interesting, and then all the big cap names. Let's see Sofi calm itself down at the open first before jumping into that. Too many times I've had this at the top of the list, and then my first trade, and it's like my worst trade of the day, was when I chased Sofi on a gap.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm with you. I don't think I trust Sofi up at these levels. I mean, well, let's just watch it break through $6. The market is pulling back right now. It's only down only up 1.32, but Tesla's approaching 200 again right now. I just don't trust Sofi up here. Let's let it settle down. I mean, I feel much better if we are in the 650 area and we could use 6 as a bottom instead of where we are right now. So maybe 650 right there is a good one. 6 coming into play. I'd rather be north of 6 than use 6 as an out. Maybe using 580 like where we are right now. So let's get above 6. Then we'll start to look at Sofi right now. But as I was just saying, I mean, hopefully it's just temporary. But here comes Tesla coming back in a little bit right now. That's still Sofi? So we need to, what's going on? TSLA right there. Nope, not Blue Ocean. TSLA, NASDAQ. Oh, there it goes.
Blue Ocean, baby.
Come on, let's go. Okay, switch, charts, switch, charts. There it is. So it's not too bad. Falling off of 202 right now, but coming into 200 one more time here is Tesla. So a few names starting to drop off just a little bit as the NASDAQ's coming back in, including what's going to be on the sticky note in a couple seconds. Google right here coming back to 125 would be pretty cool. Our watch list is hot fire today, guys. Salesforce, C3 AI, NVIDIA. We're going to go over all these. Ford Motor Company, big tech names going today. Some name called Aclarion, A-C-O-N.
Acon.
Yeah, why does it say Aclarion there? Acon there. No, Aclarion's the name. Yeah, Acon. Acon Music, I guess.
Yeah.
Coming through there on the symbol. So, yeah, should be an exciting one. We've got a lot of changes happening around here with Trader TV Live. We're very, very excited for all of that. So let's go over to Brennan and Sharif, and let's get this party started.
All right, nice look for crypto, both Bitcoin and Ethereum positive on the day, but also the related equities back to the upside here so far this morning as well. Yeah, 4+% here for Coinbase on an Atlantic Securities upgrade, it would appear. Now, as we mentioned, we are seeing positivity from both of these. This is Ethereum. Back to 1900 once again, and actually holding above it so far. Here's Bitcoin. Sharif, as you were mentioning, had a nice move yesterday, back through that 28,000. We are below it right now, but kind of chopping around a little bit. Both are positive. Wanted to show this as well. This is the 10-year right now on a daily chart. Big reversal candle coming into play. We're back below 104, which could be positive overall for stocks this morning. Here's the 2-year, same story, big red daily candle coming into play. This is the dollar then, back below 104 as well. So this deal obviously positive for the overall economy if we can get this debt ceiling agreement sorted out, maybe even this week, which is bringing a little bit of stability maybe back into the conversation when it comes to interest rates. However, we just noticed on the CME Fed Funds tool, doesn't seem to be indicating that for next month.
No, and the PCE came in hotter than expected. No bones about it last Friday. And now, if you want to come to the screen, a 62% chance that in June, we bump up another 25 bips. So I know in Canada there was discussion about us increasing as well. Looks like it might be an American pause. When you look to July, you have a very similar rate as well, Brendo, up about 52% for that 25 base point hike.
We were talking a little bit last week about the up in the air, conditions that we were dealing with. A lot of kind of questions remained as to how this was going to play out. Now that we have some stability or apparent stability coming into play here, guys, the market seems to be reacting accordingly. So maybe another quarter point coming here in a couple of weeks.
I was gonna say not maybe.
It seems like they really think it. They really want it's going to happen. So
I mean, before you left, we were at 13 or 14%.
Yeah, and now it's like inevitable.
Yeah.
Well, not really inevitable.
Well,
but
come over to my screen right here. I mean, these guys were
to
talking about it. 62% right now for a quarter point. So we've really, really jacked that up. Like it was 13, 14, 15. 20% last week. We had Frank Caberna coming on. But, I think it's the NASDAQ helping this go, right? I mean, as the NASDAQ continues to go higher, it gives more reason for the Fed not to be too worried about the market and just go ahead and do their thing as inflation's still pretty high. We didn't get too many numbers while you were gone as far as CPI or anything like that. But we're going to wait to see what happens here. Just checking to see if there's any news as the market's just kind of hovering around right now. But I think, all is good. Oh, you missed.
We got unemployment this week. That's about the only thing.
That could
deal
change.
and unemployment. That's all that really matters. And
it's June 14th, right? So we still got
a couple
got
weeks.
2 weeks of data in front of us. But PACW, I don't know if you probably haven't seen everything, obviously, while you're gone. But PACW has some nice moves off the bottom as well, off of $3. Well, it's hard to see. Hold on a second. Off of $3 down here at the bottom for PAC West, all the way back up to 9. We're going to see if we can get back to that again. We touched 850 was the highest level there. So this just goes back to the Fed again and just trying to watch out to see what kind of damage has been done with these, 500 straight, points to the raise to the upside. Let's see what happens here with PAC West and some of these other banks. They seem to be much more stable now. And we made fun of, not Bernanke, he was with Powell last week. We made fun of Powell because he said the banking system was all stable and nothing to see here and all good. Well, hey, PAC West hasn't had too many crazy moves since that last comment. So maybe maybe we're starting to settle down a little bit here.
Maybe the worst is over. So there is a stock, and Brennan talked a little bit about crypto, but there is a stock that is not breaking out, at least it did not break out while I was gone. Interestingly enough, that would be Coinbase. So at least some things are a little bit normal. Coinbase is still at 60 bucks. Okay. Okay, I mean, it's not doing anything, so I'll take another Rennie. Thank you very much, sir. 62 to like 63 and a half. You can see the range being put in. If the rising tide is going to lift all ships, then let it lift it to that 62, 63 level where I think that's going to be a short. There's so many things out there that are going to be at dangerous levels. There's only 2 places I'm looking at. Well, okay, 3 places I'm looking at on Coinbase. That's the 60 even, which I guess last week was pretty good as well. And then we get above that 50 period, and I look at that 62, 63. As long as we're underneath 64 bucks, I think you're playing the range. If we make a breakdown, I think that's unlikely. I don't know. Do I see the market crashing enough for a flat bottom break at 56? Probably not. So at the open, this would be a name that I could at least look to fade. Like if you get that first pop and fade, this is one of the only things that just immediately sort of gives you a chance to set that one up, whether it's at 60 or just waiting patiently for it to get to last week's high up at that 62, 63. Just hasn't been able to bust out of the zone. And when that's the case, then you just wait for it to get to the key price level, put the fade trade on. If we see 56 first, maybe you can bounce off that. But there's, like we keep saying, there's so much to look at. Like people talking about Netflix, chill vibes, Netflix might touch 400. Exactly. Netflix 400, Tesla, Sean already said, at that $200 level. I mean, heck, Intel could break the 50 period today. Even that's going to be in play. TSM, I was kind of hoping that would be a dip buy to 100, but I feel like we're not going to get dip buys. So.
I was wondering how long. So checks watch.
What did I say?
23 minutes before we mentioned Intel. So that's not bad.
No, it didn't break out though.
That's not bad.
See?
Yeah, no shit. I mean, yeah.
Oh, look at this thing on Thursday.
Intel,
oh my goodness, that would have been so good.
No, it wouldn't. Trust me. The move down would have been good? Yeah.
What? Look at that flat bottom break.
Well, I know.
Oh, it's on me right now?
But the problem, no, that's fine. You're showing the flat bottom break. That's exactly what we should be showing.
Yeah.
The thing about that Intel trade is like, as that was breaking lower, like
everything
the video,
was
yeah. So it would have been hard to take it. But I'm working on the sticky note. Give me a break. The sticky note will be out in just a matter of minutes here as we're working on a couple names. I found a good short. We're just working on it. And as soon as I am confident with that, we'll put the sticky note out. But it's coming through very, very soon. So I agree, man. I want to watch Intel today. We want to watch AMD as well. I don't know if we're going to talk about the chip names. I think we will. 858, 854 right now. AMD. I mean, if you went to sleep on AMD in the last month, you missed 50%. They reported a bad quarter apparently. We went from 90 down to 80 in 2 days, and then it was like, oh, okay, this market wants to rally. Now you're up to 100 and Stream Deck's not open for me. Up to 130. We have this new thing, you can do the remixes. I think we did that when you were here as well. No, because you could do like this. Money. And then you end up with a bang, so you get the street. So anyways, it's been a big money opportunity here for AMD, guys. From 80 up to 130, an absolute beast. We'll wait for some pullbacks in these names. I feel it's going to be hard to go long up here, but hey, if we get this market blasting to the upside, we have to go long, right? So we're going to watch out for it. Thank you, Sir Randy.
Oh, thanks, Randy.
Always throwing down. You think it's going to be a bullish day today? I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
Tesla, man. We've been talking about Tesla since 160.
Ford.
But it's already at
202.
202.
Man.
She's going to go more?
Again? What do you think, 217?
Here we go. And Ford. Well, I'm happy with Ford. We bought Ford last week at 11.55, which is pretty good. Ford catches an upgrade today. Okay, it's all the chip names. It's all Ford. It's everything all the time. Thank you for coming and being a member here with Trader TV Live. And make sure that you...
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
Hit the like. I know it's early.
I guess we haven't reshot that.
Yeah, hit the subscribe. We're not going to reshoot that. Right, Kat? Right, Kat? Oh, hey, what's up, Kat? I think she's off today, actually. I don't know. Is she? I don't know. We'll find out.
Fancy keyboard.
Where she's got everything all fancy. And then, Neil, now that you're back, you can watch her eating her food at the end of the day and get hungry.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, by the way, where's the croissants?
I am so hungry right now.
What was the best thing you ate in Paris?
So for the first,
That's
my
a hard
first
thing to
three
say.
meals,
Yeah.
I had foie gras like every single
single
And I was like,
time.
I can't eat it every single day because that would just be bad.
Yep.
But I really did think about it. It was so good. But everything is good there. This is the thing about like being in Europe. Like the bread tastes better. The butter is like crack. It's so good.
Yeah.
Like an excuse for butter is why you always get more and more bread. Like that, everything was so good. The vegetables are also fantastic. Like everything was fantastic.
Okay, yeah. So you're overall pretty happy with everything.
The croissants though, the one by the apartment.
Yeah, I was telling you. Yeah, you just go right across the street, and there's some hot fire there.
Oh my
and it used to be, it was €1 for like a little cappuccino or espresso shot there. I don't know. I think it probably got
No,
went up in
it
price,
was a little more than that.
since then. Yeah, but wow, good. I'm glad you had a great time. And you said the weather was great.
Weather
Only
was
one day
fantastic.
that you had to maybe wear a jacket.
Met a
so-
hilarious copy.
Yeah, the sticky note's coming.
Calm down, people.
Yeah,
It's
so what did you drink lots of coffee at least, or not really?
Well, yes.
Yes.
More than normal because I drink every single meal I'm going to have an espresso after. You had to. You absolutely had to. I'll tell a story later about meeting a couple from Boston.
Ooh.
That was like they didn't understand why everyone instantly knew that they were American, and I was like I didn't want to tell them because every second word
from
was
Boston.
She's like I'm being wicked safe.
Yeah,
Wicked-
they
like,
must know. I mean, if you're from there, she is. What's up, Miss
There's
Kat?
Katrine.
There's Kat. She's got the iced coffee. Did you see they're $1 now, or is it $1.50? Yeah, $1. Yeah, McCafe.
$1.
Yes, man. It's the summer drink days, baby. Any size.
$1.
Yeah, I've been going to get those.
Why are we drinking this then?
The thing is that you can't.
What?
So I get it like no sugar and with milk and not with the cream, but Katrine is doing it all. So okay, hola. They're all saying hola, so let's do it one more time.
Hola, like and
$1.
subscribe today.
Yeah. It's you in the States probably have summer drink days, don't they? I don't know. Here in Canada, starting in May all the way to September, you can get any size drink at McDonald's for $1, whether or not it be a coffee or a soft drink.
That'll
Is that what we
work.
call it? What do they call it? Pop?
No, they call it soda.
Soda.
Don't you guys call it soda?
They do. They call it soda. Okay, without any further food talk, let's go back to the desk.
Or more.
Lots of time left in the day. First segment of the show brought to you by searchtrader.com, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to searchtrader.com/TTV. Use promo code bottom of the screen there, TTV. Get you 10% off. Shout out to our friends over at SearchTrader, bringing you the first segment of the show. Let's get you some other analyst moves. You guys were talking about Ford. There it is, Jefferies to the upside. Atlantic Equities. Busy last week. I was trying to remember. There was one, I forget what stock it was, but there was an Atlantic Equities upgrade that moved something to the upside as well. Anyways, Coinbase, top of the list. ChargePoint on here, B of A. Salesforce as well. Earnings to come later in the week. Johnson & Johnson, Abbott, Disney, and Gap, all downside.
Disney? No, I just bought some Disney. I bought Disney because Pratt advised me to buy it for the dividend.
No, he didn't.
And then
No, he
I already
didn't.
told that story, Pratt, so you just don't worry about it as I try to get this going there. No, but what I was saying to Pratt it's true because Disney was, a dividend darling for many years, and then in the restructuring got that all cut up. Okay, so has anybody heard of Mark Benioff or Salesforce recently?
Never heard of him.
This name just continues to blast off. This is I believe it's a Wednesday report. Yeah, it's post-market the 31st. So today's Tuesday already. That's the problem. Yeah,
Oh,
so
yeah,
Wednesday
it's
nights. Yeah, I
tomorrow,
keep
yeah.
thinking that today's we've got happy birthday again to my wife, but we have hockey and baseball tonight. So hopefully we'll be able to go for maybe a late dinner. I don't know. How late is it too late to take out your kids for dinner? We'd be able to go at 8 and change.
That's some bedtime.
It's 8 years old. It doesn't matter.
You can go for dinner at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, we probably will. Okay, 160, 165. We got some activist intervention here with Salesforce, and it's just been absolutely ripping ever since, right? If you knew that AI was going to be hot, then you got to go over to HubSpot. You got to go to Salesforce. They continue just to be an absolute monster to the upside. Salesforce breaking through 220, always some sort of key level there. Psychologically, we saw 210 bounced around. It didn't even, once it took 200, it just blasted. So I feel like I actually took some out here around 200. That's a mistake. 10% higher into earnings. I think it continues to rock and roll. So, if we like CRM, then I feel like this isn't going to be a great name for us today. We'll have to watch it. It is pretty violent off the open. You can see already it's 40 cents worth of a spread, but any sort of a dip down in here into 220, I think we got to buy Salesforce. I don't know if we get that dip, but this is going to be another big report. And if you don't buy it now, I feel like it's going to be too late by Wednesday. So there goes Salesforce up to 220. Obviously, I'm not the only one that thinks that with all the upgrades. Let's just see where we go with Salesforce. I'm excited for it. I'm a shareholder. I like Salesforce. I don't even know if I'm back to flat on the stock yet, but it's been a big mover from that bottom. It's a double Salesforce.
Yeah, the other thing too, Salesforce is, I want to say, like pennies away. 222 is a big level on the weekly chart. I was just checking out on my trade ideas. There it is. I mean, there you can see. It's like 220 to 222. We're getting pretty darn close to making a big break on Salesforce. Maybe it happens after earnings, who knows. But Ford touched 11 again, which means that's like your, I guess, general support every single time it gets from 11. It just makes a nice little bounce. So once again, like that trade went back in, and you're looking at a 50-period breakout. Ford always gives you a shot, usually at a dip buy. We'll see if that even happens this morning. But I see that on the upgrade list, and I see $12 as afternoon support. Anywhere near there, obviously that's in like an auto. That's an auto buy. But if we dip down and hold Friday's high, I like that as well. It's just the only level I'd sit in front of regardless would be 12 even. I wouldn't just necessarily sit a bid in front of 1230, even though if we do make a turn at that price, I am likely to be looking for that long. Holding about that 50 period, I'm just looking long till it gets to the next even dollar on something like Ford, which can mean that I'm sitting it out. If it goes straight shot to the upside, I am never taking a Ford breakout on a gap up. It's just that stock is always, it's like Sofi. If I chase a gap move on this name, it just never seems to work out. So give me a little bit more patient when it comes to Ford. I think the news was good with them with the charging stations with the charging stations deal with Tesla, and I think they have some room to go. Every single time we've made this bounce, you've generally speaking at least gotten to $13, and we're at $12.50 now. So there's still some room, I think, to go before you hit resistance.
All right, let's get a check of how the overall market is setting up here. Already beyond 9 o'clock, but pretty good look for the futures. I was looking at JP Morgan there as well. Minor story, but we'll get into that a little bit later. Sharif's going to check out the futures for us.
Yeah, let's have a look at the NQ June contract here on the 4-hour chart. I mean, you really can't see any sort of support until 14.4. I mean, otherwise, where is the support there? 14.4, and then I was just telling Brendo off camera, it's a blue sky setup. This is the contract. That was the contract we were looking at. Now we're looking at the actual NDX. We're in a bit of a gap area, Brendo, between this 13,750 on the index all the way up to 15,250. There's really nothing in between there. So 14.4 is where I'll be looking for a dip on the NQ, but really nothing holding us back from the top side.
10 o'clock this morning, remember, conference boards, consumer confidence number coming up. So we'll talk about that ahead of 10 a.m., but could be a market mover this morning as well. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Use a QR code, go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and that's it. It's absolutely free, and it comes right to your inbox every single morning. Tesla, top of the list this morning if you missed it. Elon touchdown in China earlier today, I believe it was, to not only have some meetings with regulators and authorities there, but he's also going to apparently look at some real estate, I read.
More expansion possibly of the Shanghai facility. We know that there's a lot of competition coming in from Chinese EVs. We saw Li Auto have an absolute blowout of a quarter. They're looking for 80,000 vehicles. That's in addition to BYD, which is already outpacing Tesla in the Chinese market. But Elon there, our friend Jeremy Diamond, of course, I'm joking, Jamie Diamond, is also there looking to get a lot of Chinese aristocratic money.
Yeah, nice move for Tesla here, as we were saying, pre-market to the upside. I was just noticing, bear with me. Yeah, it's not working, guys. Topics aren't working. Let's go over to the guys.
Tesla and the $200 level. So Elon's in China. That's great. That's fantastic. But realistically, you were already in the midst of a strong run already. I mean, this is another name that's on the midst of a breakout. So you're playing a range break here. And 200's an obvious level. Just understand that in this break, you're coming from like the mid-90s or like 93, 94. And even if you were to pull back, you're still within your uptrend and your standard breakout. If you were to get back into like 92, 93, like that'd be perfectly reasonable. If that holds today, you have not broken this trend. So even if 200 were to fail at the open, I don't know that I would just be automatically thinking short through it. I think that 92 to 93 sets itself up for a bit of a bounce zone and then a continuation to set upside. It's never really about the valuation here. I think we've learned our lesson with that, not just with this name, but I mean, obviously people are learning that with NVIDIA as well. There was one other, just because I only usually bring these up in concert, like the times that I'll mention like the Rivians or the world is when we're kind of talking about Tesla. So when I pulled this one up, I noticed, oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah, Rivian. It's already through, thank you Daily Chart, you still hate me sometimes. Yeah, we've already broken that $15 level, that was a big one, but we're not through that, it's like 15.5 to 1580 zone. So this does still have overhead resistance on the daily. I do think if we get up there, ooh, that's interesting. Look at that. It's like the world.
That's sick.
It's like, what am I? I'm in the Matrix, baby. Yeah, so that 1580, it's going to sit up there. I haven't paid for locates just yet, but I'm looking at that price, that 1580 on the daily, up to about 16. And that could be another spot where, if we start to roll over at that price level, that's where I could see some resistance on Rivian. So kind of looking at that, it's a strong upward trend, but when you pop that daily up there, I got to respect the fact that every time it gets close to that 16, you tend to see a bit of a rejection. So it gets there today. I feel like we're getting a little top heavy with Rivian, and that's one name that I could be looking for a short and a pop. It has to set up though. I don't want to stand in front of too many freight trains if I don't have to. Try and catch things on the back end as they're starting to reject instead of on the front.
Front end, back end. Oh yeah, that was
front hand, back hand.
We had a week of limited back end and front end to talk, but a lot of them did come through, so I'm glad that we're bringing that back. The sticky note has now been released. Unleash the Kraken right there. It's in the chat, so everyone can just relax. It is now out. The sticky note is out there. And what a surprise. It is Tesla that reigns the day here on the sticky note one more time. We talked about this right here. Musk in China rallying the troops. Let's go. I mean, when Elon Musk is there, he's just as much of a rock star in China as he is here in the United States. So Tesla continues to be a major story. And why not, man? Look at this 198 level. Let's see if it holds here today. We are going to get a pullback early. That was a 198.50 top on Friday. That we had this, Neil, we had this short for $7 or something. We had that top tick short. It was, I don't know what happened. It was just running. We waited for it to exhaust. We had the largest sell candle of the day. We actually tweeted this out on Friday, and I want to thank everybody for that. A lot of you liked that trade. It's right here. This was the trade that we had on Friday. So there's the top tick at 198, and we actually talked about it. And then there's our, sorry, it was only $5. There's our last out at 193, right down there to VWAP. This was an amazing trade on Friday. And we actually,
top.
Yeah, top. We actually talked a little bit about it right here. We watched it cook all the way to 200. Saw the largest sell candle of the day, and we had a wick top. Hammer time. MC Hammer, you have those pants. Oh. Can't touch this. But right now it is Tesla. We'll let it cook again today, but there it is. 198, big move to the downside. So that's that trade from Friday right there down. Now we'll see, man. Now it's cooking to the top side. 198. We have the 200 period there. Let's see if it holds any pullback for Tesla. We going long, baby. So let's see what happens here. It's an exciting day to be alive. It's 9/10. It's Tuesday. It's May 30th. And the market be banging today. So let's go over to the two most handsome guys on the desk. It's Brendan and Sharif.
They're the only two on the desk.
Chips in general, very strong across the board, as we were saying. As a group, I mean, coming off this earnings report last week, as we were talking about NVIDIA, their forecast specifically, the catalyst here, just absolutely monstrous when it comes to AI revenue specifically. But they come out this morning with this new deal with Israel to build their quote-unquote most powerful AI supercomputer for Israel. So yet another catalyst for NVIDIA.
Yeah, we know Israel to kind of be like the Silicon Valley of the Middle East, right? So there's no surprise that they're doing this there. It's another investment for them in the AI world. I'll keep my eye on it.
Nice look for all of them really across the board here, including AMD to the upside this morning, even AVGO to the upside this morning. Yeah, remember this happened going back to last week. Just an absolute monster was NVIDIA coming off of earnings.
Yeah, all I remember was checking my phone. I wasn't doing a lot of it, but man, oh man. At this point, everyone talks about the trillion, but that's just going to be one step in here. They're the game in town. In some ways, they're the only game in town in the early stages where people can feel pretty confident that this is where you're going to get some sure long-term growth out of this. And I cannot disagree. I don't think TSM is a bad play, but NVIDIA is going to be it's going to be a beast for a while, and we're going to continue to talk about them. I apologize for this little wick in here. If we don't hold 400 at the open, I mean, never fear. Like, this is still a good. This chart's ridiculous, but this is still very strong till about like 380, which is insane to say. If 400 were to break, you should have, I think, a world of support around like that 375 to 380 zone. And with a stock like this, you have to start thinking in terms of moves that big on the off chance that that's what you see. Up top, I mean, if 400 goes, when you pull up the daily chart, you're looking at air. So you're starting to think about things like 440, 450 as resistance zones, maybe 425. I don't even know if that's going to be true. I thought it was about, and I'll have to double check the exact prices, between 6 and 7 was 1 trillion. And that's often been that type of psychological barrier where if you don't hold it, you can get a bit of a pullback, right? So we saw Apple in the $3 trillion mark. So you could see a little bit of that with NVIDIA if it were not able to hold that 406, 407. But as I said, like that 380, 385 does stand out there. There is a name, and I know whatever. It's if there's something that kind of sets up for a potential fade today, I mean, Intel and the 350 level in the chip space, that's the 50 period. It has not broken back above. I said it was at it, not broken it. That's 30.50. We're at that $30 level. That sets up in a couple of ways to short this. A pop over 30 at the open that doesn't take out 30.50 sets up for a bit of a short trade. But I'd rather be catching dips on NVIDIA and TSM. TSM, it's above that $100 mark. It's also a strong move. I just feel like this is already starting to pull back in. Whether or not it's down to a 1 or 100 even, I'm looking for the curl on a bounce on TSM. It's not nearly up as much as the rest of the market, so I do feel like it has a decent chance to dip in here today. But like everything else, it's just been on an absolute tear. It feels like this one's going to dip, though, and we could see that 100.
Look, I can sit here and talk. I mean, Neil just did the levels for NVIDIA. I agree. There's so much room to go. Is this a bubble for AI? I think it is, but is it? I like that. Little bit of see-through. This is like we're in the Matrix again there. That was great. Yeah, look. We could sit here and talk about NVIDIA 400. I think everyone's going to be looking at that. It's great that it's above there. It's also great that AMD is doing what it's doing down, up here above 130. So just as much as 400's in play, 130's in play as well. But I think that that's a little bit too early to even look at AMD right now. Let's let it sort of settle down. Look what it did on Friday. If we zoom in even just a little bit more to the Friday open, you see, huge move here early on. Nice downside. We opened the day. We were touching 123. We made a move all the way down to 120.50, then blasted. But you see this? This is called a level, and it based out there pretty early. Let's see if AMD does it again. I don't want to sit here and call a price because honestly, in the way the stock has been moving, straight fire from 121, almost in a straight line to 127. So you got to play dips availability in AMD. So I'm going to wait for 127.50. That's the top. If that comes into play, we'll probably be long a lot of names. But let's just let it base out. I feel like we could get a 130.50. We need these names to base out. You talked about Intel, but the one name that I was struggling for early because we don't normally trade it, and it's Marvell, man. We had a great trade on this one. Both Max and I had these 60 longs, and that's just an absolute monster for Marvell. Came in, day 2 play, huge move there in the aftermarket on earnings. There's the $60 level, and there's the move. Today would be the day 2 play, down to 66. Could get some nice bases as well here at 63. I like Marvell today, and I like all the chip names, but again, we're just gonna have to watch out for these futures. Futures baselining now. 14,500. Let's see if that holds. We do have the 50 period, VWAP down here at 14,490. So, lots of action here coming on the NASDAQ today. We'll have to watch the chip names. For me, AMD will always be on my mind. Tesla 200, Amazon, I mean, everything's blasting, but we'll watch AMD down here and see if we can find a base before we go long on advanced micro devices. I just
Wait for it. There it is. All right. Meanwhile, AI, all things AI, as we were talking about before we got to 9 o'clock there, back to the upside as well. A couple, not just one, but 2 or 3 positive mentions here for analysts again. 12% here for C3 AI. Took out that high on Friday, actually closed basically at the high of days, basically going into the weekend here, 33. Here we are, just tagged 38. For C3 AI.
With a 4.15 billion market cap and a negative 13.5 PE ratio. Yeah, extended is the word. Let's go to the screen here, guys, because this one is due to report after the close on Wednesday. But you recall, about a few weeks ago, they front ran the earnings, pre-releasing them, getting a bump off that. Now they're seeing a subsequent bump in anticipation of the news. This company can literally do no wrong at the moment.
Still showing on my end anyways, 25.8% on the short side, guys.
20, yeah, I saw 29. It doesn't really matter. When you got that kind of a short interest, what are you going to do? That's what you're going to get. And
the eights are here, baby.
It's just burning everybody. There was a short seller, like when the short seller report dropped on this, it got cut in half. You know, legit, like the 35 all the way back in, it was like 17 and a half. You can see the 200 period holding like an absolute gem. And now you're already starting to break back out. Like, this was not very long ago. Like, we're talking about the beginning of April, and then you pull back in a half, and this is how quickly a squeeze can get going. It's in the right space in terms of, you know, catching the right wind here. Ultimately, we'll see what goes on with those earnings. Maybe you get a bit of a sell the news event. I think that's a possibility. It feels like this week we're going to get some possible like halt style moves on something like an AI. I can see that happening. 35.5 is where we broke out from. So I think that's the area. If it can hold that at the open, maybe it's got a secondary chance to go. I paid for locates. If I see 40, if I see 50, even dollar levels with fails, I'll look for that little quick mean reversion style trade. But until then, treat the stair step up as a stair step to the upside with about 35 to 35.5. Is the first big level to possibly get retested back in on C3AI. I could see this dipping into that at the open, and if it holds at 9:30, you're just looking to get going. Don't like the breakout punch trade when you're gapping up and you make that kind of a top in the pre-market. I'd much rather be looking for something on that little dip buy on C3AI. This is, of all the names I'm looking at that aren't Acon, this is the likely one to give you some kind of halt style trading. And if I do see a halt, I'm jumping right over to this name almost instantly and then trying to make that reopen trade. If I can't, you know, if I can't get the actual halt up.
All right, I want to give a warm welcome to Alfredo joining the team here. So we'll go.
Oh my God.
And
Awesome.
right there. So what's up? We had Hamster talking in the chat, and we've got Prad been helping us out, and has been amazing over the last couple weeks there. We've had some changes, and we have Fabian as well, who we introduced last week. So very, very happy to be growing the team and to be getting bigger and better as we go. Because the problem is, once we hit 400,000 subscribers, then 500,000's coming probably in about like a month after that, and then we'll really maybe a week, then we'll really start going. So I want to thank everybody for continuing your support with us here at Trader TV Live. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe. I mean, Neil's back. You know, we need to get at least a couple thousand likes, which I think we'll be able to get anyways. There it is right now, Palantir. If you want to talk about AI, I mean, let's go. This name continues to make moves here. Big data, obviously it's not as AI focused as C3 AI, but because we've already gone over those levels, look at Palantir. This is what it looks like, man. It's been absolutely great. Breaking levels and taking names on the way up. Like, it broke 12 bucks, came back in, tested it, boom. Breaks 13, comes back there to 13.40. Now we get a huge move up to the upside. Let's just watch 15. Any pullbacks? Yeah, we'll take them, man. We'll take 14.20s. We'll take 14s. We'll take them all. We like Palantir here today, but it has had the opportunities to dump out a little bit. Like, just as much as we liked it, look at this move down here. This was on the 25th, so Thursday. Nice move to the downside there, back up to 1240 before eventually going again, right? You had a little bit of a dump off to 1280. That's that key level there from Friday, 1280. Then a blast, and this is where we had 13 long. We couldn't believe it, boom. That was a huge move. And then again, now we have coming into today, could it pull back into 1380? I don't think so. So we're going to look at a 1420 top. There's 1440 bottom of the day as well. We'll be looking at all these names, man. I like Palantir here today. Quick look at the imbalance locator. It's Palantir with 1.7, so it's leading the way. We have Ford coming up as well, but right now AI strong. We have CRM coming, and as you can see, Ford on the upgrade on the screen coming out pretty soon. We'll be talking about this, but so far so good here. Palantir rocking to the upside, Ford and AI. All three names we've already talked about. We're going to get more on Ford in a minute.
Yeah, we're going to mention CRM here as well, up 3%. Nice look, 222 coming into play, 223 once again. This daily chart is getting pretty impressive here, 175 all the way up to 222 this morning for Salesforce. Again, earnings coming up after the close on Wednesday. A couple of positive analyst mentions this morning for CRM, but no real significant news.
Yeah, a buy by Canaccord Genuity and an overweight by Wells Fargo. The stock has had a fantastic 2023. You'll recall this one has multiple activists on its board, but they seem to have made it work. It looks fantastic on the chart.
Running into earnings, guys, is there a trade here before Wednesday?
Well, obviously we'll see. I don't think you ever want to force a trade in something like a CRM, right? Like its volume's not going to be nearly as big as some of the other big tech names that we're dealing with here. But you're at an interesting level, and we were sort of talking about this at the beginning of the show, 222 up here. You've already broken it in the pre-market, so there is that chance that, you know, if we open underneath here, you could see it dip a little bit. The break has been fantastic. You can see, obviously, we're kind of holding above that little trend line there. And obviously, I like CRM as an overall story. It's been a disappointing stock. Quite frankly, I've said that a few times. I remember I've owned this one and actually about break even on it, to be perfectly honest with you. So it's been nice to get back here, but I feel like if you look at that weekly, at 222, that's a break even for a lot of people. If you look at when that move reversed, there was previous support going back as well. So if were this not to hold at the open, I could see a substantial number of sells coming in underneath it. And if we end up somehow with a, let's say, a trend down day, right? I could see CRM underneath 222 being a part of that, and then you have to wait till earnings for that big breakout. It is set up for a break. There's no question about it. I just feel a little bit more confident with the names that are doing better volume here. It's only 100,000 that I see in the pre-market on CRM, which means it has to look fantastic. And if it's very obvious at like 10 o'clock or 9:45 or something in that time range, then I'll come back and look to that. But there's just a few other names out there much more interesting here. I put it in my Sofi bucket today where, yeah, okay, if I see the right thing at 9:45, we'll go back over to that. But I want to be looking at Nvidia, AI, Intel, Coinbase, Tesla. Like that's enough names already for the open.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I actually have to edit my sticky note because I have the word wrong. I wanted to talk about a short that we possibly had to talk about right here, and that was going to be Alibaba. I mean, we just talked about CRM. I think that's a pretty great name, obviously, to look at one more time. But if we're going to look at sticky note here, and we have it listed right here. Oops, that's a little small. We like the Alibaba short right now. So 82 short. Weak name here has failed again. We're looking to take out 80. China issues remain, and the lower it goes here. So we're going to watch out for Alibaba here today. If there's one name, we talked about it, that we were working on something for a short. I like Alibaba here. This 82, I mean, didn't even get to 82. So we are going to use 82 as a level. But if Alibaba pops up today, I really think this is an opportunity to do something with this. 81.50, if we get any sort of a move up, look at Alibaba on the daily chart, although I'll probably have to zoom back out a little bit to get this. There's 80. It looks like we want to break it again. So, that downside move brought us to 78 last time. It's really struggled on the top end here for Alibaba, breaking now below the 50 period, below the 200, keeps on making moves lower here. So although we could talk about Elon Musk going to China, it doesn't seem to be helping a lot of these names. NEO, PDD was a great report, but Alibaba can't catch any wind. So I feel like this is a nice downside move here, breaking down through 80. Let's watch out for Alibaba again here today for a short. So anything up here, 81.50, I already have the order pending. So if we get any shorts here in Alibaba, that's what I like to do. So we're going to watch out for Alibaba short with only 5 minutes left. Let's quickly go to the imbalance locator, see if there's anything spiked. So Apple sell. Okay, so NASDAQ, look at the NASDAQ, starting to breach a little bit. Below the 50 period, now starting to make that move. Watch out for 14.5. We're at 14.520 right now. Nice move down. That's still Baba. Nice little push down here for Apple, now making lower move here. So Apple on the downside. There's Google on a down as well. So maybe we do get a little push downside here to start the day. Let's watch out for some of these names and go talk about Ford quickly, as it's the number 2 name right here today, Ford.
Anxiety. Let's go on to Ford here to wrap things up. Nice look, 4.5%, just taking out highs for Ford, as we mentioned. Jefferies with an upgrade on Ford to a buy down here. But then this also came out, which is kind of interesting. Sharif and I both looked at each other and we're like, they still make the Escape? And then we're like, oh, right, it's that very round kind of Beetle looking almost SUV, if you want. But yeah, 1,000 Escape SUVs to be used as mobile service vehicles by the end of the year.
Yeah, and Ford's been investing heavily. We saw the acquisition of the lithium plant out in the, I believe, the Far East. Not sure what else they're going to be up to today, but it's a hell of a move. Looking on my 4-hour chart here, up from that 1130, now looking to test 1270, Brendo. It's a nice little move.
Yeah, more positivity coming off what happened back on Friday. We took out that, or gapped above it, I guess, that high from Friday. And then some now, guys, for Ford.
Yeah, and then some. I mean, if it gets to 13, you guys can see the daily up there. So we've already made the breakout at that $12 level. I'm not chasing this one. A little bit too tight to that 13 to chase along up here. Ultimately, if you get back to the 50 period and 12 to 12.20, that's where the dip buy is. I'll auto buy and probably in front of 12 even, just because it's that nice little round number. If it gets down there far enough, I'm going to like it. But it's now gotten a little bit too far up. If anything, you're a lot closer to getting a 13 short than anything else. So let's just wait patiently for it. I'm not going to be forcing this one here at the open. If we see 13, I know I'm going to like that for a little bit of a fade. You just said something, Sean, about Apple.
Yeah.
And I know we talk about a lot of big tech names. We haven't really mentioned Apple here at all. But this and Meta both dipping down in the last couple of minutes here. Meta now underneath the 1% to the upside. Apple as well after getting to 178 and turning right back around here. So suddenly, you're seeing a little bit of relative weakness in two. Well, okay, it's probably more so Apple than Meta now that I look back up, because Meta's making a little bit of a bounce. And this is key because Apple had struggled to get past that 176. You're breaking out from there. That would be that obvious line. 75 to 76 would be that previous area of resistance that would turn into support. If that doesn't hold, trouble for Apple here, which has not been the strongest name relative to some of the other absolute moonshots that you've seen. So recently, I mean, it's an obviously strong name. When you see where it is on the daily chart that hates me, then you can't argue with the fact that it's pretty much at those highs. It just has not been as explosive as some of the others. So if there is a bit of a fade and we do not hold 76, yeah, I could see Apple turning into a short opportunity for you there. And I was saying Meta maybe holding up a little bit better, but that just dipped $1.50 as well in the last couple of minutes. Worth keeping an eye on here.
Yeah, I like Ford here at 12.50. Lots of stuff working out for them. Let's just see if it continues to catch a bid. So Ford, nice little bump up here to 4.50. We only have 40 seconds left. Miss Katrina will be on the bell here, and we're going to get ready to rock and roll with that one with only 30 seconds left. I like Ford down here at 12.50. We're bidding that. We are selling Apple at the top as well. If we get to 178, we're trying to sell off Alibaba. And then look at Tesla right now. Unfortunately for all the Tesla-holics out there, is that something? You're down to 200 right now. So Tesla making a move down. It's just down $2. The high was 202. We'll wait to see what's going on right now. Yeah, Neil, you have that responsibility back, man. I missed a couple days on that one there. So we only have 5 seconds to go. Sharif's getting the eggs ready, and here we go. 3, 2, 1. She's a dancing queen. That is Miss Cat over there. Rocking and rolling early. Thank you, Miss Katrine for that. Tesla moved down to through 200 right now.
And right
yeah, not too aggressively. 199.50. We'll continue to watch it right now as Tesla's making that move down. AMD down to 130 as well. Google down to 125. The market's coming off a little bit right now. Google down to 125. I don't mind this long.
Yeah, watching Coin already broke that 60 level. It's already headed to 61.5. Looks like it's going to make that attempt at a gap fill up to 62, 63. That's where I like it for a fade. C3AI, by the way, that did make a chance. It did make a run at that top. Couldn't hold 38. It's already starting to pull back. 35.5 looks pretty good. And Tesla, as you said, is battling with that 200 level.
Yeah.
I like that 200 for like a little bit of a jump-off zone, but let's see it hold above there at the open before looking at that 200 long.
All right, so we just went in and out quickly there on Google for a loser. Broke through 125. We wrote down here that we liked 125 on Google. Let's just see if it wants to take it again. There it is. Maybe we made a bottom, maybe we didn't. We'll try it one more time here at 125, one more time, just early. We're not going to sit here and make mistakes over and over and over again. That bottom is 124.80, so we'll see if it breaks it. It looks like it might want to test it one more time, but we're going to go long right now just to see. My positioning is not, okay, there it is. Yeah, 124.80 is the bottom. It looks like we're trying to get out of that right now, guys. Not a great start here to catch some longs on some of these tech names, but we'll see what's working. Palantir and Ford also, we'll have a look at those.
Yeah, Tesla fading off that $200 level now pretty decently. I do have one name in my sights at that 30 for Intel if it does make a bit of a fed. I know there's some weakness in that, but C3AI just made another run at 38. You gotta be kidding
down
me.
to
I keep thinking it's going to be
the-
the 40 level, but just made another run at 38, bit of a pullback there, so you're seeing some strength. I thought we'd see 35.5, or at least close enough to 36 to get a dip by long, but that's a $1.50 range that we're already seeing, and Meta is getting smoked. Why was I looking at Apple when Meta just gave up 265 pretty big here, so that is absolutely flushing. Looks like we're seeing a lot of weakness across the board as the market is dipping back in there. Yeah, you could flat bottom. I mean, if until flat bottom breaks at 29.50, I am going to like that. But C3AI is very close to approaching that first dip buy that I liked. Don't sleep on Netflix as well. But
wow,
I felt like AI was going to be that first one to go, and it's holding the bid for now. So 36 looks pretty decent. Things have calmed down in the first couple of minutes here. If it makes another bit of a bounce off that level, I like it to 35.50. So it's starting to come back in here again. It's made a couple of bounces to give you some dollar scalp trades. We'll see if we can get one in here.
Okay, let's I mean, Tesla's making moves downside right now. Let's try a short against 200 here for Tesla. Google, guys, like Google just absolutely rockets to the downside right now. Maybe we'll catch a bid, and there it is right now on the on the NASDAQ, catching a bid a little bit, bouncing off of VWAP right now. So nice little downside move. Now going back up to the upside. Here comes Tesla trying to break back up through 200. So this is fine. We went short there, but this is fine. We knew that we'd come back. Well, didn't know it, or else we wouldn't be short. But that's the thing. We talked about long Tesla, but the market did give that long up a little bit. Now Tesla's starting to boom back up to the upside. So we'll have to short a little bit more now, as this is sort of the pop that we were hoping would happen the other way, or a little bit later than where we are right now. But let's go over to Brendan quickly. What's up, Brendo?
Guys, big move here for ETRN. So part of this debt ceiling agreement is positive for energy stocks. So they included the ability to make it easier to get new energy projects passed and get licenses for them. So this one, ETRN, up huge on that, guys.
Oh, man.
Oh, wow. So, just got a bit of a bounce there. We'll ring Reggie on the first one here up that 36
Big
in
time.
AI. It just got up to 36.90 up there, so can't seem to break 37. 38's been a bit of a wall as well. Only thing I got to the long side, and it's like, my goodness, coin is moving pretty fast into that resistance level that we've been watching here. So if it gets to $63, it's still got some room to go. I'll pop to 15 so you can see it a little bit better. Still got some room to go here, but once it gets close to that 63, that's where I was waiting for that little bit of a fade. So we got AI to the long, which might not get through 38. You mentioned Tesla already. We've gone 3-4 minutes now without anything in NVIDIA, and there hasn't been a dip in NVIDIA. So you're holding at that 405, 406 area. It wants to hold around that $1 trillion mark. There has not been a test of 400. This is not something I wanted to rush into. So I'm not going to pull the trigger on NVIDIA just yet. As for
There
fading
goes
Intel,
Tesla, I think.
yeah, it just rejected 30
Whoa,
again.
whoa.
This one
Oh.
feels like a pretty definite short. I'm going to get some 75s
What?
or anything in the 70s that I can get.
We got stopped
that?
out of Tesla there, but I don't know. Did it break? I don't know. We got stopped out on a 202 break, so it looks like it did, and then it just fell 50 cents. So that's okay. So a quick stop out there. Not okay. It sucks. But a quick stop out there on Tesla. Let's just. Oh, now look at this. This name is just nuts right now. Let's see. Let's try to get short again. Like we are going to put on some more shares here at some point, but that was a break a little bit higher there. Let's just see if it goes again. I don't know. It probably will, but that sucks because we just got stopped out there on that break higher, and then it retraced all the way down. So for right now, we're back into this name on Tesla. Let's give it a little bit of room here. We'll put something out at 200 flat if we can get it, but for right now, we've just gotten stopped out. Again, more shares up here. We should have just waited for 202. We talked about that level, but that's okay. Quick stop. It's not okay, but there's a quick stop out for that. We are short into Apple right now. The only name that's really gotten killed so far today is Google. Google's all the way down to 123 right now. And look at this. This was one that we tested long. It hasn't got its bearings underneath it yet. So Google with a big move to the downside. Let's see if that continues. And we still are short Apple here against 198. So the market's trying to dance, but let's hope it goes the other side right now, as there's another short for us on Apple. Just seeing about this top of 178 right now for AAPL. 178 top right now.
So I see you triple JJJ, and they're asking if Marvel's at the Alamo. I'll get there in a second, but Intel just fell through 29.5. We got the 69 short. I thought we'd get like 75 or something like that in here, but we ended up getting it just south of 70 even. We're going to get the bid out in front of 29.30, maybe that quarter as well. So this is starting to work to the downside. We allow it to wick up. Didn't really test above 30. So once it failed that 30 level, we're short in front of that. Coinbase as well, a bit of a move into the, bit of a move. What the hell am I talking about? A $3 move at the open already into that 63. So I just got some as it bounced off 63 even. I haven't added just yet. I think I got hopefully around that top. So I just made an add in here. I'll let it break this and give it like 20, 30 cents above before I would have give this trade up. It is at the most key level that I can find out there. So you got to put this trade on. Every time I see coin at a level like this, I'm generally fading it. C3AI is still holding up pretty decently. I feel like that could be a good one. But that Marvell, which was, I mean, this is starting to absolutely flush. It's the reason why I was trying to get some more intel, watching this start to come back in. I don't know if the Alamo's the right term, because to me that's at that last-ditch level where you wouldn't put anything else on past it.
Everything is.
$60 would feel like that to me. On a dip like this, I think you got to be able to understand this was a $50 stock 2 days ago or 2 trading sessions ago, so $60 would be relatively realistic there for that one. But I'm not trading it, and if I looked for a long, I would not be rushing to get into that long. C3AI, it's still going upside, looking for that home run, but it cannot seem to break that 38 level. If we break 38, this one could be to the moon, but if we don't do it soon, I'm going to take my profit and run, baby. So if you got any of these longs, good luck with you. Oh my goodness, Meta's about to break the high. Oh, if you don't like this action, I don't know where you got to be. Take a quick second, hit that like, and then maybe Meta's going to break the high of the day. If we hit the like and subscribe enough,
that'll happen.
then
for sure.
The stock, which was the weakest name I was looking at the open, why am I not just dip buying everything, could be breaking out the high, as they just might have rugged everybody in Meta and trapped some shorts here. Man, if we're breaking this top, are we going to see a 270 break? I'll grit my teeth and take a 270 break, because quite frankly, that's what you had to do. Well, I missed last week, but man, you always had to grit your teeth and take these breaks. That was a rug job, breaking 265 and trapping shorts, I think.
Yeah, we've been trapped a little bit here, but we're finally going to adjust our trend is your friend. And thank you to you guys in the chat there for this one, because, yeah, trying to go short some of these names. Oh, by the way, like short Tesla, nah, that didn't work. But again, you know, I'm looking over at my notes. The number one name on here on the sticky note says Tesla long 198. What? Here I am shorting Tesla, 198.77. That should have been, I don't know what we were doing there. There's the long, now executed to the upside. Should be like a $4 winner probably, at least going long at 200. But we tested it. There it is. We took out 202
NVIDIA
twice.
410.
Huge move up to the upside. NVIDIA, as Neil's mentioning.
NVIDIA 410.
NVIDIA 410, so maybe 420 coming up on NVIDIA. Apple absolutely mooning now as well as we get some money back in on Apple as that's going to the upside and still going. So yeah, man, everything, Neil, going upside. This is what it was like last week. It just kept on going and going and going, and that's great news for the longs.
Yeah, it absolutely is great news for longs. AI is now through 38. Trailing stop's going to be at 38 even, so we got a couple bucks on that one.
Congratulations!
Yes,
if
sir.
you got any long at this point. So I got to shuffle through because we saw Rivian, that 1580 never got there. That's 1570, it curled underneath it. I'm already scalping out of this. This is upward trend breakout. So I'm going to start taking this one out at the bottom, this move, because I feel like you've basically rugged a lot of people trapping some of those shorts. So if you have something that held resistance, take the money and run is a good way to go. I was just sort of out of the corner of my mouth saying NVIDIA 410.
I have Apple.
NVIDIA 411. This stock, it only goes up. It's all the way up. That's what it's all about. I don't know if it's going to be 420. I don't know if it's going to be 450. 420 obviously is going to come before 450. So let's see what happens with NVIDIA today. Clean breakout. I got 410.22. Hey, baby, that's my favorite number. Well, not 42. 22 and 42. I love that number. Let's see if we can't get the next dollar on NVIDIA here and just see where this bad boy can go. So I've covered most of my shorts for at least some profit. The only one that hasn't given me any profitability is Coinbase. That's in the pocket. You're getting absolute tankage on Intel still.
Intel can't
Like,
win,
don't,
man.
look, man, all I'm saying is, like, some stocks don't go up with everything else. That's all I'm saying. Intel happens to be one of those stocks. So as long as that's true, I'm going to keep on looking for these short setups on Intel, and then we can buck the trend as long as it wants to be bucked. So C3AI, that's still going. It's now through 40. The trail just continues to move up. I'm trailing it now through 39. Even, maybe there's a 40 break to be had on this stock.
All right, good. Yeah, like you're saying, trend is your friend, but it's going opposite of a lot of other names. AMD is going down right now. We've just taken out some Apple on the upside. We finally went short, then we went long. So that's been working out for us. But look at AMD. This one's a little weak, considering it's actually breaking the low of the day right now, AMD. So I feel like, there's definitely a tale of two cities here. One being the very, very strong NVIDIA, of course, and then the weak Intel. We've talked about that as well. But AMD making some moves down. Let's go short AMD right now. It is. We might have missed the short opportunity on AMD, by the way, because here it is pulling back in pretty aggressively now. I like it near that 129 top area here, but look how many tops it's made. Just like we were looking for like sort of the bottom take, this is a nice little top area right now, 129.25. So if we get any busts up here for AMD, I really think we like that area. But again, it's weak now. I don't really understand why, because NVIDIA, again, 412. Look at NVIDIA, complete opposite. We talked about Intel. Let's check out Marvell maybe. So that's going the other way as well. So definitely sort of a tale, like I just said, man, of two different names. TSM probably upside today. Let's wait, 104. Yeah, I believe so. Where were we in the pre-market on this name?
It's not as strong,
103,
though.
not as strong, but the two strongest names there in tech is going to be NVIDIA right now. You mentioned Meta, but AMD, I really would like to get that short if we do pop. Wow, no pops at all on this name. So let's just regroup on some of this. Apple's pulling back as well, as we've already taken out profit up there, but let's see if Apple wants to hold somewhere near this 50 period. As the market's pulling back in now, there are going to be a lot of weak names here in this market. Watch out. Here, I don't know if we just made a top or not.
It feels like we
But
might
it
have.
does feel like something's brewing right now. Tesla back down to 202. Don't know if we want to go short that name. The name that we wanted short was Alibaba. That's just not doing anything right now. So let's wait. Yep.
So a couple of things. I did take the first L of the day for myself, and I'm right back in coin because it just wicked me out. But I got out of Rivian. This happened pretty darn quick. I thought at the moment we're holding support at the previous highs, previous close. We got the pop and fade. Let's get out of Dodge because things were looking a little bit strong here. Suddenly Rivian looks a little bit weaker. And if I get a chance to get back into this, it might be if we break down from here that I'm kind of chasing this move back toward 15. So I want to be patient with it. We'll kind of go one and done for now on that Rivian. See if it retests that 1580. Going back over to Coinbase. Hit enter twice. I already got stopped out once. I had that curl. I thought I was patient with it, maybe not patient enough. I wicked out. I'm back into it. But a lot of times when you make that top wick, like you try to jump back in, I didn't get 63. I'm back in right in the middle of the pocket. That's kind of frustrating. I could have a much, much better price here on Coinbase as this one dips. 62 will be a nice first out for me. It happens to be VWAP as well. So we'll ring the register when it gets down there. But quite frankly, I feel like I should have done a heck of a lot better with this. I'm now out of C3AI. Trailed it. You see the hammer it put down at 40 even. So we got to 36, 37 was a bit of a resistance level. It just got me out there at that 40. I mean, the market felt like it was about to make one of these like rug jobs at the open. I'll kind of zoom in so you guys can see my NASDAQ here. Rug at the open, retest the highs. Now you're holding this lower high. There's still so much to sort of suss out here, and this market needs to calm itself down. So I don't think you've made a definitive direction at this particular point. So anything that's a breakout that's a long, I think you want to be holding on to it. I say that as having got out of C3AI, but I'm holding on to NVIDIA. Who knows, 415 is obviously right here, right now. And if it's still weak, like I said, Rivian is something I still play for the short side of it. Should have stayed in C3AI. And Intel just continues to work as that short. If we do get a pop and a lower high, we'll jump back into this one to the south side. So I'm still favoring Coinbase off that 63 despite taking the early L. Rivian, we'd have to see a retest of 15.8. Intel kind of holding on for dear life as that one continues to go down. Now, NVIDIA was a clean break at that even 410 level. It just turned at 415. So let's see on a pullback here, does it want to hold that previous break at 410 even? The market doesn't seem to want to seem to hold any breakouts right now. You're getting a pretty range-bound open, and it's only 9:45. So you got a runner. Hold on to it, Brendo.
All right, there we go. Broadcom, guys, absolutely impressive move to the upside so far this morning. There is UBS, positive upgrade and price target increase here for Broadcom. There you go, to 925 from 695. Absolutely straight to the upside. This is almost $1,000 stock, up 10%.
That's insane. I mean,
Broadcom's been going, you missed it last week, Broadcom was nuts right there. Okay, so we did pick up something there. We picked up a nice little banger on Ford. We talked about 1250 there on Ford, so now it's trying to go back up to the upside. So far, so good there on name Ford right now. So that was a nice bid there at 1250. We talked about that. Let's see if it gets back into the 70s right now. I actually don't have any orders out, so we could do that right now on Ford. Getting a little bit of back up. I don't know if we're doing work on the internet, but our internet is very slow here, guys. But okay, so there you go, Ford upside. We'll get some out up there. Apple's been really dipping, and we tried to get another long, and that just didn't work. We actually got out, but then we tried it again right here at 178. Now that's pretty much failing on Apple down there at 178. So we're gonna have to wait to see if it wants to hold it or not. But still making moves lower now. As yeah, I'm gonna have to reset here my e-signal as well. Yeah, we are having some internet problems, but that's okay. But right now, Apple downside mover here.
Yeah, speaking of downside, finally got some VWAP there on Coinbase. Again, like sometimes you take that hit, you try to jump back into it. Didn't get myself a great price, but this is pretty bullish if it holds VWAP and heads back to the top. So the only way I'm reloading is to see it double tap the high and then fail. Otherwise, we're looking for something underneath and a consolidation below. So Coin will try to go 1 for 2 on this name. It's not a done deal just yet. Oh my goodness, looks over at Meta. Ooh, that tapped the high of the day. It's trying to make another bounce here. NVIDIA is trying to get to 415. If it does not get through 415 this time and hold above it, I might have to look to exit that trade, but I don't want to rush out of that one just yet. But Meta here, higher low, holding 265. You have that sort of hammer down that traps some shorts underneath.
Wow, man.
I think this one holding above VWAP could be another one of those long opportunities for us. And AI is at $40. I did not hold on to it. But there's always 40 for a break, right? So, you know, just like NVIDIA, this would be like a clean dollar break, even dollar break, I should say. Oh my goodness, before I could even put the order in, it's already through. Can you still get some? Oh, yeah, I don't want to chase, there we go. I just got some 14s here. I don't want to give this more than like the $0.50 on a breakout, and there haven't been any halts on this stock or anything, but this is complete insanity. Up 22%, it doesn't have to make rational sense. You just have to play the momentum. If it holds 39.5, I guess I'm long till 41, 42.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I mean, have you seen NVIDIA right now?
It's 415. It's 415 and a half.
Yeah.
It's
416
ridiculous.
right now on
Ridiculous.
NVIDIA. We could let this name cook like we did on Tesla and then look for a short, but I don't know, man. This is absolutely insane. Another 7% today on NVIDIA and literally carrying this market right now. Apple down, Ford's up. We got some good trades on right now, Ford and Apple, as you can see that. But look at AMD. This one, I mean, we should have shorted this one at 130, right? I mean, what a monster. Look at Apple. Apple finally collapsing all over itself, so this is good for us. We'll get a 23 bid, hopefully, and then we'll get something down near 117 flat or 177 flat if we're lucky enough to do that. Hopefully it continues. Now Apple, of course, wants to go up, but we just shorted it there underneath VWAP. We like that one. Wow, NVIDIA still, man. Where is the short on NVIDIA is going to be the question.
I have no idea, but I'm thinking
420?
it's look, man, you just said it. Everybody out here is
Everyone's
thinking it.
it.
You know you're thinking 420 at this point. Every trader in the planet is like, 420, baby. So let's see what's up. I mean, I'm looking to trail it the second we're now within earshot of it. So my trail is going to be out there. If you're going to take a shot shorting this, it has to be at that level. If we don't hold I'm looking at 4,817 and a half here. Yeah, we're probably going to get that trail up pretty quick. And if I see a fade opportunity, even for a scalp trade off that level, I'm game. You don't have to fade a level like that, but come on, man. Come on, son. 420 is almost too good to be true. While that's going absolute moonshot to the upside,
Everything else is
C3
tanking.
AI on a 40 break. It's at 4. So we hit 40 half. Now you're at 41. I mean, you've got to be kidding me. Like, these things
Where's
are.
Max?
The market's going down. What is going on here? I just tried to get another leg out there as we might be failing 41 on this. I just got trailed out of NVIDIA. Yeah, that could be a bit of a sign. So call this maybe a little bit overly aggressive, but I just got out of everything on C3 AI there on that last 40 break. We had the 36 long, carried it to 39. We had the 40 long, carried it to under 41. Quite frankly, I'm going to say
Congratulations!
and take the money and run, because my biggest fear would be at this moment, you got the NQ starting to pull back. Now only 1%. We were just 1.4. NVIDIA just made a first little bit of a turn here off that 420 level. If NVIDIA pulls back, this is going to turn into a bit of a dip here, and we could see evens on the NASDAQ. So I'm out of NVIDIA now. We had a clean 410 break. I'm going to reload my short in Coinbase if we get up to 63 as well. But it just feels like take the money and run on some of those. Oh, and by the way, Intel's at 29 even, because of course it is.
Oh, man, great. Yeah, some
This
great
stock,
trades.
man.
Great
This stock, you know what? Whatever. I'll have a rant I had to think about the rant I'm going to put on this one. But yeah, this is, it ain't good for Intel, and that's all I got to say for now. I'll give you guys a better rant about those. I want to get to Palantir very quickly here, because I see a lot of people in the chat have been talking about Palantir. What is not pulling back right now as the market slow down a bit? Palantir just broke the high of the day. So if you're looking for a breakout, it happened 15 cents ago, but you're in luck. There's always a 15 even break. Breakouts have been good, man. The 40 break was good on AI. The top break on NVIDIA was pretty good as well at 410. The $15 break on Palantir into a weak market right now. If the market catches a bid, I think you got to be looking for that one to set upside. I got the shorts that I like, just not enough of them. And let's have a quick look at Tesla, because I haven't even. You in Tesla?
No, should be. I mean, a lot of things are fading out here, but
I don't know.
I don't know. Like, I'm in Apple. It's going back to the upside. We had some great trades on Apple. Yeah, Palantir. Well, we will look at
stock
that.
is beast,
There's NVIDIA right now. I'm just looking at NVIDIA now. 413, 414 off of that. Where did you get out? 417?
417.
Yeah, great. Now it's at
20.
413. So that's a win rate there just by getting out of the name at that level. So good. You had a trailing stop in. That was good. All right, Apple again. There goes Apple. We just reshorted it. Let's wait to see. Look at the NASDAQ. Pulling back. But again, if we're going to do a little bit more work on the NASDAQ, obviously, we need to look at some of the key levels, right, coming through. So let's have a quick look at that right now. This is a 5-minute chart. For the NASDAQ, starting to take some levels out. 14.3, nice little, big, huge candle, actually. Nice candle coming through there on the NASDAQ. If you're looking at a 30-minute chart here for the NASDAQ, as I got to watch my Apple because it's pulling back. 14.4 flat maybe. maybe as a key level. So we have to watch out. Apple's going up as we're short right now. So I have to watch out for that one. But right now, that's what I'm looking at is Apple here. And then Ford. Ford's been a good one, man. We have a 52 long. We just got a bunch out 64, 65. But again, not a huge trade there because it's not, I mean, it's a good trade. We need to go a little bit more than this. I don't know. I'm pretty bullish, obviously, on the market overall, but this has been a pretty nasty day to come back in from being up 1.3. But I just feel like there's a lot of names that can do some more damage here. Like Apple's not even really doing anything on this move down, so that could be set up for something bigger.
I think Tesla's set up for sure.
Let's try a little bit more short here on Apple just to see. But let's go over to Brendan quickly. What's up?
Some strength in Chinese ADRs today, guys. GOTU having quite the day here, up 14% right now off of this. They reported early on this morning. Nice look, better than expected results for GoTo.
The go-to stock. It's definitely got to be
go-to'd.
go-to. That's the best pun I can come up with, man. I got jet lag or something. That's my excuse. You know what's not green? Well, okay, now it's green. Come on, I had that lined up for you, Amazon. Anyways, Amazon was just red for like 5 seconds and then just pulled off the 120 level. So a couple of things are setting up that have been weak relative to the market early on. This breaks Friday support. This is like 119.5. That could get ugly. Otherwise, any pop into VWAP is going to be a good one. Coin shorts looking fantastic, obviously, but Tesla's now holding beneath 200. You had an open range with 198.5 as the bottom, so anywhere inside that range is a nice little consolidation zone that if we don't break 200 again, you can look for those shorts inside of it. I'm definitely liking the reload in coin. If we can hold underneath VWAP, I think you still have a sizable gap to 60 to be filled. I just want to see it make that run up here. See what happens at 62 even. If it gives some of the overfills, look to take some short on those overfills above VWAP and then add to this position to the south side. Always got to track what's going on in NVIDIA. If you think about the overall market here, it's been holding it up. It's still holding that 410 break price. So this ugly dark pool wick, sorry about that, but it's been holding VWAP above that 410. So this is still pretty valid for the long side of the trade. I don't know if I want to chase 415, but if this starts setting up closer to that 410 to go again, that could look nice. But we did trail out of this one, and I'm only short right now. Amazon short looks interesting, but it's Tesla just because of that 200 level. I think if I can get another run here at that 200, this will set up for a nice little scalp trade to the short side. Can always hold on to it as long as it wants to be underneath that 200 level. But Tesla up 3%. However, big fail underneath 200 for now.
Yeah, we're just short the wrong name here because look at AMD. I mean, we're short Apple. It's not working. We should have been short Alibaba. We wrote down Alibaba on here. That's definitely short. Look at this, 125 right now on AMD. It's been making some nice moves, man. We just touched 124.75 right there. Flushing out today is AMD. I mean, this name is down 1.25%, or sorry, 1.5 now. 132 high in the pre-market, down $8 from there, down to 124.75 is that new bottom right now. So we're gonna have to watch out for this name as it's pulling back in. AMD,
it's down 1.5.
Yeah, it's pretty aggressively to the downside right now and still making moves. And we're still here short Apple, which isn't doing anything. So that's why I'm kind of in it. I always did that last week, GOGGL. So let's go to Google now. Maybe curling around. You like these smiley faces right here. But again, another name, Google down 2% today. So this is sort of the thing that's like making you say, because the market's making moves down here, and some of these big boys, down much more aggressively than others. This has definitely been sort of a stock picker's day here, picking the right names and watching them. And we don't have this one because Apple continues to make a move higher. I'm going to try to short a little bit more here, but definitely understanding that Apple's making moves higher now, and we're short at 50, so it's not the end of the world. But we're going to have to get out if this takes like 178. Apple continues to climb against what I guess my better judgment. I thought Apple was going to be a nice little downside move today. Still up though, considering all the other tech names seem to be wanting to go down. What's Meta? We haven't checked out that one. Yeah, what number do we have in a minute? There is a number coming out in just a minute, so that could rocket this market. So we'll go over to Brendan coming up soon. What is the number at 10 o'clock today? I'm going to have to... Okay, I don't know what it is, but here we go. Apple coming, consumer confidence. Okay, a big one coming in only 20 seconds, so that's going to be coming through. We'll watch out for that one as Ford back up to 60, and we hold out, man. We just took a little bit more on Apple. We're waiting for 178 to break. All right, let's go to Brendan, I guess, with only 10 seconds left.
That's gonna pop
1 second, guys. Expected 99 comes higher than expected. 102.3. 102.3 versus 99. So higher, again, the Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index on the month-over-month basis. That's up as well from last month, if you remember, 101.3, which was also a higher than expected print for that number. Overall, here's how things are shaping up. 0.06 for the Dow, downside right now. S&P 0.3 to the upside. The Russell, 1, 2, 3,000, all positive on the day. It is the NASDAQ leading the way right now. 0.6 for the composite, 0.7 for the NASDAQ 100. A few interesting movers right now. 3.2% there for Tesla, coming back in a little bit. Microsoft, relatively weak, went red early on, still red right now, guys, for Sofi overall. Brought to you by FX View. Are you tired of high spreads and excessive commission fees eating away at your earnings? Look no further than FX View, the cost-leading broker run by traders for traders. Enjoy tight spreads, 0.0 pip that remains low even during peak market hours. Check out FX View, guys.
That.
Yes, sir. And let's go, Centipede. Come on, Centipede. If you've never seen a Weevil, hear a Weevil. First of all, that's a great movie. Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor, just absolute gems. But Tesla 200, oh my goodness. Sometimes you get really, really lucky because, quite frankly, on that number, now I'm a little bit jet lagged and rusty, man, because I did not. I forgot about the number a little bit there. I'm not going to lie. I had the short in front of 200. I never put a stop at an even level, and it went within like 10 cents of my stop, but then curled. That's kind of the entry we were looking for in the trade we wanted. However, so close to getting stopped out there on the release at 10 o'clock. You don't always want to do that. I've scalped out in front of the pre-market range bottom, and now let's see if we can hold. Maybe for 195 on Tesla. Ride them, Cowboys. We go back into the downside here. The longs are gone for me.
Yes, good.
We had the AI long. That was great. We had the NVIDIA long. That was good. But, Tesla, if it were to start filling in this gap, this is why I say like 95. You had that 194, 195 area from Friday. That can be good. Coinbase is continuing to roll over here. So I think we're going to see that 60 level again. Unfortunately, I did take that stop out at the high of the day and make top wick on coin. It's not that fantastic. Should be a little bit better. But the shorts are in, and NVIDIA does not hold that breakout at 410. Looks like it got to 420, turn right back around there. It can still hold 400. I think you look for that level for some support. And the name that was, I want to say, the only thing still breaking out a second ago, Palantir. Palantir made a wick high, never got to that 15 break. It's starting to pull back in as well. So Palantir is still up 5%. But it's now given up that break of a high, no 15 break. We could be headed back into 14.2. That's the opening range bottom. Let's see if that holds its support. So all shorts are working right now. If you got a long, I don't know what's still working to the long side right now, but pretty much everything looks trend down on my board. So you want to hold on to them if you got them. Really?
Yeah, Apple. The only name that I'm short, is the one that's going up. Apple continues. I just saw in my order list, my order log, that I missed a 128 downside break. It was just too much. Like, we had a 128 offer sitting here on AMD. We crossed down like 10 cents and missed it right there. So look at this. Look at this move. That would have really put the day pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. The one name that you mentioned, is there anything going up? Yeah, it's Apple. We were able to take a little bit of advantage there because it actually went down into the 200 period, which is pretty good. But Apple just really strong into this move. Like, I would have thought NASDAQ being down and Apple up to 180 today, that this would have created a cascade to the downside. I mean, why is Apple up? And then we have names like Google getting absolutely trashed today, down 1.25%, 1.75%. Tesla downside as well. And we screwed up Tesla, man, because Tesla we should have been short. I'm glad at least you have that name short, or did have it short. But
still
Tesla, still in. Oh, our board needs to get updated, I guess. Right there. So, yeah, so still in Tesla. That's a good one, man. Breaking lower, lower, lower. And meanwhile, I'm stuck here in Apple, which is taking out highs. So, yeah, no idea what's going on with this one right now. But Apple continues to make moves higher. There's probably news on it, but I don't know, man. Apple just really not making nice with me here. We're have to find something else. Intel, obviously. Lower. Go ahead. Yeah,
no, I was going to say Amazon was just like a second ago. Amazon was threatening red. By the way, the position board will need to refresh it. I'm still in that Tesla short 199.81. I still have a piece. I did take out some in front of the low of the day. Took out 2/3. I'm still hanging on to a piece of it. But Amazon's now back to up 1%. So this is bucking the trend as well. That's a pretty strong bounce off 120. I guess it didn't want to go red. If you still think about where the NASDAQ is, like you've just essentially come round trip back into overnight support, and I guess where you're hanging out there, you're hanging out there pretty much at the highs on Friday. So you're still on some overnight support support levels on the NASDAQ. I just can't understand what was so weak now all of a sudden so strong here in Amazon. Typically, I'd be looking to just auto fade this at VWAP. Let's try to catch the back end of that trade because this looks a little bit strong for me. I still favor the south side overall as a trend, and I want to hold on to these. And I'm looking for things to short on pops here. And this would have been automatic, but this is looking a little bit strong. And I see you, Adrian, talking about TSM. Yeah. I was waiting for 100 on TSM, but yeah, you're looking at these same support levels, and anything that's bouncing at an obvious level, good scalp trading in here. Maybe you're holding that to 103. I can't really argue. Let's go to Brendan.
All right, more weakness, guys, from energy today. We saw this late in the day on Friday, but also in the pre-market this morning. Here's oil. First of all, now down better part of 4%, just making a day low. And I mean all of the energy stocks. Here's XOM. You can look at any of them. About to do the same. Day low is coming.
I tried that Amazon just real quickly there for a short into VWAP. It's still going to the upside right now. This is a day of picking the right names, that's for sure. Nvidia great longs today, Tesla great today as well. Top, is that open yet? I don't know if Top is open or not either, but where is Nvidia? Because at some point it's going to be a long, right? It was supposed to be May 27th or something like that. Opened up, but I don't know if it did. We'll have to look at Top again.
It's still halted.
Yeah, it's still halted right now. Nvidia bouncing off that 406. Yeah, wow. That's a 200 period. There goes Apple, by the way. Apple just murdered the upside there, like just straight fire play on Apple.
Oh, Top is back.
Upside there. And there goes Amazon, 122 right now.
What?
So that was a good out, as a lot of these markets maybe bottomed right there. So let's wait and pay attention to see if that is exactly the case now. As some of these names, man, continue to fly higher. We're out of Apple at 178, holding a small piece, but that's been a disaster short as well. So I don't know, man. The only trade that we've been getting going here is Ford today. Everything else has been pretty disastrous. Tesla, although was okay, definitely didn't get back into that short. Watch out for 200. Could take that long one more time.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at. We're getting right back up to that 200. Apologize for these wicks like you see on my chart there. We'll have to refresh the position board because I am still in it off that 200 level. It got down to 198. Double tapped it, looked like it was going to break down. Still could be valid for a reload in here. I'm giving this to a quarter mark above that 220. I have not gotten the reload just yet on the back end. But this and Coin are kind of setting up for this. So, I mean, Coinbase has started to get back to that VWAP, looking for those overfills here, back into that 63, and then I'm going to reload that to the short side. Intel looking pretty similar. That bounced off 29 even. It's getting into VWAP, looking for some VWAP to over VWAP fills, and then rolling back into the short. But I want to be patient. There's no need to sort of jump in the front end of these. The NASDAQ has held up pretty decently here. I mean, I saw that Amazon sort of tear through. All roads kind of lead me back to NVIDIA. So while I'm still holding on to these three shorts, I just put an offer in Tesla to try and get some more. I haven't gotten filled yet above 199.5. But NVIDIA, that's holding right around VWAP. If this breaks back out, I guess we're going for another run. But if we don't pick up strength here, this was the strongest name in the morning. And if it can't hold up, and quite frankly, I don't see a reason why these shorts aren't still valid. That TSM that I saw Adrian just talk about there, whoops, TSM's in New York there. Yeah, it's still holding the bottom end of its consolidation. So you're at like a decision point in the market where I can't really argue with either direction. If you want to scalp long, then that for something like this, you're in front of 103. You can be risk to reward pretty solid there. I don't mind that too much. But I'm still looking for that net short trade. And where is my coin? Haven't really gotten any fills above VWAP. I'll look to take something maybe closer to that 63 level. Still looks like it's a little bit strong. Tesla doesn't seem to want to give me the fills. A little bit tighter to that 200 level. So I might just have to take something, maybe in 199.5 if I have to. But I don't want to be too far away from that 200 to be adding back into this short. We just bounced off that 14.4. We want to give this one some room to work.
Yeah, good one there. I was waiting for Google to pop back up. Don't know if that's going to happen or not. NASDAQ is pretty good, man. That 14,400, definitely a good little level there. I would just turn over to Sharif. I was like, as if it stops me out. We got it at 75% and then bought and sold some more. But now Apple comes back down. Like, come on, man. Stupid stock. Back down to the downside. So, or it's just stupid me for trading it. But we'll wait. Hopefully this can come back in. We're going to play off that top again. You know, sometimes it just gets a little excited, and it looks like that's exactly what Apple did right there. Busted right back to 178. And then we're going to watch out for that top coming into play again on Apple as we just shorted. No, we didn't short anymore. Okay. Everything's okay. Yeah, Amazon's absolutely ripping. We talked about that already. And we were short on that. Let's go. If you're asking for more coffee, I will take one if that's Randy over there out of the corner of my eye.
Randy?
Right now, what's up, Randy? Yeah, Tesla makes a big move. And NVIDIA did pass that $1 trillion club, by the way. That did it. Yeah, easily, I think. Now, I don't know what, I thought it was 405 was the number, but I don't know.
You know, I thought it was 06. We'll double check.
Yeah, either way, I think you're still above it. There's Palantir. Huge move for Palantir, obviously, today, up 8%. Touches 1490, then it's pulling back off. So I think you want to still look at that. I want to look at it at a 15 break. But now we have that bottom. And again, we talked about this in the pre-market. Why I don't have it, I don't know. We talked about 1430 coming into play, and there it is twice, man. 1430 early, then a pop-up 60 cents, then 1430 late, and a pop-up 50 cents. So yeah, 1430, definitely a key play there for Alibaba. We actually get a 51 out on Apple. Hopefully this move can continue to the downside as we're short Apple. And we only have a quarter left of Ford. We did get a piece out there at 55. I don't know why. Most of the pieces out here at 64 though. So hopefully Ford can make a move back to the upside. Still looking for more things to trade here. So there's lots to trade. I mean, I don't want to say looking for more, but waiting.
Yeah,
waiting
that
for stuff.
Amazon. I mean, it's going to get
Still
close to
up
this
there.
123. So it's got a 122.92 high. It's still up there. That's a pretty darn strong move. It got red for like a split second. I was about to say, oh yeah, there's something red. And then all of a sudden you're right back up at that high of the day. With the market still trying to bounce off the lows, this one could be a breakout trade. I'm not there just yet. As a matter of fact, I'm still working with the Tesla 200 level, obviously. I just got some more short there. Average price now 70 because I had an 81 and I took some a little closer to 60 there. And I'm going to try and rinse and repeat this off the 200 level as many times as we can. Like, I don't know if we're going to go flush from here. When you get a consolidation lower like this, the market breaks a low. Okay, gap fill, 94, 95 is going to be in play. So for now, we've been able to make one scalp trade on a reload in Tesla. I'll wait for 200 to get another one. Intel, that's bouncing as well. Now it's over VWAP. So I took one fill kind of underneath 29.5. This better calm itself down pretty soon. Otherwise, I'm not holding this all the way back into a 30 level. This short was off the 75 area. If we don't get back beneath VWAP, I'll have to give up that Intel. Super strong moves here. I see some names that are obviously a little bit stronger than NVIDIA right now, just looking at the charts. But NVIDIA just doesn't seem to want to die. I would have thought if you fail a 420 level, get underneath VWAP, like you're probably seeing a bunch of sellers and profit takers. I'm not seeing that at all here. I mean, NVIDIA is almost like it's gearing up for another run. So I'm going to let it make its move. If it gets underneath 405, I think this is an obvious short. We can hold VWAP. You're looking at that long. Suddenly these shorts under some pressure. Here's Tesla testing 200 again. You got to be in scalp mode inside of these ranges. It's a $2 range in Tesla. I'm playing inside that range. If we break 200.25, I'm out. I don't want to fight it. Coinbase, very similar as well. And I got to watch out for this Intel, man. Like, it was so good so early, and now you're making that bigger jump. So this is now making a bit of a run to the upside. I like it to that 75 zone, and that's where I'd look to maybe add to that short back into VWAP. But right now, it looks like it's on a pump job. And that TSM, shout out to Adrian, this is the reason. I mean, NVIDIA's holding that bottom. TSM's holding that bottom. I got to figure if these pull down, how's Intel going to hold up? I'll tell you how it could. because Intel was absolutely tanking when these were running. So there is that chance that weakness here doesn't necessarily correspond to weakness in an Intel, and I have to respect that. Don't want to give away what's been a good morning so far. As Randy comes not with the Trader TV cup,
With the bang cups.
but with the Bang cup.
All right, congratulations on some bangers.
Hold on, it says boom on the other side. This one says boom.
Oh, mine got bang.
I thought these were bang. This is like boom on both sides. Okay. Okay.
By
the way,
it has
I have-
coffee in it, which is important.
It does, and the coffee is definitely needed
me as I
because
choke on it.
I drank like twice as much coffee when I was on vacation as normal because, quite frankly, you have an espresso literally everywhere you go.
Yeah,
You just pick
yeah,
one up and then you're walking with it. You're in the park, you grab an espresso. Sometimes you even get a double. So I gotta maybe adjust to normal life for myself in Caffeineville.
Yeah, get back to this. I mean, you came back on Saturday. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So yeah. What do they say? 3-day withdrawal or something like that?
Is that what it is?
I have no idea. I made that
I
up.
actually don't know.
I made that up.
That sounds right. I'll go with that. 3 days.
Okay, yeah. So this
is
day
what
would be
it-
your third. So, all right. Let's go, guys. All right. So just quickly here. Again, we were able to get some good Apple fills again, but right here at the 200 period. So although we've taken hits on Apple because, eventually we got stopped out right there, I still like this for a push lower here. Let's just see if it wants to work. I'm not getting any Google short, although, oh man, GOOGL. I just need to maybe trade the other one so I don't type it in so many times. We were waiting for a little bit of a higher push here, and there I typed it wrong in E-signal as well. We were waiting for it to get closer to VWAP again, but as you can see there, it just hit 123 and didn't do anything about that level. So I feel like that's going to be pretty key level there, 123. We're gonna go short there on Google if it does come back up to that upside. We are short, of course, Apple, which doesn't seem to want to work. We'll put an offer at 123. I want to give this to 123.30 though on the top side for Google, which now it's starting to come back up. So maybe we'll just wait for that a little bit. We'll take something at 90, and then we'll take another little piece at O's, and then we'll take a lot more once we get up to that 123.30 area right there. Then watch out for VWAP, which is roughly at that 50 mark. So we could have just got short, but we didn't right there on Google. I like that one. All right, let's check out STEM. You want to talk about that one? Okay, shout out to the super chat there. Thank you for the $5, and a big shout out to Nick W right there. But STEM, is it on in New York? It must be right here, 540. Yeah. So let's see about that break right now on STEM. Move upside, obviously, there, up 7%, up 9%, 8%, 10%, as it keeps on climbing here today. $6. $6 was a good spot before, so here we go. We've seen this. Oops, maybe I can zoom this out just a little bit more again for you. We've seen $6 before on this name, so let's see if we can get there again. You're now taking out the 50 period. There's 550. Here's 614. So we did have some value there at 6. Back last June, we had a dip down to $6 as well. Of course, this is just STEM Inc. So nice little move there. I don't know what the news is on this name, but for right now, 6605 coming into play there. So I'd say watch out for that. It's a nice move to the high side for STEM, but if you're going to get out, $6, we've seen it already. Saw it there. That was the drop down to 4. We've already been here before, so I'd say watch out for $6. But thanks for bringing it to our attention. Another name moving here, STEM. I'd fade it at 6.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. I mean, obviously, a lot of times with those types of names, we always say but this is a level to fade. It's when it's already gone like that, you're usually looking at that those key levels where bag holders might be. I'm going to get to your super chat, Mr. A. Bear there on GME, but I will slap it. The fail, it was the third time, and it wasn't a charm on Tesla. We shorted that 200 level. The first time was probably the best, right in front of the number. Second time was decent scalp, but then it broke back out. Suddenly, this looks like a long again. So above that 200, I think you're looking for it to hold VWAP first, maybe calm down. The market has bounced off that support level. But Mr. A. Bear just said, your GME swing looks good, a break at 24.50. I mean, I don't know. Why not? Why not? We only ever talk about it when you bring it up. But when you look at something like this, come on, chart. Why do you hate me? When you look at something like this and you see it on the daily, yeah, it's making a higher low. It's trying to break that 24.50 level. It just has to get there. There's no catalyst. There's no volume today. But if that gets to that price, I mean, I'll probably be looking for a break there. It's a decent higher low consolidation. And just a couple of other things for you out there. Market going back up, Intel going back down. So it feels like Intel's a bit of an inverse to the market here, so to speak. And we just broke VWAP on NVIDIA. Looks like that long's coming back, Brendo.
VUZI, guys, blast from the past here. I haven't talked about this one for a while, but VUZX, if you remember, or I'll show you in a sec. Anyways, new collaboration to bring smart eyewear to customers for this one. Not Palantir, but VUZX on the move.
Well, Palantir is moving
Palantir
too.
is also on a little bit of a move.
Double top on Palantir right now.
Today as well. Oh, man, missing that Google bump was definitely a mistake. But look what happened now. We'll go awesome on this one because Ford came all the way back one more time. And here we go. Let's go. There we go. We got a 67 on Ford right now. So, you know, in what was a dip buy opportunity, it came again there. I missed that one, actually. Came twice just now. We were just at it. We could have added to it. I was waiting a little bit lower just in case 1240 came into play. But there we go. Two more outs. One at 64 or 65, one at 67, right in the middle. Now we'll hold out for 75s, but we are getting closer to being out of everything here on Ford with a nice move back up. I seem to can't get anything going right now. Apple's still just doing nothing. Let's just check out AMD, another name that continues to try to do something there. Okay, so now we're into the Google short. Here we go, a big kind of a pump, not big, but nice pump up now. Google just was, I was just looking at Google like, oh my God, it's all the way down here. Now what? So now that I'm short, I guess it's time to start screwing me over. So let's wait to see here. 122.93. We're short right now. Wow, now it's starting to go. That's okay. I mean, Google, we want this to go up to, we don't want it to go up because we're already short, but we don't have a huge position. We're waiting for that 123.30, which is right here. And then that's VWAP 123.50 to be wrong. So if we're wrong, that's where we want to be wrong on Google. We'll take a little bit now because it's just bumping pretty good here. Up to 12s. We'll see if we can get some more. But right now we're short on Google. Not the best price here at 93, but let's just see. There it is. We got another fill as we're getting, I don't know, this is a nice little upside move. We're going to watch out for 123.50. If that fills, fine, but we'll take some more short at 30. And now right now upside. And so does Apple. Apple going back up to the upside now too, as the NASDAQ maybe made that bottom at 14.4. So up 60 handles from there. We'll see what the NASDAQ wants to do, trying to build some shorts. We're still under VWAP here for NASDAQ, so we'll see if it wants to hold that. But the number is there. It's 14,480 or so, and we're getting close to testing that on VWAP.
Yes, sir. And speaking of, what's up, Brendo?
What's up, Brendo? How's it going, my guy?
It's all good, baby.
It's all good, man.
It's all good, man. Oh my goodness, I'm not even caught up in Better Call Saul. That's another.
I'm not even close to that
long.
one either.
I've been told it's really good.
Where is that one?
I
think I'm way behind on that, man.
Season 6, I want to say.
Oh
if
my
you guys
God.
are right, you guys let me know. Season 6, I think, on Better Call Saul was the last one. But Palantir, forget about VWAP. Start thinking 15 break, which I put my order in just now for the Palantir 15 break because, quite frankly, I'm just going to take it. If we break 15, I'm going long. But this trend is unbroken. I'm looking for somewhere to pick up Palantir on a dip as well. VWAP seems like it makes sense. You've double tapped 1420. Come to my chart, guys. You double tapped 1420. So I don't know if we go back there again. Let's look for the higher low, 1460, 1470. I really don't care. It's just wherever it happens to dip in front of VWAP and give you any kind of consolidation, it'll be worth it. And then a 15 break is going to be in store as well. Let's just see what happens with it. It's super strong in this market. I'm looking for that reload. Still looking to get more of Coin or Intel, but Intel's below VWAP. There's a little bit of a rollover on Coinbase off 63. I waited for the back end to put an order in. If I just sat at 63, I would have been filled. So I'm looking to get back into this one for that short trade as well. Amazon felt like it was going to break the high of the day, but now it's putting in a lower high as well. So no top break for Amazon. I almost still feel like there's a lot of short reload levels that are coming back in. And one long which set back up, which was NVIDIA. Now it's trying to do that over-under at VWAP. So I kind of looked at that move here. 409.5 is where it bounced all the way to 415. So I'm looking for that long at exactly the same price. Okay, maybe it's one of those things that like you get a little bit. Like I got a 410.22 price on the break of 410, so I just bid this at VWAP at that price. But I'm giving it to 409.5. And if it gets back to 15, I think I want to play this range. The market has been a little bit weak. But NVIDIA is putting in a higher low as opposed to back at those lows as the market gets close to that 14.4 again. So risking less than $1 on NVIDIA is not a lot, but this is scalp trade time anyways.
And I feel like I should have tapped that back end a little bit harder there because we missed that right there at 123. We got it, but we were in a little bit too early.
I see
right there, you see that? A little bit too early right there at 123.30. So yeah, we just got some out. We have our short position's fine. It's 123.26. It actually was 123.19. That's right where it is right now. That's where it is right there. So we're going to have to wait to see on this. We're red today, so we need to pull back in here for this market because we've just been guessing wrong on a lot of these names. But we should have guessed right on Apple. It went right up to 96 again. Now it's falling back, so let's take some more profit as it's coming back in right now on this one. So hopefully the back end for this is lower for Apple because, we've sort of suffered through this pull long enough right now. So we just get another 58 right there. Now it's coming back in to the short side. So there it is. We talked about this Google trade. Great job there, Daryl. That's exactly, so our fill didn't come in on Google till the top was 28, so we don't even have that 37. But it's right here right now, so we can get some more. But again, decent out there for Google. Watch out for that 123 high on that. I don't know, man. I'll take some more at 35, but 123.50. If today's not my day, everything we seem to take wants to at least test some higher levels or lower levels. Right now, like we did have Tesla, which was a great trade long, breaking through 200. And of course, we had the short right there into 200. And then we had a 198 talk about the long. That just came in again. This is why it's frustrating, man. The number one name here on the sticky note is Tesla long, 198. That happened twice. And both times gave you $4+. So frustrated here as here we go, man. Looks like Google wants to eat our lunch as well. But for now, let's go over to Brendan at the big desk.
Hey guys, busy morning. Few small caps to be aware of that are moving around as well. We talked about this Clarion briefly in the pre-market, but yeah, a bit of a fade so far today for this one. ACON, still up huge, was way more than that, 150+% in the pre-market. Ever since the open, 150 here, I'll zoom in a bit, 150 straight to the downside. We're all the way back to 110 for Clarion up on a new deal over in the UK, it looks like. AI, interesting move initially. For AI, we get above 40, it fails miserably, and now we're just kind of chopping around through 38 here for C3 AI. This one as well, BEAT is Heartbeam, new collaboration deal with Samsung announced this morning. Same thing, nice push through $3, but just absolutely collapsed on that number back to 240 for Beat. Sofi, another one we mentioned early on this morning. That, if you missed it as well, that deal that they reached, Biden and McCarthy reached over the weekend, has some student loan provisions in it, which it looks like for the short term anyway is going to be positive for Sofi, but a bit of a fade with the overall market as well, guys.
Speaking of fade, NVIDIA it's been trying to hold on to VWAP in there. I got a little bit greedy. I could have taken the dip to 412. I did not take the 412 out for a scalp trade, and now I'm just going to be out of it. It looks a little bit too weak. The shorts are back in, and the shorts, just to me, at this point, if we can't hold these lows, it gets pretty ugly on the NASDAQ, right? If you don't hold 14.4, you've got gap fill to the downside. The ES is at the low of the day and pretty close to going red itself. So you got to be able to respect that. I'm still working with the same two shorts from Ford. Just a quick look on NVIDIA, by the way. Remember why 400 matters, previous top, and you could still get a dip buy at 400 on NVIDIA, which I would respect. But until it happens, then we go back to the well. The well usually being this Intel. It's going to get a bid down out in front of 29.25 here. 29 even. If we get back to that low, I could see it bouncing off 29 one more time. But I think this market, it's trying to hold that bid, but the overall, I want to say, trend has been sell-off here a little bit, maybe more so on the ES than over in the NASDAQ. But whether it's Coinbase or Intel, those are the first two shorts that I like. I'm going to be looking to add back into these underneath VWAP if I can. And then, by the way, Amazon as well. Amazon off that lower high, it's starting to come back as well. So if it gets through 120 on Amazon, that gets pretty ugly down underneath there. Don't want to chase anything just yet. But these are levels, as they start to break, they're flat bottom breaks with large gaps to be filled, and how strong the market was last week, lots of room still to the downside. So Coinbase and Intel are the only things that I'm short right now. But man, NVIDIA just does not want to break 405. I might put a 405 defense if I see a level there. Oh, and Palantir, by the way, obviously, that 15 break will have to wait. I know Palantir pulling back off 15 again. So it got to 1493. I'll cancel my breakout. Don't need to have it in when it's off those levels. If it gets down to 1420, that could be a bit of a dip buy. I should be shorting the 15 level, to be honest with you.
Oh, man, what's up to Alfredo? What's up to Fabian today as well, running the 1s and 2s. Shout out to Prad. I've already said you should see the chat,
You don't get
man.
it, what's up?
I've already bigged Prad up a lot in the chat today, so I can't say what's up fast enough for this guy. You know, what's up to Prad, of course, everybody knows.
Oh, my gosh.
He's helping out, so Prad not only trader, but also can work those 1s and 2s as well. So shout out to Prad today. All right, so we are very, very close to getting stopped out of Google. Looks like we're going to be wrong on this one again, Daryl. I mean, I don't know. We just got some nice pullbacks down, and then it stopped again. So, like, as this market continues to go down, look how far off VWAP we are. Look how far off the 50 period. We're above all that on Google. So I think you just got to, like, whatever I do, you just kind of got to go the other way, because today, you know, we have the wrong names. Like, Google's been super weak, and we're not into it till it comes up to VWAP, and then now it wants to take it out. So some of these levels not really being respected. I got to give a shout out to Brian Shannon last week, who was on the show, and then I kind of geeked out. Like, he's like, Sean, I look at your sticky notes all the time. I'm like, what? Right there. So hopefully he did today, because there's been some good ones on there. Shout out to Brian Shannon and his anchored VWAP. We don't have that in our platform or anything like that, but we'll see. Palantir is a bigger tease than your last girlfriend, Mike P. Okay, I think that's probably a bad thing. So let's wait to see.
That sounds bad.
It doesn't. We don't have any trades on it. And I think that fade off of 15. You know, we did talk about that. We like that fade out there, and yeah, I was looking for a long break. It didn't get there, but maybe it's just the other way around there on Palantir. For me, man, I got bigger fish to fry right now, and it's Google, and it looks like we're going to get fried up right now because it's going to take out that 55 level and then downside from there, or upside from there. So yeah, right now Palantir, Google's bothering me. We'll take another short here, but we're very, very close to getting stopped out as Google just bucking the trend, of course, against the market right now as it's starting to go upside here on Google as we just sit here and wait to get roasted, I guess. Let's go. Hopefully this market can break lower, but for right now, Google's pretty strong upside. Apple's been good for us. We shorted Apple up here at 178. That was good. We did get stopped out, put some more on, and now we'll wait to see if this wants to continue. But again, just getting out at 50 here on Apple and trying our best with Google as that's fading out a little bit. We're short at 31. I'm just going to put some on the bid here, ease up a little bit on this position because we're very close. There we go. We took a 33. We're very close to getting stopped on this. So today's not been a good day for sure, and we're just trying to get some of this back. If it falls down, man, I don't want to have too many bids out. Like that was 5%. If it falls, we want to be in it, but we're definitely understanding that Google has some strength. So respect what you see in this market, that's for sure. Levels seem to matter, and if it's relatively strong, then you should be playing the longs. So right now we'll fade Google, but it's relatively strong now. So that's why our stop is pretty tight now with only a 20-cent stop. But if I have a 20-cent stop, we should be getting some out here for 20-cent winner, and that's just not happening. That's how we know it's not a great name to short so far, Google.
It ain't over yet, though. If the market if we break 14.4 in the NASDAQ, I don't think it's going to matter what the stock is. It's going to be a good short. Well, if it's in the tech space. Before we get to the crypto update, quickly, I want to get to this super chat here. Thank you very much again, Michelle Hebert. $11 super chat.
Wow, okay.
We don't ask for the super chats. We appreciate them when we get them. Thank you so much as well. Glad you're back, Neil. You went long Dillards here at 280. I know they're an American retailer. They are highly shorted. So they're buying back their stock, which is crazy, liquid on volumes. This is the sort of thing. It is very illiquid. So let's get that one out of the way. This is not a trading stock. This is probably like a swing or investment type stock. You're not day trading the stock at all, but you're in a pretty decent consolidation lower. Let's just go quickly to my trade ideas charting here because I want to have the weekly up. Like this double tapped 400 on the weekly and has been holding now a pretty key pullback price. If this doesn't get through like 260 pretty soon, I can see why you like the long. It needs to break back out though. It's still in that pullback trend. Maybe if it gets back here, you know, like 250, 260, that'll be a better zone for it, or just simply breaking out of its current consolidation. But it's pretty range bound the last little bit. Maybe a 300 break is the catalyst you're looking for. Just a lot has to happen for it. But that short interest, You know, it's one of those names where I'd be looking for something, be looking for a swing long. I don't know that it's at that point just yet, but you've got some obvious support that if you're scalping, if you're taking a swing and just giving it the recent support, you're not risking a heck of a lot. So I don't mind that when you're looking at one of those highly shorted names. Let's see what's going on in the world of crypto, Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, interesting day. Back to the downside, not only for equity markets, back to the downside a little bit here for BTC as well, which, by the way, is on track for its first monthly loss in 6 months. Quietly, it's been a while. But yeah, a pretty negative couple of weeks here for Bitcoin overall. That's the chart. So far today, we're back to the downside, as you can see. After breaking that 28,000, we got all the way up to 28,402 yesterday, and then a bit of a reversal as well. Still positive on the session, only just 0.2% for Bitcoin. 12-hour period here already red. ETH 0.5% to the upside. This Lena having quite a day, up 20%, but a bit of a mixed board, mixed start to the week along with stocks, guys, for crypto markets.
Me apart, Lena. I don't even know what Lena is, man. It's hard to keep track of these.
I mean, is it Pepe coin or I don't know?
I don't know. What was the new? No, it was another one. There was one after Pepe.
Was there another one before?
I thought there was another one after Pepe. I could be wrong, but you guys tell me what Lena is. I don't really know what it is. I am still in that Coinbase, and I feel like I was patient, but it's like you could always be more patient with these trades. So the daily, that's 63. If you're just tuning in for the first time, yes, every time there's a pop in Coinbase, look to usually fade it off an obvious resistance level. This is like 63.30. I think last week was that high. We got to 63.40 today. I was stopped out once. I got back into it. That was me making that top wick. I tried to catch that little curl there. Now I think we can activate shorts underneath 62. I think 60 is the obvious bottom here, and this time I will take it out if we get a 60 bottom on Coinbase. So I got my bid out there to see if we can catch it. But underneath VWAP sets up pretty well as well. We hold that consolidation, 14.4 goes. I think we can be playing that. I still have my Intel short. But man, oh, what is Meta? Meta's really battling right now. So this is a weird one. It's a very inside range, but all of a sudden, you're holding this higher low. You have a double bottom, like $3 from here, $2.50 from here. And then you have this weird 30, 40 cent battle going on at 265, where if this one catches a bid, it's still up that 1.2%. With the market a little bit tighter to that 14.4 low, I like anything putting in higher lows that can start to turn into a long. I don't love the fact that I'm seeing a similar thing on Intel. I missed the first curl. I just grabbed something here in front of 29.70 there. And if we get back into VWAP, maybe we scalp this one into VWAP, but I didn't catch that previous curl. Shorted it once at 70. We shorted it again in front. And then now on the back end, 29.70 here on Intel. This got some pretty key levels on it as well. I just feel it was overall weak right away when the market was ripping. Has yet to re-challenge those levels, but you're not really breaking the low. So this could be scalp range time. Forget about holding out everything for 29. This is now a short in front of 70, where I got to be covering 50s and 40s and 30s on the way in, respecting every 10 cents on this name. And I do still want to be trading Palantir. I made 0 trades on it yet. It's just made its bounce off VWAP. Okay, so we wanted something for a dip buy. It's just presented itself here. Now you're getting a consolidation in the 70s. I can risk it back underneath the VWAP to try and grab something in the mid-60s here on Palantir. The 15 break will just have to wait.
Yeah, shout out to Crypto Gangsta right now. We're talking about some crypto right now. But yeah, we got excited for Tesla being on here 198 long. And then you're asking the same question I'm asking. Like, why not trade it at that level? Like, I don't know. I thought, this morning, and that's part of it. I just have to stick with sort of the rules that we developed. By the way, new position alert, Micron. We just took out 10% at 29s. We shorted 47s or 45s. So let's see if Micron wants to make that move. It's been a downside play right there coming up to VWAP. So I feel like we got a nice little bounce here, especially if these markets want to fail right now. We did get stopped out of Google, finally broke the top there. And we kind of... This one was okay because we really identified that it was strong, so there's not much damage there. And every time we were doing really good. Like we just got some out at 123.15 before having it to break upside. You guys saw me trading this. Now I guess we just leave it alone and wait till it does top out a little bit somewhere now. And the name that did fall down was Apple. So Apple put some more money in the bank on that one. Ford, yeah, went up there. Like I said, we're almost out of it. We'll wait for 1250 to come in, but Micron, I mean, I was going to get out of VWAP break of I thought VWAP 75 or so, but now it's up here at 80. So we'll watch out for that. That's a level right there, 84, 85. So watch out for Micron. It's only 1040, so day is still pretty young, but Micron just comes ripping right back up to that upside for sure right now. So Ford, Micron, Apple. Oh, one name that we haven't looked at, Microsoft, MSFT right now. We'll look at that one. 333. Yeah, okay, so yeah, just now going red to green. Microsoft, huge move off, wow, look at that level there, 330, 331. Nice little level for Microsoft, and just going green to red as well. 33.25, top wick right there against VWAP. So I don't know, man, the market is still low, but there's been a lot of pullback here for a lot of these names. So Microsoft is just another one of those ones. Right back into VWAP off of a huge move down today. Started the day at 337, all the way down to 330, now blasting up. Just trying to bounce off that VWAP of 333.25 or so right there. I like that short, but it's got to work up a little higher than where we are right now. As there goes Micron, took a little bit of profit, now giving some back. Let's see what Micron wants to do. I don't mind that Microsoft short. But what's the NASDAQ doing, man? It's just hovering around right now, bouncing off 14.4. If anything, and maybe it wants to get back up. So watch out here as the market's starting to go now. So is Micron. Nice upside move. Let's get those shares back that we just sold on Micron for a little bit higher now.
Yes, sir. And look, you were talking about Micron, similar move there happening in Intel. You'll see me now out of it. So I'm out of Intel for the first time today. I've been short pretty much the entire morning, but it could not hold on to that 29.70 higher low, so lower high, I should say. If we do get back up to the opening range $30 level, that's probably worth a fade. Coin's still holding on pretty decently, and Palantir, I just said it was going to give you some fills down there in front of VWAP, and then I waited for it to bounce, consolidate. I got some bids in there in the 70s. I might not get these. You're now closer to that. You're back close to that 15 level, so my 15 breakout trade is going to be back in play. I'm just going to play that break whenever it comes. If I see 15 go and I don't have that 01, 02 long, I'll be upset with myself. It's super strong and has been stronger than most names all morning long. Higher lows, which means I'll buy the dip if we can, but sometimes you just got to grit your teeth and take the breakout. I got away from C3AI when it failed at 41, the 40 breakout at 41, and then it bounced almost perfectly off 35.5. So sometimes you got to go back to the well. This was that high in the daily, 35.5. That's where everything started. Today on C3AI, looking for that initial dip into it, and then you get the double bottom. This on another breakout. This is set up that you could take a top break. You could take a consolidation. I'm not there just yet. I think maybe one more shot for some underfills at VWAP before I chase this. I just like Palantir a little bit more. I see in the chat, why is Pinduoduo tanking?
Really?
Well, I'm going to guess, okay, Alibaba's weak today, so that's first guess number one as to why PDD is tanking. I haven't looked at it, but Alibaba's down 2% and is relatively weak. That's probably dragging a lot of these names down. So Pinduoduo, while having a good report and a strong day on Friday, on Friday, it's tanking, but it hasn't given back. Well, it has given back almost everything from the open on Friday, but not the entire move. So it bounces off that 66.5 level. I think it's just gapped up, relative weakness in some of the Chinese ADRs. There was one bad print in terms of some unemployment data, youth unemployment out of China, which could be dragging everything down. So looks like it's just a case of following Alibaba as we go to Brennan for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, still holding on to positive territory for the S&P 500. We'll show you why here. A bit of a mixed board overall, though. 0.18 currently, 0.17. Tough to see at the top there, but we are still positive, all thanks to, tech. A little more red starting to creep back into this group, however, specifically semiconductors. Micron downside right now. ON Semiconductor downside right now. AMD 2.3% downside, but AVGO, NVIDIA, Enphase for solar and Qualcomm all offsetting that, and then some. Hardware names showing mostly green outside of STX there in the red, down almost 4%. Apple among the gainers today, 1.3% in positive territory. Pretty much everything in software land positive on the day, including Autodesk, ADSK, nice day. Consumer discretionary names helped by, Ford and Tesla having pretty good days. 4.2, 3.5% for both to the upside. Some of the travel names coming back to the upside after, you remember back on Friday, it was a pretty red day. RCL, NCLH, 1.7, 1.6. But look at the casinos and hotels here. MGM, Caesars, Las Vegas Sands, Domino's down there as well, and Wynn, all downside. Energy, we saw oil almost 4% in the red. The entire group negative right now. Material stocks and consumer staples as well in the red. Some of the regional banks here, that's Comerica, 7%. Some of the regional banks back under pressure after this deal was reached over the weekend as well, guys.
I knew I was going to get wicked out on Intel and then missed the re-entry.
I hate those wicks.
It's not really a wick out because it broke the top. It's more that I missed the short off the previous high. So I don't mind the stop out because I didn't want to hold it all the way to the next high. I just thought you'd get closer to 30 before you kind of did the first quadrante back down in, and it just dropped 20 cents. On Intel, that's where you're looking to take that profit out. So you are getting a chance to get back to that trade. Tesla might be giving up 200 again. So I've been playing, the only trade I've been making off on Tesla earlier was that 200 level when it looked like a short underneath, but then it holds that 198 you were talking about, Sean.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't, look, if we don't hold 200 here, I think you're playing 200 to 198 again, and if you're playing that short, you're looking for a break of 198, holding on to a piece of it, but we're not there just yet. Coinbase is headed to 60 even. Looks like we're going to probably get that. NVIDIA, I don't know, now NVIDIA has gotten pretty boring. $3 range on a $4 stock, $400 stock, I don't like. But I see Snowflake, a lot of people talking about Snowflake. So look what's breaking out in front of Palantir. So Palantir hasn't broken that high just yet, but Snowflake sure darn has. Higher lows all the way through. This is breaking out tops. 200 period now come and gone today. You've still got room. If you look at this on its, sort of, I don't want to call it a quadrante, pullback. It's a decent quadrante, I guess. But you've still got a level here at 158 before you start filling in the gap. So that was the consolidation bottom after market. You then put in a couple lower highs and another one in here today. 158 has to go. That's a strong looking move. We break 158. Anywhere in that gap is reasonable. I think the breakout looks pretty solid there. I'm still going to take the Palantir breakout at 15 even, but that 158 looks pretty darn juicy as well over there on Snowflake. So we'll acknowledge that one. Some serious strength in those two names going together.
Yeah, Palantir, Snowflake. It took, so there's an interesting thing here. It took Microsoft 44 years to hit the trillion. It took Apple 42 years. It took NVIDIA 30 years. It took Amazon 24. It took Google 21 years. And the winner, Meta, 17 years to hit that $1 trillion mark.
Meta.
So shout out to Meta right there. Okay, so again, the market continues to make shorts look a little foolish, that's for sure, right now. But Micron, thankfully, pulled back. So out of any of the names right now the market's starting to go back up to the upside, and we're trying to get positive. We're still positive, but you're trying to take out the 50 period right now on a move back up right there. But there it is right here. Micron made a move right back in. Our best outs, I think we got something, we didn't get anything. We might have got a 30 or 40. We got it for some 40s, but there it is, busting back up to the upside right now goes Micron. So again, out of about a third of it, would have loved to get out of more, but it just didn't break. It didn't get lower right now. So, and we're in a new position right here. It's Microsoft. As that name continues, we talked about some key levels for Microsoft, 3305 right now. Let's see if we can take something out here, as we haven't had the greatest follow through today on some of my ideas. So if Microsoft can fade out, we'll like that, and we'll take some fills on a fade down here for softies. So let's see if Microsoft and Micron Both want to fade just a little bit here off of VWAP. Hopefully the market will pull back. It's all about the market, that's for sure. So we need that to work for us if anything is going to work. And then right now as well, look at this Apple fill that we got. We got an Apple fill down here at 177. We actually got 177.04. So that's a really good fill for us down there on Apple. So pretty proud, not proud, proud's the wrong word, but pretty happy that it went down there to give us that fill down there for Apple. As now, you know, we don't want to be short everything, but there oh shoot, there goes Microsoft. We again took some out. Quick little trade there through VWAP as everything's getting excited now to the upside. There goes Microsoft. It looks like Micron will try to join them, but Micron's battling right now at 60s, so hopefully to the downside. That Microsoft's okay. That's a cup of coffee, but that's too bad because, again, a turn down. I feel like we had a good spot. We got a few outs there at 333 off that short, but there it is. Nice move, breaking back higher. So, yeah, and a day of frustration for me continues there as Microsoft goes to the upside. Let's see if Micron wants to hold right now. Our out's going to be here at 75, so we're watching out for that on Micron as that's still going. Wow, that Microsoft, man, just wait for VWAP to break or whatever. Microsoft now higher. So if we just went long at 333, we'd be a jam, but nice move to the upside right now as we're trying to lick some of these wounds on some trades. Not working out. Ford still 9 cents in the money as there goes Micron. Look, tried to go, now breaking higher. I feel like that 14.4, man, although the NASDAQ's barcoding, a lot of these names trying to go higher. So
yeah, it's bouncing off that level.
Definitely, yeah, mistake going short right now, it seems like anyways. But Micron we're still fine on. But Microsoft, huge move right there. What's up, Warren Buffett? That's funny.
Warren Buffett?
Yeah, no, I don't have NVIDIA. No, I mean, I feel like NVIDIA is not doing anything. I mean, if anything, I guess for like sort of where you were getting long was fine. But
Look at it now, though.
I know.
What are you
this
doing
is what
with
they
that?
did all last week. They just kind of hung out here.
I see that's the thing. Like, well, if you just saw Sean's chart, what are you doing with NVIDIA at those prices? Not a heck of a lot.
No.
I don't think you're doing a heck of a lot with it. But I saw Bonkzilla bring up the level 2 quotes on AMD. So I don't see anything in particular on AMD that's standing out to me. There's been a few like decent size sellers in front of 126. Like you see them pop up for like 4,000 or 5,000 shares every now and then, but 126. Like I've seen a few size orders. Maybe that's what you're talking about, but it's also consolidating here, and this looks relatively weak. I mean, obviously I'm out of Intel. I'm not happy with it, guys. I took the L on that reload, and not a very good reload it was. I'm trying to get back to that short, but this is a weaker name right now, AMD relative to Intel. It never broke VWAP. That 126 is a bit of a level. You can look at it consolidating off of here. The market's trying to bounce. I kind of like the risk to reward on this short. All I got is the Coinbase on that I want to hold on to here. But yeah, I don't see anything gigantic, but I do see a decent size. Every now and then, like some size offers would come in there, and it doesn't seem to want to break that 126. So I should have actually just punched short instead of just explaining that. But I'll take something hopefully in the 70s. If I chase a little bit to the 60s, I want an average price in the 75 range if we do get it. So I'm looking for that short in AMD. I wouldn't carry this one to VWAP. It's more of a scalp at this time with less than 10 minutes to 11 o'clock.
Wow.
Yeah, this has moved pretty fast. And yeah, Crypto Gangster, Coinbase is slowly tanking. Remember, I had to take the L on that one first. I try to be really patient with Coinbase and still ended up with the front end of the move. It'll happen to you sometimes. So I'm into this AMD only because I like this. Give it a few shekels past that 126. Short this consolidation. If the market holds the bottom, great for the market, but bad for this AMD. But it's limited risk in here, not even holding it into VWAP. And if you're looking for a long, there's always a Palantir 15 break.
Ooh, baby.
We're back at 92, man. So, like at some point it's going to make that break, and I'm just going to be long at 0102s. I feel like this could be it.
NVIDIA back to VWAP. I mean, we just talked about that. Trying to go 410, trying to break out right now. There's 410. I mean, 410.80 maybe the top. We've wicked higher, 410.30, 410.40. We just did it again right there, which is why I sort of brought that to my attention. Just trying to hit some of these wicks. So we're going to have to watch out for that 411 right now. So we're going to wait for that play coming through. Oh, we're doing that again? Oh, I have no idea either. I don't know. I thought maybe Max was going. Okay, so Micron right now, this is pulling back a little bit. We still have some shorts here on Micron. So we'll get another piece out at 55. We are close to getting stopped out. So let's see a pullback right now down to 72.50 for this name. So we're going to watch out. We're back into Microsoft because of this 334.25 or so area as a stop. Again, big time movement. 335 is the 200 period, but right there, it's this little level of 324.25 or so. We'll have to get that short. Micron's coming back in though nicely for us as well. So there comes Micron. We already took that out. Looks like we're gonna eat our words here on Microsoft. It's getting spicy to the upside, but it is now a little late. But it's money talks coming straight at you. So let's go over to the big desk with Brendan.
Bit of a pullback, guys, for the U.S. dollar to kick off the week here. A holiday shortened week, obviously. Dollar downside to the tune of about 0.15% right now on a daily chart. You can see it's just been straight to the upside over the past couple of weeks here, heading into what we hopefully, anyways, got over the weekend, a deal to settle this debt ceiling negotiations. 0.16 downside, 0.2 for the euro as a result. Back higher. This has done the opposite over the past couple of weeks, all the way back to 107. Frank Caberna coming up this afternoon on the show. We'll get his opinion on what this means overall as far as the debt ceiling negotiation is concerned. Canadian dollar back to some significant support here as well, trying to bounce back higher, but it is red on the day. 0.5% for the pound. Japanese yen having a nice day on some policy talk. 0.5% to the upside as well. Mixed, though, overall for currencies, guys, to start the week.
So
we're never giving that guy up, that Frank Caberna.
We're never giving Frank up.
No.
And he never lets us down.
No, he never does.
The level on pounds here at 15 is it's a little bit large. So
yeah, I missed that.
I got in and out of that AMD pretty darn quick. The second I was in it, that 126 area is just ceased to hold. I don't know if I can scroll far enough. It's going to be hard to see because not all the books are going to load up this far away now that it's down in the 80s. But I want to call it 2 million shares on the offer. Maybe a tad more than 2 million shares on the offer. Palantir, when it gets back up there again, there's one book on EdgeX that's 1.6 million shares. You can see it very briefly. So that changes the litmus a little bit. Like I will short this at like 97, 98, 99 if whatever price I'm able to get. It got to 96 just now. I'll short right in front of it. I still like the breakout, still going to take the breakout, but I'll be short it before reversing into it, just for a scalp trade. We're going to scalp some out. If we get 97, 96, I'm getting out at 92, 90, 91s, holding some for the 80s, but that trade will be on for me as well here on Palantir. Just want to make sure we can get in and get a decent price. You're risking a couple of cents. Like if you get 97, 98, okay, you're risking 4 or 5 pennies.
94s.
And it's not even getting to 99. You're not even seeing that price. Because everyone sees a massive order at that level and wants to short in front, right?
Oh, man, I really hope this does not go bad for us right now. Look at this order. I mean, Neil just showed it to you. 1.7 million or so on EdgeX alone. And we'll wait to see what happens at the book feed level as well when it comes back down. But just to see where we dropped out. So we went short. We just pulled back all the way to 85. So let's just put a bid now near 85. See if we can get out of a little bit if it does pull back down. And that's what we're going to do. We'll short a little bit more in front of 90 or in front of O's. Like 97, I feel like is pretty good trade. Let's just see if Palantir fades off of 15. Sometimes when there's that big size there, it goes there for a reason and wants to hit it. It's not that many shares in the scheme of things because it's done 70 million today alone. So, yeah, we got to watch out for that one. All right, and what was a good pullback, we were finally able to get a little rewarded now. We'll go positive on Microsoft today. Good pullback. We did short up here. We waited pretty patient there. We got a 15 fill, which was great. And that's what's coming in for us right now, Microsoft on a pullback down. Okay, was that a call for Brennan? If so, we can go. All right, earnings board, let's go. U-Haul. Yeah, we never trade that one.
Ever.
HP? Maybe.
Sometimes.
Advanced Auto Parts?
I
don't
feel
know,
like
man.
this is it might be a little bit of nothing burger. The one we care about
Josh
later
Donaldson
this week is
there,
going
I
to
see.
be Josh Donaldson. Oh yeah, Donaldson. Donaldson filtration systems.
Yeah.
I don't know them. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal.
That one might not be.
Like maybe something like an AAP out there. I'm just double checking with Advanced Auto Parts. Yeah, there's not much of. It's a low enough float sometimes that one can be a move. I've seen it move before. But yeah, that's a bit of a nothing burger. CRM is going to be the one that we care about. Only 90 seconds to go. I did not get that fill. I'm glad you got it because I was on the offer at 95 and didn't get 95 on Palantir. I had offers at 97, didn't get that. But you're seeing it start to pull back. Like that's the scalp trade you're looking for. Like on a 15 level with a size like that, you're just looking to play that rinse and repeat it over and over again until it breaks. I'm only in Coinbase that we're holding out for a 60 break on. I have a trailing stop just above 61 for that. But the next game in town is going to be going over and over again at this Palantir 15 until it breaks. Now you're shorting it till it breaks, and I think you're looking long on said break. The other name in that space was Snowflake. As I'm sitting there waiting for Palantir 15 to go, the 158 break on Snowflake happens, and it's already tested 159. So this doesn't even have a red candle in the last hour, or the last half an hour, I should say. It's all green on Snowflake. If you pop the 15 up, that's what a trend looks like. It's a strong one. I suppose we're looking at a 160 break. Maybe if it pulls back in, there could be like you could still maybe have a couple of dollars back into like 56, 57 on a dip buy. But I think you're waiting for the next break to happen. Palantir 15 is right now going to be the game in town, though.
Yeah, we're finally $1 in the money, so we'll spin this a little bit here for Microsoft as it's coming back down finally for us. Microsoft pulling down, so we've got shares on this one, so it's all good. And then just to update here, there it is. We're now getting some more out on Palantir as it hits 84. So as Neil said, yeah, sometimes you got to step in front a little earlier. That was risky. We could have got some more at 95, of course, but we're already short at 94. So let's just take some fills as we push down here. And look at this, man. It's just really dancing. I'm just taking out like pieces every time here because look at this. Now right back to 88, 89 and still going. So still making moves here downside. So let's see what happens. It's a pullback on Palantir. It's a pullback pretty aggressively now on Microsoft as that's touching the 50 period. So maybe we'll put a bid out there somewhere on Microsoft down here in the 80s, just touching the 50 again. So let's go and see where we go on this name. Microsoft, nice pullback down. And made a little bit of money here on some of these shorts, but was not a great day overall, man. Ford's been pretty good. Ford's bouncing back up to the upside, just now hitting 1270. So we'll put another offer here on Ford. Palantir all the way back right now as well. So there goes Palantir, another reload opportunity upside. But all right, without any further ado, let's go over to Sharif at the desk. Neil will be joining him soon. It's Sharif, Neil, and Max. Let's go.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif, and Neil will be here in a minute. Obviously, where are we? We are at an interesting level on the ES. We are hanging out at 42.20. Let's bring in the chart, and I'll explain why. I'm getting right to the futures because I am now embroiled in a triple Q along, trying to build a position here off the theory that we will hold 14.4. Now, quickly looking at the ES level, because the ES has definitely been the less volatile of the two. The level we've been kind of holding is this 42.20. Not much of a level on my chart going back, except to say maybe that 42.21. Yeah, earlier in the pre-market. On much less volume, obviously. Let's see what we do here. I'm looking for a hold. Quickly, where are we on the future? So, my position, you won't see it on the board until I take a fill, but I'm long 350.95 on the QQQs. Where's my target? Well, call me ambitious, but I'm looking for a 14.550 touch. That basically was the area where we peaked out in the pre-market. Now, we'll have to get through that 14.475 level. That's VWAP on my chart for the NQ June contract. We're dancing there now. So this is a critical level. Do we break through here? We've been curling. We kind of formed a bottom right in front of that 14.4. Neil mentioned it in the morning show. Sean mentioned that 14.4 in the morning show as well. We're holding it now. I'm looking for a curl up. I won't take any out. So almost a dollar in the money. Long 95s, we're at 75s now, looking for continuation through the whole dollar, which is 52s. The reason I'm taking the Qs is more of a strategy to try to kind of play the equity play rather than the future. So I can kind of scalp more out, right? When you're taking the futures contracts, you know, you're kind of limited into how many you can scalp out. Adam, what's up, Adam? What's the first thing that pops in your head when you hear the word Wolves? Wolverhampton Wolves, Neil, they got shellacked 5-0 by Arsenal, but didn't mean much.
That's the first thing that came into your mind?
He knows why, because he's hinting. He's from
We're
England.
traders, so usually like
He
Wolf
talks
of Wall
to me
Street,
about
maybe.
No, because it's coming from Adam, right?
Okay.
It's contextual here. Adam was
Ooh, contextual.
yeah, he's a
la-di-da.
fellow footy fan. So shout out to Adam. Yeah, Arsenal beating up Wolverhampton.
Oh my God, Palantir's right here.
And Leicester getting relegated. Eek. I know that doesn't
Can
mean
we not
much
talk
to you.
about Leicester for a second?
Yeah. All right, go for it.
So
bro.
how you?
How are you, man? Thank you for coming back on the show. I'm really happy to have you. I know you had a sick trip.
It was great. I have my family in England. They live in Leicester, so that's where my cousin played for Leicester, and then he went to Liverpool. Emil Heskey. But
What?
I told you that you know
I know.
this. It's like
Sometimes, you know,
I had a lot of cousins, man. My grandfather was a busy man. But Palantir, I'm not set up, but Palantir's at 15 right now, so
Yeah.
I actually need to get set up so you guys can see the levels. But I'm short at 97. You guys can see that 97. I still have to set up here, but it is at that level. Oh my goodness, can I even show you a chart? No, I don't have it set up just yet, but it's at that level right now. Trust me.
Trust me, bro. Should I take over
go-
for
yeah,
a bit?
just give me a second. I'm
Okay,
just trying to
so
get
now
set up.
we're coming to a critical level here on the NQ. June contract, let me bring in the chart and talk a little bit about this level. This is the VWAP level, you know, take it for what it is. I care about VWAP 14. Here we go, baby. We're breaking through it. Do we get continuation momentum? We're getting a positive move on the ES as well. Where are we on the triple Qs? We're $1 now plus in the money on the QQQ. I ain't selling. I'm holding. I think we should, you know, if we break this
price?
VWAP level, I got 30.95s, 350.95s, excuse me.
Oh yeah.
So no, less than $1 in the money now as we flirt with the whole dollar level at 52s. We'll have to see if we get continuation here. But I waited until a bottom was formed again in front of 14.4.
Did you though?
Yeah, I did. I know you like to make me question myself, but yes, I did. I liked the way that it traded. It kept getting bought up. You saw a succession of higher lows, and now we're getting a VWAP touch. Now we're at a critical level. I hope we do break out and get continuation. I don't know if we hear maybe anything with respect to if they have the votes. I know that was an issue this morning.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I know they had a
the
deal,
timing,
but did they have the
There's a deal,
votes?
but there's a vote still has to happen. So I mean, there's still a lot that has to go on for until it's like
rejection
a
here.
done deal. But the Palantir for me is going to be the next trade. I will tell you that I got Trill out of Coinbase. I'm still just there's my last time in sales setup. So Palantir just got to 15 on a dime. I still have a 97 half price. I got one fill up there at 99, maybe take one more, but I'm going to scalp some out in front of 90s. If we see 1490 again, for sure. But this is eventually, you don't come to a level like that and not break it. So I am acknowledging, I think we break this level, and when we do, I am looking for the long on Palantir. So I'm looking to reverse from short to long. You risk a couple of pennies to try and make a couple shekels there as well.
Shekels.
It's still a decent size level. We want to be able to respect it. I'm now at a Coinbase. You guys will see that. That actually trailed out for me. Got it out at 61. And sometimes this will happen where like I put my trailing stop consolidation as the market's bouncing and it doesn't look good in the moment, but I'll respect it. I end up taking the L first and jumping back into the short on that. But it's going to be a Palantir story for me. I know Snowflake is already gone. And maybe this, if you're looking for strength, if you just went long Snow on the 158 break or off the 158 level, chasing that move, it's a little bit better than waiting around for Palantir at 15 even. But you know, I see a couple million shares on the offer. As a day trader in a $15 stock, you're going to trade around that level. But Snowflake's strong move, it hasn't even slowed down at any point. Not even sure you get a 15 dip, sorry, a 158 dip. You could even see a 160 break simultaneous with Palantir's 15 break level.
Gotcha.
And I had to grab myself a muffin, man, because I got so used to.
You said you had too many carbs in Paris. What are you doing?
And your point being, that's the whole idea. Man, I was eating a croissant like every freaking morning.
Chops,
it's
Buster.
like, oh my goodness, like so much bread. And now I'm hangry right now. So
I love it.
As I trade Palantir here, looking for that first fill on the bid, if you see me chewing, apologies. I just gotta have something. It's like
You're good to go, man.
I don't know. I don't even know what kind of muffin it is, but it looks okay.
All right, so I'm looking for some indication as to where we're heading here on the future, looking at some of these big caps. So pays to have a look at the big six, I call them. Come to the chart, boys, because here we go. This is the chart on Meta. Let's add that commentary in. I know I always have to do this every time. Meta.nq. All right, so Meta, up 1.25%, but we're below VWAP. You want that continuation through 266, ultimately to create a new high through 267. We've been creating a series of higher lows here, accumulating at VWAP for a possible top break, looking for a Q on that. This one not the strongest of the bunch. The other look here, Amazon, also accumulation of higher lows, looking to take that top out with the general market. Let's go ahead and add that in. Amazon.nq.
Like a carrot muffin.
Yeah, so we had a lot of accumulation at this level, gapping up from Friday's close. At that 121.75, looking to take that 122.5 top. You got to think that that's where the higher high is. Ultimately 123, looking for continuation. All right, what's the other look here? You saw Sean dancing with Microsoft, right? He got that top there at 334 and change, almost a quarter. Now coming into that critical level, 332.90, 333. That's Friday's close, where we're relatively weak on our friend Microsoft because we're only up 0.11% on the day, while the other names have been much stronger than that. But Microsoft holding up at the moment. It's also dancing with VWAP at that level. And then Tesla, much the same here with Tesla and Apple, also with Google looking to go green at 124.50. So, you feel like we're at a point of decision here, both on the future and on some of these levels here.
Big levels.
On the NQ Neil.
I mean, these are pretty big levels. There's no question about it. And obviously, I know I'm going to be looking at only one here, currently Palantir, because I'm not back into any Tesla or NVIDIA just yet. I could see the opportunity to get back into maybe like an Intel or a Coinbase. But until it happens, I got one fill, by the way. So I got one fill down there at 93. I put a little more aggressive bids in the low 90s because everybody is, like basically everybody that's shorting this is taking out that first, like it goes 98.99. And then they're just trying to take that 5 or 7 cent scalp. So that's the game right now. So you got to participate in it until it breaks. I think it has a decent chance to break. I want to get back to NVIDIA just very quickly because that has been the engine that's been, sort of taking the whole market up. It's got like sideways consolidation now, but looking a little bit stronger. So the market holding those lows. I think this one has a decent chance that we could see another run at that high of the day. It never broke beneath 405. It held that $1 trillion valuation, which is, I think, a big deal. So it showed support at that $1 trillion number. That's always going to be a big deal for a stock like this. So just a quick other note, because I was in that AMD, like right before we sort of came over, there was a seller on AMD at 126. And I decided to short off of that consolidation there. Bit of a tight stop, but what a reversal that actually was. So this probably should have been just a straight up reversal once it got past that. AMD looks strong. It's going red to green and now holding green. If the market wants to stay green today, I see this as like a super weak name all morning. And if you can start to hold VWAP, it's going to look pretty fantastic as well. So I'd put that into the bucket of looking for an area to try to grab along if this market wants to be in the green side.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of very similar patterns of higher lows, right?
Just all higher lows in here, right? Like that's when I see that, it's hard to want to look short unless the stock is at a very big level.
Exactly.
Like you could have higher lows all you want, but if it's at a monster level, I'm probably going to short it first. I'm just trying to get I want to get a fill here off of that 99 level again. See if I can't get some more Palantir up at the top. Gimme. Some Palantir anyways. I didn't flip over to the stock because I wanted to make sure I didn't miss that fill. On the offer at 99 to just reload what I got out there at 93. And of course, the second I do that, I don't even get it. I was trying to pay pay a rebate. You
Pay
don't
the
pay a
man.
rebate, you pay the fee by posting on a reverse model gateway.
Yeah.
So I was trying to do that up at that 98 level or 99 level to try and reload. If we can't get it, we can't get it. But this scalp trade has been more of the 5 to 7 cents, unless you got that first one where it was about 15. Eventually, I think it does break. I'm going to get bids out there just on the off chance that it kind of smacks a few bids before we get this one refilled. But that 15 breaks, still awaiting it on Palantir. I think a lot of traders, this is going to be one of those levels where a lot of traders are doing exactly the same thing. So you might have to give it a little bit of room on that initial breakout.
All right, we're still doing the same thing here where some of the bigger names are at breakout levels and some are, you know, they're breaking through those levels, some are not. For example, Amazon looking to take 122, dancing with it now. Likewise with Meta, looking to stay above that 265.50, even test 266. But you're seeing some weakness on Tesla and you're seeing some weakness on Apple as well that are retracing, that are not really helping the NQ go. In fact, you're seeing the ES look quite weak at the moment, really hanging out at that 42.20, but it is forming a base. You're seeing consistent buying coming in around there. 42.14, technically, that's the low of the day on the ES, which is also very similar to Friday's close, which is that 42.13 area. So 1 point separates them, essentially the same level on the ES there on the low. Looking much weaker, definitely, because, you know, this has been a story where it's been 7 names that have sometimes 7, sometimes 6 that really have been lifting the NQ and have been responsible for the majority of the gains on the year, and the rest have been dormant. They've been asleep. They've been
dormant.
Yeah, you got it, baby.
That's not. I mean, it's not. That's not
When you
word
look
of the
at
day
the-
territory.
Nah,
but I think you're working back up to it.
I'm
there.
working into it, you know? No,
Just a
but yeah, I got my mind's a little.
Just a couple of things there. I see is Sai, what is the process to become a trader at Day Trade the World? And any second now, Bears versus Bulls, who's like the greatest moderator on YouTube,
Yeah,
by the
watch
way,
this.
is going to make sure we get the link out for you so you can follow that process. There's offices all across the world, so it could be either joining an office or it could be opening your own, but you're going to want to make sure you get that website. So Bears versus Bulls is already on it. The thing is, I already know. Like I know you were going to get it, but I just figured I'd shout you out there because why not? I haven't had the opportunity to. And as we come back into some key levels, Tesla back underneath VWAP. So that 200 keeps on challenging it. It's got some higher lows as well, but you're now forming a bit of a wedge pattern on Tesla. I mean, 198 is the level. The 200, I think, is come and gone. I shorted the 200 level because it was the first consolidation after it failed the high. Now it almost doesn't matter. Now you're just waiting for the 190, 198 level. But here comes Palantir. Again, I know this is like the same stock over and over again, but until it either breaks this level or gives us a real bigger pullback here, I think this is going to be, I just got some fills out there. I got a third out in front of that 90 level. And we'll keep on rinsing and repeating off of this until we either get down in testing VWAP again or we're breaking that 15 high. So this is what it's all about. It's scalp trading and pretty much all scalp trading. Tesla back underneath that 200. I mean, I keep looking over at that snowflake, man. And I Palantir at that 15, but Snow here still holding near that high of the range. It's starting to dip back in. The reason I said 158 doesn't look like a level here on the 3-minute, but if you pop back over, thank you very much, on my 15-minute chart, when this gap down, it held a consolidation at that 58 level. So holding above 158 would be the way to confirm that breakout. So if this bounces, I'm looking for that 58 to be the bounce on Snowflake, and that could come in pretty quickly here. But that resistance on Palantir, there's a reason it's the only stock I'm in, and probably everyone on the floor, I'm assuming, is looking at the same thing. Short 98.99. I started maybe early at 97, and then just try to hang on for some. I don't think you get all the way down to 14.20 necessarily, but you don't have to. You're risking 3 or 4 cents, and so you're taking some out when it gets to 1.5 to 2 to 1. You're holding some for a bit more than that. That's just the nature of the day trade here. So it's a pure scalp trade more than anything else.
Weakness coming in here on the future and on some of these big cap names. I'm seeing weakness on Tesla and Apple, and a little bit on Microsoft now going red on the day. We had the ES touch 42.12. It's actually back into 42.14 territory, 2 points off. Sean hitting the bang there. I guess he short something. Palantir short.
Baby.
And Microsoft all the way down and Meta, and Apple. Okay, so there you go. He's got the gauntlet there. But we just touched 42.
Short the Qs.
Yeah, short the Qs, they say. So where are we at here on the Qs? We're still, where are we at? We're 30 pennies in the money. We were $1 in the money, and now we've retraced down. We're still at that higher low status on the NQ. So do we get bought up? In fact, on the ES, we did touch that bottom and curl back up. Weaver Welder, $10 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Just wanted to say thank you. Love the show. Made over $4,000 on ENPH. CSPs, I don't even know what CSPs are. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I'm up over $1,000 on AI CSPs this morning. This show makes me a better and more patient trader. Thank you. No, thank you, my friend. And thank you for those kind words. And we do appreciate you tuning in. Obviously, we don't grow unless you participate. That goes without saying. So thank you very much for that.
It's a symbiotic relationship.
There it is. There it is. There it is. Give me that. Give me that.
We grow the community by look, we're just trying to provide whatever value we can, entertainment, hopefully some education, and then we're going to let you know what's going on in the market. But it's symbiotic. If you guys don't get anything out of the show, then hey, man, it's not any good for us. So we want to make sure we continue that. It's just like trading. I say this a lot of times when I was risk managing, that your risk manager works for you. Because, when you're at a prop floor, if your traders don't make money, the floor doesn't make money. So everyone has that same relationship where they want both sides to work out. That's how it should be. Because not every relationship is the same in finance, okay? But here, hey, if you guys are doing better and you're getting something out of the show, that's great for us. And I think that's what works here. Now we're headed to the downside, so let's go flushing down. We got 1483 was the last fill on Palantir. That 15 level is what it is. So that's what we got to be trading with here. Ponzi, Fonzie, let me know what's going on. We try. By the way, apologies, Ponzi. You asked for a shout out earlier, and I got a little bit busy. Shout out to Ponzi.
Did he ask for the Lambo trade?
I missed you there. He always asks for a Lambo trade. Always with the Lambo trade. You know what cracked me up?
What?
I'm in Paris. There's like a million things to see, and we're just walking. I don't even remember where the ass we were, but so where the heck we were.
Really, I love it. Yeah, just like you're free flowing, baby. Let's go.
But we're walking down the street, and all of a sudden, just on the way to Arc de Triomphe, it's like it's the most gorgeous street to walk down. You got the arc at the end, and everyone just sort of taking it in because it's a very popular walk to do. And some guy's got a Lambo parked on a side street, and there's just a bunch of people just sitting there staring at it like,
ooh.
Let me take a picture of this. You literally are surrounded by actual history, fantastic buildings, great stores.
Whatever.
Go to
Wadoong Central here, Neil. We got to cover this. Maybe something came out specific to the debt ceiling, but there goes 351 on the Qs, and down we go through low of day on the ES. We have a new low of day, 42.09 3/4. We're not at low of day on the NQ as we retrace into 14.430. I am now out of the money by 10 pennies. On the triple Qs, I do have a dip trade set up at 350.25. My ultimate out is through the break of 350. Ideally you'd want that to correspond, the 350 level to correspond to 14.4 on the NQ. That may or may not happen, right? You think ideally there probably would be buying in front of the 350 level on the Qs so that it would correspond to the level that would come in at 14.4 on the NQ June contract. That may or may not happen. This is sort of like a live experiment. So here we go, getting bought up again, only 10 pennies out of the money now on the triple Qs, but I still like this trade. I'm gonna add at 350.25, and my ultimate out will be the break of 350.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
We're going down, baby.
You look,
and
man.
it ain't your street in a Range Rover.
I like the 14.4 hold.
Okay.
14.4 hold. I go down with the ship, right? 14.4. I hope, again, like I just finished saying, 350 on the triple Qs corresponds to 14.4. Yeah, you got to live or die by your trades. Otherwise, what's your word? Your word means nothing at that point, right?
All I have in this world is my boss and my word. Exactly. And I don't break them for no one. Do you understand? That's the line, man. Right after Omar gets killed. You know what? There's a few movie deaths out there. As the market, by the way, I just got 75s on Palantir, so 90s, 85s, 80s, 75. But there's some movie deaths out there. that are just, I don't care who you are, but like that's not to be morbid or anything, but in Scarface, like that's one guy. It's like he really deserved it. They set it up the whole time where you're like, you see that guy go, and it's like, good. That guy's just a bit of a punk and a snitch too. But Palantir, I think VWAP could hold. So that's number one. This is an upward trending stock. As I said before, this is a scalp trade. I'm out of 20. I'm only holding 20%. I'm out of 80% already. Whoops, I wanted to do this. There we go. I'm out of 80% already. And now you can get to VWAP. We're looking for the hold here. So it's pure scalp trade central, but everything is pulling back right now. The market re-challenging those lows. Have a look at NVIDIA though. There's still not much going on with NVIDIA. You're still in that sideways range holding VWAP. This is relatively strong, I would say. Tesla, if you look at what's going on in Tesla, look at it laser focused on 200. I just saw, and I missed the account that put it out there, but it might be like, I don't know, it's one of those, one of these guys I follow on Twitter here saying, we've already had over 1 million contracts, options contracts traded in Tesla, so volume through the roof. And you're going back and forth at 200, rejecting 205. That's why you're getting gravity. It's been mostly calls apparently, but you have been unable to break away from that 200. If 198 goes, forget about it. And yes, I should have hung on to coin. I got trailed out of Coinbase. It's back down at that 60 low. It's up 6%, but the story, I hate these 3 and 5 minute charts sometimes because you look at that and you're like, okay, well, like what do you think about it? It was a great breakout. Yeah. What would you favor? But then you look at the higher time level, there's a daily. You look at the 15 minute on this thing, and it's like, what else are you doing when it's here? I mean, I wasn't looking for the breakout long, but there was only breakout, short. And right now, the shorts are working. And until this thing bounces off 60, you could be at 56, man. This stock, every time it turns from 63, it gets to 56. That's the reality. We're going to get Palantir VWAP any second now. Tesla 198 is going to get broken. It just feels like this market doesn't want to hold up. You've already hit 4,200 in our red on the ES. You're seeing across the board. It's not like it's weak in one place or the other. Here's a look at Apple. Apple is grinding at 177, right along the precipice of a breakdown.
Precipice?
I'm getting them all in here today.
They're nice.
You know what I didn't do though?
What?
Is I didn't learn any French phrases I could have lent to the show.
Did you use your translating app at any point?
No, my wife was taking some lessons. So
okay.
every single day, in the month leading up to us going, my wife was like doing one of those like online, not really learn French because we take it here in school. So she actually did know some French, but she was just brushing up on it. So we had some help. Me, I was like, I can say oui and merci and that kind of good stuff and espresso and all that, whatever. Like it doesn't really matter because quite frankly, when you're in Paris, pretty much everybody is going to speak English, and the second they spot you, and
do they
know when by
true
looking
that they're still a little annoyed when you speak to them in English? They were in some places with me, some other places they were cool. Like it really depended on where you went.
We didn't get out of the city.
Okay.
So like there were some places we went to where like it wasn't as touristy as a spot, but if you're in a tourist spot, then come on, son. But there was one couple that we ran into from Boston.
Nice.
It's hilarious because they were older than we were.
Yeah.
It was their second time to Paris. They had backpacked in Paris when they were in their 20s and got robbed by gypsies and got their passports back by negotiating the leadership of the gypsies. I'm not making this shit up. Peggy, you're a legend. But they were like, why does everyone instantly know we're American?
Why? Why is it? Because of the way they speak?
Well, they're from Boston.
Oh, that's dead giveaway.
Literally the most distinct
That's a
accent
dead
in all the
giveaway.
United States outside of Texas. I mean, Boston.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay, gotcha.
she's wicked smart, but like it's just, trust me, like it was very obvious. It's one of those things, but it was a heck of a lot of fun.
You had a good time with them?
I had a great time with them.
Nice,
We had lunch with them. I forget the name of there's this gigantic church, which is a better view than the Eiffel Tower.
Oh,
if you go
yes,
up there,
yes. The one that caught on fire and had
No,
to be...
not Notre Dame.
Oh, not
it's a
Notre
different,
Dame?
It's a different
Okay,
one. It's up
okay.
on a gigantic hill.
Okay.
The name will come to me. But
Notre Dame is on a hill, too.
It is.
It is. You can see down, like, and the
can't
steps
see.
down. Yeah, you can, bro.
Notre Dame, it's actually sad.
there.
It's actually sad what happened, but it's very impressive, the reconstruction they're doing. You just
Notre Dame de
You
Paris.
just can't really see much of it
No.
right now. But really
So
cool couple,
is it
man.
done? The construction?
No, they're not
it's
even-
not,
they're
right?
not
They're
even
even
close
close.
to it.
You think
Not
that
even close
thing is going to take a few years. Guys, quickly, I want to talk about
my goodness.
ATTO. It's a New York stock at 10.0. Come to my
What
chart
is
if you're
that?
able to, guys. A small one, 50 point.
2 million market cap. What's the float here? We'll look real quick. 14.7, not micro, but definitely small, up 120%. 333 the high. It's dancing at 3.25, so very much at day's highs. This is the 1 minute chart on it. You figure that $3 level, 295, that's a support level, and also this 265, 275 area, another support level. But you know, I'm not taking this long at these levels. You know, I'll have to wait for a pullback. Just wanted to make you aware of this one. ATTO, small cap capper, Neil, de jour. Back into, you know, the green a little bit here.
Did you get the dip buy?
I didn't. Look how close it came to my area. Yeah, it didn't come quite there. I like the 14.4 hold, Neil. That's my look on the NQ. A corresponding 350 hold. I'll just take it. You know, I've set it up. That was the entire trade. I was over $1 in the money. Didn't take any out. The idea here is to look for a curl, but on the NQ, not the ES. The ES looking weaker.
I find sometimes when you're looking for that curl, like having the bid out there is almost, it's like it needs, like it's going to bounce where it's going to bounce, and sometimes it's just not, it gets in the area that you want, it's just not going to be at the price you want.
Yeah, which is frustrating.
I struggle with that because there are times when you're just like, I'm sitting in front of that level. Like here, like in pounds here, you're just going to offer 97, 98,
Yeah.
99. That's easy. When you get a more expensive stock, I'm going to pull up Snowflake in a second. And by the way, New York Jets fan,
I was going to point your attention to that, but he's a married man, man. I can't be getting his attention with that. He wants to read it. That's his thing.
This trip to Paris was literally, it was supposedly originally supposed to be a COVID. It was a 2020. I was going to go with my wife, and it was her birthday, and it was a big thing, and then we got canceled. So absolutely, I wouldn't know the answer to that question in the chat. And if you want to see the question, you can look it up, New York Jets fan. I'm not going to repeat that one. You know what he was asking, but it's a very beautiful place. I will say that, but. Yeah, it was, honestly, it was fantastic. We didn't take my daughter, so it was just...
It was a couple's trip, and that's what it should be in Paris.
Yeah, and sometimes you got to do that.
Yeah.
No, we have to go back there.
Okay.
On our second to last... so it wasn't even our second to last day. On our last... It was the second to last day. We're at the park. It was like this one big park, Parc de Luxembourg.
Okay.
That was right near our apartment. And we were there, you know, we'd eat lunch there sometimes. Sometimes we'd have our cappuccino or whatever, or our baguettes in the morning there. Sometimes like the one time we ate in the park for dinner, we just took some wine, cheese, that kind of thing, and bread. And that was a lot of fun. But the second last time we were there in the day, they had pony rides. What? I'm like, oh my goodness. They have literal ponies. And my daughter would have lost her absolute
That's nice.
Stuff there.
Very nice.
So anyways, just a couple of things. Snowflake 158. What did I say? Bueller. 158. So there's your bounce at 158. I suppose what'll happen now is it'll consolidate here. I'll go for it the second time and it'll bust right through. But it bounced off that level. Where do we like that? Just looking at where the supply zone was in a liquidity vacuum. So when you make the Huadouk downside, liquidity came in at 158. You find yourself a bottom, and then when it breaks out, okay, previous level then turns in your possible dip support. That's all I'm looking at here. So 158 looks like a little bit of something. I'm going to get to Palantir in a second because it's right back exactly where it was before. And if you're wondering why I'm blinking twice, then you want to make sure you're a member and can see the chat there. So just getting an order in there for Snowflake. But Palantir is right back. This is why I'm out of 80% of it. Because we are right back up retesting 15. So we got it to 14.95. I will take one more shot at this. The first time it got to 14.99, it really only moved like 10 cents. And the second time it gave you that 20 to 25 cent move. This time, the third time, I'll reload, but not for the same size. I think it's going to break this eventually. I think eventually Palantir breaks 15 even, and it's almost inevitable here. So let's see what happens when it does. I'm going long when it does, man. It's just a strong one out there. And yes, you are right, Darwin. Snow is the market informer.
We were talking about Palantir, too, for a possible swing using Brian Shannon and Michael Noss, shout out to them, the anchored VWAP system, taking the breakout off earnings as the anchor point.
Hell yeah.
And then, trying to buy off that. If you were able to anchor that, I know Michael Noss sent me something with respect to that, or he had something with respect to that earlier on one of his segments on anchored VWAP, and it was, the retracement was solid, and it's been, it's an absolute beast. The fact that they have a new commercial outreach
program where like, you know, they're not just doing government contracts. We're talking about commercial.
Which is big for them.
And AI, right?
huge
You know,
for
they
them.
use that keyword, of course.
It's huge for them. I mean, it's been that big.
I like it.
Well, of course, them being a big AI company as well, which didn't always get acknowledged early on in the moves.
And quite frankly, Neil, like, let's be real. We're in a very tumultuous time now, militarily and socio-politically, right? You come in with all those, and then all of a sudden, a defense company, they're doing a little bit better. And you know what I was hearing? Well, we don't get into politics, but
You
the
just
fact that
dro- you just dropped a lot of big words,
military-industrial
man.
complex is embedded in both parties in the States. So, point is, there's money to be made, I think, with these stocks and the going climate.
Sharif, you're 100% correct. There's no question about it. You just dropped some legit analysis, and you could probably drop a mic drop. But the other thing you did is you use a lot of big words.
I don't need to, bro. That's just what comes out.
And because I
Really,
don't
that's the
understand them,
truth.
I'm going to take
You know
it as disrespect.
yes. Yes, I love that. You're leaving me hanging, man. Yeah. Anyone who knows the 40-year-old virgin, and you know that like little seed right there, that is Kevin Hart. And what's my guy's name again?
Romy,
Yeah.
oh
I
man,
forget his name.
you know the dude, the ball guy.
Yeah, he was in everything at the time.
Oh, he's legit.
Yeah.
That
Anyway,
was
he
that was the
in
first. That was
Think
one
Like
of
a
the first
Man.
things we saw Kevin Hart in, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's
40-year-old.
that was my introduction to Kevin
He was
Hart.
legit.
So love that. Anyway, we're curling back up
Ooh,
here
I like- your longs are
on the
looking better, man.
fuge. The NQ, all of a sudden, it's reawakened.
All right,
It's
Snow.
held up 14.4 for now. Keyword for now as we retrace back into 14.475. That's my look. That's VWAP. I want a clean break of VWAP this time. I want to see 14.5. I want continuation. I didn't get the dip buy, sadly, on the break of 51 and the retracement in. I would have had a way better cost basis. We're going to stay with our 350.95 cost basis for now, and we'll hope for a clean 352 break here, and look possible for a 354. That's what I'm ultimately looking for here on the Qs if we can get going. But you know, we'll see. We'll see. Close to being left hanging right there. You saw that, eh, Adam? Yeah.
That's
I
my
was
bad.
worried about that.
That's
yeah,
my
yeah.
bad.
That's Neil. That's okay.
No, that's on me.
It's all right.
That's on me. It's just true, man. It's just I got to be a little bit quicker on that.
Good
take.
times
I'm rusty.
on the show.
I'm rusty.
Yeah,
I'm a
you were
little
just
bit
back
rusty.
from vacation. You had a big day yesterday, so yeah.
Yeah, I had a busy day yesterday. I can't get into it, but it was like usually you
Yeah.
think you have a day to decompress. I did not have a day
No.
to decompress yesterday. It was quite the busy day, but all things worked out. So
Yeah.
gonna be happy for that. So a couple of things. I mean, Sharif, you got the
Yes, sir.
market, and it's in that tight consolidation level. Remember AMD?
Yeah.
AM Dizzle?
Dizzle, baby.
It's exactly flat on the day.
Okay.
Which is interesting in and of on its own.
Come to this
but-
chart, guys.
Yeah, come to my chart for a second. Exactly flat on the day, but just did a little bit of this. Little wick high, 127.50. So this is kind of one of those decision points. Because that's generally a short entry. But the market hasn't broken down.
No.
So I don't know that I want to favor, like if this is going to be a short the way it was this morning, there's going to be other opportunities that I know there's swings to be had. But if this can get back above and make another breakout, I'm gonna like it here, especially if the market holds that low. As you said, the ES is holding green. If we end up holding the line here on the NASDAQ and break the top again, you know, I think this AMD might have trapped some shorts in there. It just might have done it. A couple of things. You guys know what's happening over there in Palantir. I know you guys can see that. It's getting back up to that 15 level. I think it's just a matter of time. It's at 93
Bradley's
right
in the
now.
background there, hyping
It'll
it up. I love
happen.
it.
I have not reloaded anything off that 98. I'm out of most of it at this point. I'm also watching Coinbase double tapping 60. Double tap at 60. This is holding that bid as well. Probably worth a scalp trade off of that long as well. Oh, CrowdStrike with a bull flag. Eh? They're lucky cheese. Good to know. Good to know. I haven't even looked at them in a while.
Monster name, man.
Look. It's a big name. I like Palo Alto a little better, obviously, but that's been a good trade. So here comes that Palantir. It's going to happen. Like I said, it's pretty much a matter of time. I'm going to get on the offer, probably for the last time. Last time in front of 98, 99, and we'll see what happens. It's one of those things. It's going to break the level, but if you're only going to risk a couple of cents, what do you? Oh,
15.27 and Bradley breaks even. Come on, algos.
He wants 15.27.
Pump it up, baby. No, we're moving up here.
I don't think the algos care about 27, but we'll see. We'll see.
That's mean, half baked.
What do you say?
Yeah, it got removed, but yeah. Anyway, knocking on the door of 351 3/4 as we retrace up on the Qs. We're looking to touch 14,475 again on the NQ June contract. But that VWAP level has been an obvious resistance point, and it continues to be to this point. Once you break it, though, I'm looking for 14.5 touch. That's the idea. We'll see what the corresponding level ends up being, if it ends up being that on the triple Qs. That's been my look, and I'm going to keep talking about it. Now, as I talk about that, I'm looking on the corner screen here, and I'm seeing NVIDIA curl off VWAP, held 410 nicely at 412 1/4. It's getting going. 419.38 the HOD on NVIDIA, but you like, at least I like, the 416 1/4 level. That's where the 5-minute candles closed on my chart. I'm looking at the big tech names. They're all curling up for now. The NQ has, the ES has decided to get off bottoms at 42.09 and retake 20, and we're right back there, baby, at 14,475, the NQ VWAP, as we retrace into the highs, but definitely not breaking it yet. A lot of resistance at these levels. Oh, and remember that small cap capper, ATTO I talked about? Wow, that is a rejection candle right there. Look at that, 354 high. Immediate retracement back into the zone on ATTO. 14.7 million share float. Let's see what the shortage is on this one. I didn't have it. Let's check trade ideas, ATTO. Short interest negligible at 0.02. So nothing to talk about there. That's making highs. Where are we here? Are we good on the NQs? We're back almost $1 in the money now on the triple Qs, but this ain't the play, baby. We're looking for continuation. I'm holding, Neil.
Hold it.
Hold up.
You got to. Like, that's the thing. If that line holds on the bottom, like, where could we go here? We're up 1% on the NASDAQ, but you're still, 80 points from the high?
Yeah.
You're 80 points from the high.
14,570.
You want to have some longs on board. I am now into Snowflake. I acknowledge that both these trades are unlikely to win. But, obviously Palantir has been a bit of a scalp trade, whereas Snowflake has been trending to the upside. 158 is the level I liked. I'm long in front of it. I won't give an even stop exactly doesn't make a lot of sense. And this range, I will sort of respect the range that it's put in here and do some scalping inside of it, just in case we don't get a gigantic move outside of this range. If we break 160, I want to be holding on for something, but let's see what we can do here inside 158 to 159, and then 160. Palantir's at 99. I have one last offer at 99, and then we'll look for that potential break. I didn't even get filled at 99 there. And AMD is still looking pretty good. I mean, the market now trying to break back out. Remember we were talking about, like, there was that little hammer
resistance level
setting up like a short on a weaker stock. Now it looks like it does want to go. This is why I didn't like that short on that candle. I think AMD is looking like a long, set up higher lows. You had the flush out already on this one. Got dumped off pretty heavily, and you're more or less holding in the green, so you can be long in front of 127. I'm going to look dip buy on this as well, the same way we're looking for the dip on Snowflake, which we already got.
Yeah, and to be quite honest, you're looking at the big tech charts, you're comparing it to the indexes, and what I'm seeing on the big tech names are a series of higher lows accumulating to a top. That seems to be the theme on most of them. You usually assume that the breakout resumes in the direction of the trend, and if the trend is higher lows, then I'm looking for the breakout north. That's my thinking. You're seeing that here on Meta, top left corner. You're seeing that here on Amazon, bottom left corner over here, several accumulation highs. Apple's kind of like the exception where, you have a bit of a bottom at 177. Technically have higher lows on this one. Likewise with Microsoft, same thing with Google, same thing with Tesla, all a series of higher lows leading. You have to assume to accumulation, but we're getting rejections. Again, we're rejecting VWAP again on the NQ. We break through higher, we come down again. Arun would probably say this is just noise, right? And so, you try to be patient, you try to pack your patience. At least, that's counter to my personality, to be quite frank. But we're holding. I'm going to let the trade develop as it may.
You say you're not. You think you aren't patient?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I would. You know what? I wouldn't have said that.
Okay.
I think personality-wise, I think you can be a little bit patient, but it's harder. It's harder to be so in trading. I find because you're going to get FOMO. FOMO is absolutely everywhere because when you see like potential dollar signs, you never want to miss out on an opportunity. Like if you're looking for a bottom and you really believe that there's a bottom or a top, it's going to get a huge retrace. The fear of missing it is just gigantic. So let's see what's up.
What's up?
The market's trying. I
baby.
said they probably couldn't both work. So there's Snow. Snow looking like it wants to break the other way. Just come to my chart for a second. So I did not get that 99 fill on pounds here, but I grabbed that Snow long, just looking for the really tight stop trade, because if we do not hold this level, you can be $2 down right quick. And if that happens, I'll go back to looking for like the previous breakout price as a setup. You can always reestablish 158 if that happens, fair enough. That can be a trade as well. But FOMO is just real. And I think one of the things that we always talk about is, I like to always say you don't really change yourself. Like, we're all human beings here. If you think you're not going to get FOMO, then you're basically not
Some people better than others, but you know, for some people it's worse than others.
It cuts both ways, man.
Sure.
Like if you are super patient and you are risk averse and disciplined, all that other stuff, you're gonna miss a lot of trades.
Oh yeah.
Because it'll be in your nature to see where you could be wrong first before just jumping in.
Yeah.
Like I look at some guys and it's like, man, I wish I could be that aggressive. It's just I'm not.
Yeah.
So you have to be yourself. That ATTO I know that you're looking at.
There's a rejecting. What a rejection. I just missed that, Neil.
That was sick. That rejection candle. Like, come to my chart for a second.
Guys.
Like, that was a classic. Yeah, here we go. There's your classic wick top. Gets to like 13.5, right back to your VWAP retrace. Like, to me, that's one of those, you're shorted here to the high. You're 1-to-1 at 3. You take a little bit more out here. Now you're playing with house money. Palantir just gave me I moved from 99 to 98 on Palantir because, like, what the heck? It didn't want to print anything else. So this is getting to that point now where you've got to respect the fact that this is going to be tighter and tighter to the 15, and the scalp trade becomes smaller and smaller of an opportunity because, like I said, it's going to break. So before, I wasn't even getting anything out till it got to the low 90s. Now I want some out when it gets to like 94s, 93s, 92s, and then we can work lower. So this 15 feels like it wants to go here. It's a big level. It's 2 million shares on the offer. That's what we're going to be working with. I'm going to check out Upstart because,
I was just about to tell you about that. Yeah.
You know, I saw you, Ashwin, there asking about Upstart. This is another name with a big move that's a little bit stronger because it's broken that high up that 10%. Thank you, daily chart, for not working. But when all I know is 30 has been a big level on the stock, so I don't need to see my daily chart. I can show you. It's got lots of room to go. It's trying to fill in some of this gap. I think there's obviously a supply zone coming into play, but until you break that, there's room for this to still go. It's a good trend to the upside. I think until you get to 28, 28 and a half, this could easily continue trend up. But the market's at a point where everything is running out of steam. We're getting range bound. And it's lunchtime. The volumes aren't gigantic. Oh, no, I just lost my futures chart that I tried to pull over there. The volumes aren't necessarily gigantic. Where is my NQ? There it is. And we're waiting to break this out. We're not breaking this level out. We haven't broken outside of this range for the last, it's a 15-minute, for the last hour. We've had a 40-point range. I don't know that we hold it the rest of the day, but you've got to be prepared that we could hold this throughout lunchtime.
Yeah.
And if we hold this range through lunchtime, find a good scalp trade. If you're in the money on something like an Upstart, I think it's got room to work, but I don't know that you're doing much with it right now.
And here's the thing, we got to tell you guys, I mean, I don't know if, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would you agree to say that we are very headline dependent? Anything comes out with respect to the debt ceiling could move the market in one direction or another in a hurry, right?
Yes.
So you might be building up to a certain trend. You know, you look your series of higher lows, like we are here on the future, looking for a breakout. All of a sudden, quadunk, and you're down like 1%.
Quadunk as usual.
Jay Lee, Sharif, did you hear NVIDIA is issuing more shares or something crazy? Any truth to this? I personally didn't hear anything about NVIDIA having an offering of sorts. I don't know what they have tabled at the moment. You know, usually they are allowed a certain amount that they've already declared. I forget what it's called, a shelf offering? What the hell is it called?
I have not. I haven't seen anything about that.
I haven't seen it. Well, I'll look into that though. Jay Lee, thank you for bringing that up. You know, sometimes you hear it in one news outlet and you don't hear it in another.
Oh, we just saw the offer on Palantir. It's going to go. It's going to go. Speaking of NVIDIA, by the way, I mean, it's just all sideways. All sideways all day. I think it wants to go, but I just don't see an entry point for a trade. Like, I don't know how you... Like, the last trade I made was off of 410. It's like if I'd done that same trade the last few up bounce, okay, so you'd be sitting in the money and would look like it's holding out pretty well, but it's a hard trade to be in because I don't think you're wrong till you're under 405. So unless you're working a trade long off that level, it's a really tricky go there. Oh my goodness, Intel's already back there. Okay. Okay, here we go, Intel. So double tap. Well, I've been short a couple of times, one better than the other. But here is 95, sorry, 29.92. Now you just tapped the 90. I got an 86 short just now on Intel. Kind of been waiting for it to get up here again so I can work the short off this level. Maybe we play off VWAP here. This is very much setting up that it could be breaking out on me. I want to respect that. Intel up 3%, almost 3% on the day. It's got overhead resistance even if it were to break 30 even. This 30-50 level is also the 50 period on the daily chart. So it's not just a couple of random wicks out there. It's a huge level on the daily that it's going to have to chew through. So I like the shorts up and into it. First off the 30 and then off 30.5. So that's what I'm going to go with here. New entry point for me on Intel.
All right, baby. We are still doing the same dance that we've been doing, which is that accumulation at that top break. We got the top through 14,475 initially, and then we had a rejection. So it was a second VWAP rejection, cognizant of the fact that we're rejecting off that level, but looking for another test and an eventual continuation. We're getting into that slower time of the day, Neil. We're pulling up on 11:45. Wow, that was pretty quick. I got to say, that was a quick 48 minutes.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, and when you're embroiled in a trade, yeah, I use that one often. But I like it. It's an oldie but a goodie.
A good one.
Anyway, my position remains the same on this. I don't change my outlook, looking for continuation. But what is ATTO doing? Rejecting and breaking below that $3 level. You had been possibly looking for 3 as a possible support level here. We talked about the fact that it danced with 3 through the breakout initially. This is what I'm talking about, the accumulation here through the 3 break. You get an initial hold of 3. Now we're looking possibly for a VWAP hold here. But look, we talked about where we are in the small cap cycle. Are we more in the area where we're taking VWAP bounces bullish, or are we looking for VWAP breaks to the south side, right, where it doesn't hold? So let's see what ATTO presents us and whether we can pick up on any discernible patterns with these small cappers going into the next week. It's definitely setting up for a breakdown now, a high a day rejection, a bounce off VWAP, and then make a higher possible retracement here. And if we make a newer low through that 280, that'll be quite bearish. Keeping my eye on this one, ATTO, small float, 14.7 million, negligible short float, I believe below 1%, Neil. NVIDIA, 413.25. I believe it just touched. Did it almost get to 414? Not quite,
Close.
But curling up, making newer highs. We're seeing that on some of these big cappers as well. Meta, no. I gotta take that back. We're not seeing anything on these big cappers. they're quite dead. The future holding up at levels, but very sideways at the moment for some of these big cappers here. What is the chat up to? Yeah, PayPal long.
That ATTO is looking like it's holding VWAP for now.
It is. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's like you'd say, get it on the back end.
Yeah, right? It hasn't really shown enough strength for a bounce yet, so you just got to wait around for it. This is why. There's a reason why I'm going to tell you, without looking, not to speak for everyone on the floor, but I feel like there's a lot of people that are just looking at the Palantir game. Someone asked how big the level was on Palantir, the wall. It's about 2 million shares on the offer, but that's just what you can see. That's who was displaying their shares. There's going to be more than 2 million shares on that offer. And there's going to be dark fills. There's going to be midpoints, and when it gets up there, there's more sellers in that. But this has been a more shallow move. You've gotten back down into 92 here, and as I said, get a little bit more aggressive each time it gets to that level. I'm not holding last time. I was basically holding half the position and trying to get something down into the 80s, and then took out that last bit down to 20% when it got to 75. I'm a little bit more aggressive here.
I got to mention Search Trader because they have been an outstanding sponsor of ours going back. I know that a lot of our viewers have signed up with them, and they're using them to fund their accounts. So shout out to Search Trader there. In case you're wondering who they are, they basically provide you with a funded trading account. You can keep up to 90% of the profits. Check them out, Search Trader, and use the code TTV, Neil, for that. Look, thank you for that. There it is. There it is, baby. Use the promo for 10% off. Shout out the big dogs at Surge Trader, Neil. Yeah.
Check that QR code below.
There it is, baby.
And that's what it's all about. It's just about other opportunities. And In terms of like, everyone always sort of asks us like, you know, where can you go to trade? We trade with Day Trade the World. Obviously, you guys understand that, but that's not available in the U.S.
No.
Quite frankly, we get that question a lot, and you know, it'd be nice if it is, but it isn't, and that's something that you got to be able to deal with. So, I see Saul in the chat and saying breakout incoming. There is a decent chance that that's exactly what this market wants to do. Like, I look at so many names out here. Okay, like I can talk about this to death. Possible breakout on Palantir, right? I can look at Intel. Remember I said I reloaded on Intel, trying to get some back down into VWAP. What's that? A wipeout bottom, higher low, setting up for a breakout. Like, what's the pattern that you keep seeing over and over and over again? NVIDIA kind of makes the early breakout, holds higher lows, set for make another break to the upside. As a matter of fact, as that happens, I'm now like, I got half a Palantir out there last time into 1490. I might take more out. This is going to break. Why have all of it? If it can't even break 1490 now, what is going on here? This is going to take out that top. AI, that was one. Thank you, Alan, from earlier. That I had a couple of long trades in there, and then it just failed 41 even. So it laid the hammer down. I could have reversed back into it, but again, another name holds the bottom. Higher low, consolidation there, just lulling everybody into a false sense of security or whatever you want to call it, that maybe, yeah, we're not getting that bigger break, yada, 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 yada. I'm not sure anything happens till we get later on in the day. I could be wrong about that, but nothing has seemed to want to stem this or cause the break in either direction. So I'm not going to be forcing home run trades. Oh, let's get into this and think it's going to rip that direction for the rest of the day. I don't think we're at that point just yet. I think you're finding something you can work with on a scalp trade. Like for AI, for example, okay, you could trade off maybe the 38 level, but what are you doing here? You're going to risk $1.39 to 38? That's not bad if you think you're going to go the whole day. You're going to retrace that high, but you're going to have to retrace that high. I'd much rather be playing the game with Palantir over and over, where you can get this trade off that 15. We just got the 90s again. I'm down at, this time I'll hold about a third as we get down a little bit lower. But look at what's going on in, say, Apple, right? Like Apple, this is telling you a story of wanting to break down. I mean, it's lower highs the whole way through. It's not holding VWAP. If we break, I said earlier, it's not the Alamo, but if you don't hold 176, this market's in some trouble on Apple. Soccer Clip just said Meta's making a move. I mean, Meta was a roller coaster this morning. It's trying to break out, but is that really that significant just yet? Holding VWAP, good. I like that. I like that holding 266 above VWAP. I put this into the bucket of like an AMD, where I'd be looking for potential longs when I see it show some relative strength. But this could be a better trade as it retests that high, or gives you some kind of consolidation, maybe at the previous high at 267. Until then, let's be a little bit more. I don't want, like, patience, the word I want to say. We say that too many times. It's all about patience. Can we release Palantir short? It's day traders galore. But to think about it this way, the reason why the break is good on these is because everyone shorts 98 and 99. Mm-hmm. It cuts both ways, man. If nobody was shorting these levels, then how good was the 15 break going to be? Everybody and their mother wants to short this thing. It's an oversaid thing, but here it's going back to the upside. But when it breaks 15, I'm going to lose on whatever I have left. That's just how it's going to work. But you deal with that. I think it's still going to be a reversal to the long when it happens. Carvana's going for a high today? No way, Vana.
Oh, you know who you sound like? You know that dude who does the video, what are they called? When you do the duet, where you he's like, oh no way, like trips for tools. I gotta send you this guy.
I actually don't know this one.
What? No way. Okay, the chat's definitely gonna know what I'm talking about.
Will they though?
He's he's definitely on Reels.
Will they though? Okay. No, I probably mean when I see it, I'm sure I'll know it when I see it. What? But yeah, Carvana's up 13%. Hello. Yeah, that'll play. That'll play. That's not 88 in the middle of the zone.
Come on.
That's strong. And look, the daily chart, okay, that's not really going to tell too much of a story. But you look at a 14 break on this, it's got some room to run. Maybe not even 14. Like the top here last week looks like it was 1385 or so. That looks like a bad wick. So let's call it like 1375. That could be an interesting top break. Mm-hmm. I have not reloaded this 99 in Palantir, and it's like, why am I not just reloading 99s? Oh my goodness, I didn't get it. I'm going to print 99s. I'm going to get... Again, it's going to break this level at some point, but I'm just going to try and get the 99 one more time.
Super Freeze, 23.99 euros. Shout out. Thank you very much for that.
It's
Can I
true.
please get a big shout out for Ron in the chat? He needs to get a raise. I love that guy. How cool is he? Best mod you can ever wish. So we're going to hit multiple bangs.
It's just
for
true.
Bears versus
just true.
Bulls. Appreciate you and all that you do. You know that without question. Always chatting directly with that dude. But yeah, what a rejection off 266.50 there on Meta. You know, kind of was strong secularly there for a second. We're not really seeing the corresponding move here on the future. In fact, we are, you know, dancing again below VWAP here on the NQ, not having that buying power to break through as of yet. We're hanging at that 42.20 as well on the ES, not having that power to kind of get off that base.
Just a quick thing here.
Yeah, go.
Computranet. It is the EdgeX. So I don't know what book you're looking at, but the EdgeX order alone is 1.5 million on the offer of Palantir. That's 1.5. The New York book is 400,000. Nasdaq's about it looks like 95,000. So just those three gateways alone is 2 million shares. So maybe I don't know if you can zoom
big.
it out or something, but it is a big level. That's why everyone's playing off.
Yeah, nice.
And again, there might be some more
tape reading, baby.
Yeah, there might be some more like smaller levels. I mean, dark pools. You have no idea what's going to be there. By the way, so AMD, which was looking decent, now it's back and trying to bounce off VWAP. So this is one of those levels. Like if it can hold VWAP, I think it's got room to run. Obviously, if you had shorted up here, congratulations. I elected to be in this thing. Oh, it's going. Palantir's going right now. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. It's going to break, it's going to break. Didn't break. Oh, it didn't break. They just hit 15 for everything. Woo! And it didn't break. So there was like a dark pool. There's a dark pool printed 01s. And you can look, there's actually, you can set up a stop order that would have triggered in that case. There's another way you can set your stop where you're not going to get triggered by a dark pool print that you can do here at Day Trade the World. It's a way to kind of set it to the midpoint, so it needs to make the midpoint above. That just means you're going to have to really see 01s hop on that bid. But as that just rejected 15, I'm taking some more out here in that last little move. So once again, we are. Woo! It barely holds, but this is probably, if it doesn't get to VWAP this time, it ain't getting to VWAP because the next time we get up there, we're making the break. So I'm out of half again when it gets to 14.19. 14.19.
We got super chats coming in fast and furious
galore.
here.
Nick Dubs.
Super Freeze again, though. Let me get to Super Freeze.
you got it,
11.99. Another one, in addition to the €1, by the way. Thank you guys for all the support in the charts for Ron W. Ron for W4 Ron, please hit the dub, guys. For Ron. All right, Nick Dub. $5 super chat. Hey Neil, that's yours, baby.
I got you. Can you give me thoughts on MTTR? You're long the stock. Feel like it's a good place to buy or accumulate. Thanks for a breakout long. Well, I mean, there's a lot of like breakout longs. Just another update. Just Palantir broke 90s, so I did get some out there in the high 80s because it's immediately started to resist there. My daily chart's doing that thing where it absolutely hates me. So the breakout you're talking about is the $3 break. Can you pull?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you pull your daily chart up for MTTR
there?
Of course. It's always frustrating, like when I don't have an opportunity to look at
Come to my charts,
dailies.
guys. Here it is.
There we go. So there you go. So when you're looking at something like this, and I just want to double check because I want to see Matterport. I forget the short interest on this name. It's only 6%. It's actually I always thought it was a little bit bigger than that, but if you look at the bottom.
Come to my chart, guys.
Yeah, if you look, come to Sharif's chart for a second. No, Sharif's screen for a second. So like in the short time frame, like the 15-minute, you see a $3 break that's available. What you're actually also looking at is a double bottom at 225. And if you're swinging something like that, which I used to trade penny stocks, and when I started as a day trader, penny stocks is where I started. It's like the first thing you invested is what you know. So like outside of like investment, just the SPY or something like that, or like Nortel, I bought a couple penny stocks. When you played these sort of games with these, the way usually I structure a trade like that is you take a 3-long break with a 225 stop. You look at resistance at 4. The second you're getting to that 1-to-1, maybe you cover a half or a third and let the rest ride. And that was a very standard setup, right? So it hasn't made the breakout yet, but the other way to play that is to be sitting in the consolidation here. But I
Yeah,
would
right
only
here.
ever sit in the consolidation if I knew there was a catalyst. Like if I know there's a catalyst, say next week or whatever it might be, that's what I work with. You know, it's like, okay, well, I'll get out in front of
Right.
it because I don't want, I'll miss the breakout because it's going to gap the move. Then you sit inside of it because you're anticipating something coming. If you don't know, and I don't know what's coming up from
Now you
Matterport.
know.
But if you do know, then maybe you want to just be sitting in it, and that's
got you.
fine. And then you save yourself an extra couple of points because you're risking 25%
Yeah.
plus on a breakout trade there. So that's what I'd be thinking about. And again, just understand like there's a reason why these stocks trade at those
Go to
prices.
his screen, guys.
And then come back to my screen because we are back down to 1481
Dang.
all day, every day, Palantir. This stock is absurd.
Love it.
This is why everyday trader is probably just only looking at this right now. What else are you looking? What else are you going to do? 15 to 1475 twice. It's going to break it. At some point this has to happen, but until it does, let's just go with.
Come on, baby. Let's go up.
So Palantir is flushing. WDS, I see that is making a bit of a move as well. And there's a reason why we've been on, Palantir, as I keep saying over and over again, as opposed to the NVIDIAs of the world. NVIDIA was, look, I wasn't here last week, but I can tell what this looks like when I see it. Like this was the jam. I can only imagine how wild it was,
You know
sort
what
of
that
trading it
reminds
when
me
it's
of?
making these moves. But today it had one move, and it's been like boring as all.
When you said that, what reminds me of, I know when I see one, the count bit for the Chappelle stand-up, right? He's like, I know what I bit, but when I see one, they call him the count. You know exactly what I'm talking about there. Shout out to that bit. That was one of the best ones, the Sesame Street bit. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Google Chappelle Sesame Street bit. One of the best little
legit.
bits. Yeah.
So legit.
We are rejecting here, though, Neil.
Are we
The
though?
NQ's coming back down, baby. So the shorts are in now, but we haven't made a newer low. We are still at that 14,450 area. We're below it now at 14,444s. We're still in the money on this triple Q's trade, but we're about to get out of the money as 351 is getting tested again. We're long 390, 350, 95. Get it together, Sharif. Microsoft is coming down bad here, Sean says, and as I look to the side screen, here comes 331.50. That was the previous trough. It's about to get tested to the downside. Microsoft heavily weighted in the NQ. Arun and I looking at that last week. It's like almost twice what it's weighted in the S&P. So its ability to move the NQ is well documented, Neil, as of the moment.
Yeah, the NQ is whack sometimes in terms of the weighting. Like the equal weight is just more and more interesting all the time. By the way, Palantir's at 75. I just reloaded some Intel in front of 30. But as you said, like Microsoft, that breaks 330.
Yeah, it's in trouble.
Could be a bit of floodgates. And
Yeah.
like this
That
by the way,
looks
your
like a cabinet.
ATTO.
Yeah,
I know you're looking at this. It's actually
VWAP.
held. It's held VWAP.
I saw that.
It's starting to look a little more interesting. Just
It
as a
is.
small cap potential runner, making another top here. So if it can continue to kind of hold sideways, the 270 along in front of 270 is available. I'm rushing through because it's already 12 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, you gotta
I
go.
can smell lunch.
You gotta go, bro.
I'm sure
You're
it's gonna be
you're
pretty
6
good,
minutes
though.
overtime.
So
I
I'm
didn't even realize.
over, but it's fine. It doesn't really matter. I'm gonna get out of
Quadruple
here.
Central.
I'm gonna let Sean get over here so he can short the living hell out of the market because that's what he does. Free fall Tuesday.
He's already short. He says I can hear him on the side. He's short Softy 333.50. Oh baby, the market's coming down now. So we're at 331.50. $2 in the money on that. Shout out to Sean. He'll be here in a minute, guys. But we are now below 351 on the triple Qs, and that means I am like 5 pennies out of the money here as we dance with 351. We'll see what happens here. I like the base that we've been forming. We could Huadunk, and that is the nature of the trade. 350 break, I will be out of this trade. So I want to reiterate that. What am I looking at here on the sides? I'm looking at NVIDIA coming back into VWAP. Here comes 410 again. We're at 410.40 and change. At the moment, that VWAP level was an interesting one, going basically the entire morning, held it and then broke above it. But now retracing down. ATTO is the one Neil was just talking about. Let me get to that one real quick here. Got to click ATTO on the top. Let's go to the 1 minute chart. Here comes ATTO. Yes, the 285 hold, you know, that general VWAP area, it retraces into this area. You know, this is what we were talking about with respect to assessing where the small cap is in the small cap cycle, whether it's going to, you know, make a new high a day, reject below VWAP, and then become shortable as it consolidates below VWAP. You know, I took those ones with success back in December and January when they were at the tail end of the small cap cycle. Now, you know, we've been looking for hints of weakness, and I really haven't seen it. I haven't really seen it with any sort of you know, consistency on these small cappers. So we'll continue to assume that we are in a bullish area of the small cap cycle, and so far we are. Here comes the VWAP hold and a 3 break. We're breaking above 3 and looking to hold above it. 350 on the dot is the high of day on ATTO. It trades on the New York, by the way, not a NASDAQ name. So having my eye on that one. Have not been into that one on the day, but keeping my eye on it. Also want to mention NVIDIA, again, back into 410s. Here, let's load up that bad boy here.
410, okay.
Yeah, which is VWAP, Sean. Sean's setting up next to me here. We'll give him a few minutes to get organized. Here comes, this is the 5-minute on NVIDIA. Let me put in the name here so that everybody can follow along, Sean.
Yep.
There we go, NVDA.NQ. Look, right back into 410. 410 also happens to be VWAP. Look for possible hold here. It's a strong name, up 5 1/3%. What a monster this name has been as of late. Now we're talking way over $1 trillion market cap. I think it was 404.60 or something like that.
Yeah, that was near that 405 mark.
Yeah, exactly. Around that 405 mark, we broke the market cap. I'll tell you exactly what it is right now, Sean. Okay, so it's 1.012 trillion.
Okay.
410 comes and goes for now, Sean, and so does the break of VWAP. As NVIDIA breaks below 410, you have a consolidation area at this 409 after the bell, and subsequent, you got a lot of big wicks. A general hold of this area here. I don't think you've given up the ghost until you've really broken that 404 and closed below it. You didn't actually have any closes below 408. Did I say 404? Sorry, I meant 408. Because we have a highway over here called the 404. So
yes, we do.
Yeah, inclined to talk about that. No, 408 is what I meant here. You didn't have a close below that on the 5-minute chart. We're really moving down, though, here on NVIDIA as we get a definite 410 break. Here comes 409. Nice retracement on NVIDIA. If you're short that, you're printing. What's up, Sean?
Chilling, man, chilling. Just working out. I got some bids out there so you guys can see some of the positions that I have through. There we go. Hopefully we just got out of some Palantir.
Pump it.
There we go. You're going to see nothing long coming through. What's up, everybody?
What?
We're ready to rock and roll. I still got to get my charts going as well, but we're here and we're ready, man. We're at $1.70 in the money on Microsoft as that short's been printing for us all day. Just short into here, 334. This is the #1 name again on the board. My #1 stock today, and I know Neil's just talking about it, but patience pays, man. All traders think alike, and there it is right there. How many damn reloads do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, count them. All the way to the downside, and a nice out down here in the 70s as well for Palantir. So sometimes when a trade is easy, it's just easy. And today on Palantir, no, because
I like it.
I mean,
yeah,
I
it's
heard
true,
you and
though.
Neil talking about it. It's like you don't. It's not rocket science.
You know, there's a guy that used to think that, you know, I don't want to call him out by name, but
Call him out. Let's go.
No, I can't do that, Sean.
All right.
He thought rocket science was rock and science.
Ah, well, that's okay.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
mind.
okay, right? But it's funny.
It's funny, rocket science.
Yeah, you know,
Well,
not
me and
calling
Neil
them
have
both by
that
name,
story.
so it's all good.
Me and
right?
Neil have a story of a trader of ours that we used to say, wow, okay, Palantir is really coming down. We used to say trading is hindsight, or don't use hindsight in trading. Like, in what
We're
we mean
moving down.
by that, of course, is don't look, you know, in hindsight, I should have shorted Palantir
got
at
you.
15. Well,
Yeah,
in
yeah.
hindsight, we did that. But he thought we were talking about the stock Heinz. So that was another one of those stories as well. So that's pretty funny.
Heinz in hindsight, I like
yeah,
it.
Heinz sight. All right.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is. So, all right. Yeah, let's just.
I love it, man.
We missed that move down on Palantir. We actually took an 80 fill. Now it's at 74 to the. Okay. I still feel like it falls. Let's just wait to see. We're honestly, we're out of 80% of this position. When this fell down, It's a little less. We're probably out of 80% of it, or 75%. As it's falling down, we'll try to get some more bids down here, but we just got another one there at 74. So far, so good, man. I do have one more bid at 70, and then we'll see if it wants to break lower, but we like that one. Meta actually starting to print a little bit here for us as well. We have that short. Meta's been, am I up on Meta today? Yes, we are. Meta, just shorting it off VWAP here. We got 1 or 2 stop outs there, but we just kept on getting back in. It's now dancing around this level. We should have just got some out at 60s, in the 60s, and we didn't on Meta. And just noticing now that we switch over computers, I don't have any bids out down there. So let's put something in the 70s where the 50 period is. It just keeps on bouncing off here. So right now we're short and we're 58 cents in the money. On Meta, we're $1.70 in the money. On Microsoft, we're 25 cents in the money on Palantir. And we still got Apple from time as well. Although Apple was rough today because we initially went short, then we went long, got out of our long, averaged into it. It broke back down below. Just been hitting the short on Apple, so we still have this position on board as well right now. I'm going to load up my E-signal charts and find some more trades.
All right, here we go. We're curling down here on the NQ as we come back and test the lower end of the range that we've been in. If you really want to define the range, you could put a 14.4 bottom we got there on high volume early on in the day. What time was that? It was around 10 o'clock, so but half an hour after the open. I'm talking about this candle print here. This is the 5-minute chart on the NQ June contract. We touch, I think, 14.4 right quick, right around there. And, you know, we dance with VWAP right back into the lower end of the range. We're still embroiled in this long. We're 10 pennies out of the money. We're long 350.95 on the triple Qs. We're at 350.90 at the moment, but haven't printed a newer low on the NQ, and you know, this is kind of what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a hold of these levels. I'm going down with the ship. I'm looking at 350 and a quarter, and then my ultimate out will be the break of 350. Hope that that kind of corresponds with the 14.4 on the NQ. But that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So the only trade I've got actually on the day, I've been eyeing this ATTO. Haven't been able to weasel my way into this long today on ATTO as it continues to show strength, dancing with 3. If you don't know what we're talking about, ATTO, small cap capper, de jour up 106%, having done 30 million shares of volume, gapping up big on the day. It's up 75% since the bell, holding 3, held VWAP, dancing with 3. I shouldn't say holding 3, dancing with 3 at the moment. We'll see whether this one continues to show strength or whether it's going to Huadunk. Meta showing some strength here, knocking the door of 266.5 again. That's been a recent top. At the same time, we're getting a lower futures print. So Meta acting a bit secular at the moment. All sorts of bamboozlement.
Yeah, we were lucky there. We got that. I mean, look, we got that meta fill at 6. We told you we were putting a bid there at 70, and we got it. So sometimes you got to sit there, put out your bids to get the fill, and there it is right there on Meta. So that was a pretty good one overall. So we'll go a little bit of diamond hands. And sometimes you got to hold them a little bit.
I like how it's like this. It's like, look.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
You like that?
Yes, I do. It's kind of, it's quirky.
Okay,
it doesn't have to, you know.
I don't mind that. I'm just looking to see where am I going to get out. 266.70. So we're getting close to getting out of metas. That was like, can't believe we got that fill down there, first of all. That was a great fill, saving us a lot right here. As Palantir right now, man, let's go to the downside. We'll just go.
Oh my God.
There, as we continue to go down. Let's see. Okay, there we go. So we're now out of Meta. Meta, for some reason, bucking the trend straight to the upside. Still positive on the name, and that's a part of it because we got that fill right there. That was a good one. Look what's happening right now. There goes Palantir. Tell me you have this.
I don't have Palantir. The only thing that I have is the triple Qs long. I'm trying to play this 14.4, Sean.
Why didn't you take that Palantir?
The Palantir, I haven't been eyeing it since the morning. That wasn't my view. My view was on the future. I was trying to focus on that. Okay. That's what I'm working in. I'm working into this to this hold at these levels. I'm looking for a test into the gap that we created earlier in the day. But, you know, we'll have to probably get some continuation through the more liquid period. I'm talking about 1 to 3. We're hanging out at 12.15 at the moment. We're dancing 5 pennies in, 5 pennies out of the money. I'm eyeing Meta as well as a possible secular move here as it curls above VWAP. But, you know, that wasn't the plan, so I don't think I'm gonna take that trade. How's that Palantir looking, baby? A lot of rejections on that top and a lot of profit taking in the 70 area.
I just tweeted out just now. Rinse, repeat.
Like Head and Shoulders.
That's it. Yeah, exactly. Get that dandruff out of there, baby. Because right there, a couple good takes for us on Palantir. Some nice downside move. Yeah, what's up, Randy? What's up, RJ3? Randy RJ3. What's up with Comp SRX1, AMD?
What is up?
Okay, we've looked at AMD earlier. What I wanted to do was SoFi. I saw someone just mention there in the chat about SoFi. Neil was looking at it, well, not looking at it, but did comment on this earlier. Yeah, see, so up to $6. So my comment on SoFi was pretty simple. I don't want this until we're above 6. And then we can use 6 sort of as support. Because right now you're still in the middle of all this. So we're going to wait to see what happens here with SoFi. But I feel like 610 or so to the top is something that we're going to have to look out for. So SoFi right there. Nice top, but I'd rather take it on the other side. So let's wait to see once we break it. Above could be a good trade there. What's going on with Micron? All right, so Micron, again, a pretty flat trade for us today. Now starting to make a move down. We liked it because it was red. And look at this. You're breaking now, right now. That's actually a decent look on Micron, trying to break below this little level there, 72.60, and pushing lower against 72.80.
Nvidia's tanking, Sean.
I'm taking it. 72.65 break. We're going to go short on Micron.
Nvidia is absolutely flushing here, and I think it is kind of responsible for the move down the NQ because you're not really seeing any flushing here on the Big Six, at least the Big Six that I follow. Nvidia is a big boy mover to the downside as it really flushes off that VWAP projection. Come to my chart, guys. Here I'm trying to load up Nvidia. I don't know why the hell it's not loading. Let's go, bro. There it is. All right, here's the 5-minute on Nvidia. This 410 was VWAP. It's given you $5 through that bottom. It is single-handedly pulling down, I would posit, the NQ at the moment because we're not seeing any concurrent move to the downside on any of the Big Six that I follow. Again, here comes 405. Again, I'm looking here on my blotter, which has been suspect lately for any news headlines coming in with respect to this move on Nvidia. I don't see anything now. You know, it's a general area move too. I mean, there is an area of support here that goes to the to around the bell, that 404, 405 area. So we're really not completely huaduking. We're within today's range, but that is a $5 move. God, it's a $400 name, right? So $5 moves are not going to be what it was in January when it was a $160 name, Sean. How times have changed since that time. What a move. Anyway, Meta moving up, looking to take 267. It's in the 266.80s area. So Meta showing relative strength. Someone was asking in the chat, I'm not sure who, what I meant by secular move. I mean, this is kind of the thing here on Meta, where it is kind of curling up
someone
at a
asked what you
time.
mean by secular.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm explaining at the
good.
moment. Yeah, which is, you know, when the market is going down and you're looking at a big tech name, usually something that moves in conjunction with the market, like Meta, you're seeing a lower print coming in on the NQ, likely as a result of the move down on Nvidia, yet Meta is curling up. So when you see relative strength, it is a bit of a secular move, and that's kind of what I mean by that. Nothing too fancy with that, Sean.
That's good, though. I mean, that's part of the terminology that people are trying to learn. We got, I don't know if it's a secular move or not in Micron, but we thought it was going to go to the downside there. It just broke, and we got stopped out breaking through 80. But it wasn't a very strong break, and the futures didn't really do anything. So we're going to try it one more time through 85. This is some stuff that I don't really want to do. I don't want to get caught going back and forth with the same trade ideas until eventually we get stopped out. That's not the strategy. But right there, Micron, a little bit of a fail break right there through, and now we get a move down. So yeah, we do down. We do have to take some trades here on Micron. Again, I'm just trying to make sure that we capture some profits, of course, Micron, on the NASDAQ, down into the mid-70s now. We're only short at 81, but we did take a 10-cent hit the first time. So if we can get 71s, we'll take out 10%. We always tend to do that because especially these markets these days, man. I mean, I don't, you know, you
Very unpredictable.
They're pretty unpredictable to say the least. I mean, especially right now with the futures, like, what is it doing? Right
Someone
here?
was saying in the chat, and I haven't verified this, take this with, you know,
Grain of salt.
exactly, that the Republicans are speaking out against the deal. That's not
Against the deal?
Well, some of them. You heard that, you know, the more conservative side of his party, we're probably going to be against this, like the more progressives in the Democrats were likely to also be against this deal.
Keep our eye
and
out.
it was going to be a hard road to hoe, right? Like,
But the thing is, the market's still up.
it is. The market's
Huge,
predicting
to
that
be
we
honest
move
with
up,
you.
right? But, there's going to be these little moments of volatility when this person says that or this person says this, Here we go again, holding.
ES is flat.
Yeah, it is. It is right at Friday's close, 42.13. That's what I see on my charts for Friday's close, and we've been dancing with that level all morning.
That's funny. What's up?
He's reading and smiling, meaning he liked what he saw.
Yeah, no, this TLO Enterprises here. I think it's true. My mom once said, if it doesn't work the first time, keep trying until it does. Little did she know that it doesn't work in stocks or you go broke. And that's exactly right. You don't keep on buying all the way to the bottom or shorting all the way to the top. You have to be somewhat responsible.
Yes, sir.
Have your outs and, be disciplined sometimes in the light of, non-disciplined traders. I mean, some traders won't take profit and then you'll see them and you'll be like, oh my God, why didn't I hold for
A zillion
whatever?
points,
And
yeah.
it's like, I can't believe that but at the same time, hopefully you're not having those experiences where it's like, I can't believe how much I'm down on this name, or why didn't I get out instead of
Yeah, that's
blah, blah,
not a
blah.
good
We all
feeling
have
to
stories
have.
about that. I talk about the marijuana stocks all the time, and it's because it's true. Like, holding them until forever means you make a lot of bad decisions, and you got to have outs all over the place. And with that being said, wowee wooey. As we go to the downside,
Your friend Palantir is printing.
this is probably the funny thing is this is probably the most
to his
money.
chart, guys.
Yeah, this is probably the most money I've made on Palantir, and it's just we've only been going short today. Although we claim to be an investor in Palantir, which we are, of course. But today, when you hit that 15, and then it gives you this makes your whole month. Didn't make mine. We don't have enough shares, but this is the kind of trade that makes your whole month, right? It's just, I mean, you could have 30,000 shares up here. I mean, that would have cost you 45 grand, buying power. For me, I mean, that would be a joke. I mean, for a lot of you, now that I say that out loud, maybe 45,000 is a lot, and that might tie up everything. And you don't have to have this whole trade to the downside, obviously. But even if you had 10,000 shares there, and even if you got out at, I mean, look, I got a lot out at 90, so who am I to talk about this? And a lot out down here as we dripped into the 80s. And of course, we got a lot out at 74, 75. So I would say this is even reasonable down here to hold for 25 cents, 20 cents. 10,000 shares, 20 cents. You're putting $2,500 in your pocket, 25 cents. Not a bad opportunity today in PLTR. All right, Micron. Took a little bit of profit down here when it dripped down. We got some 70s, 71, 72s, but that's one out, and then there's the other out. The last one's okay. I think it was about 8 cents or so on that last as we get out right here at 87, 88. So bad take there on Micron. In fact, actually went a lot higher off those levels. So the problem is getting involved too much now in the NASDAQ. So are there any names you guys want me to watch? I mean, I'm looking at Palantir now. We've got $1.50 in the money on Microsoft as that's continues to go lower. We really like that. GameStop, AMD, I'm seeing some people talk about there in the chat. I think he meant 3K by the end of the day. Yeah, no, what I was saying was 45,000. What I was saying was 3,000 shares. Yeah, not 30,000 shares. No, 30,000 shares would have been a way more than that. 3,000 shares, sorry. To the downside. But wait a second. Okay. What's up? 3,000 times $15, 45,000. Yeah. Still a great trade there on, and a lot of us had, that many shares or more, so that's why it didn't seem like a lot, but it is. All right, so, AMD. That was the next one there, and we'll get over these protein bars because and that's the problem is doing this show. We don't get to eat till 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
So little bit of a pushback on the old. We're below VWAP now on AMD,
man.
and the market is very, very volatile to say the least here. As Palantir back down into the low 60s again. I think AMD's a short, but again, like where are you gonna have to hold that out until? If you took the short the last couple times it broke VWAP, it did just wick down and went much higher. So let's see if we get something into this 40s, 50s back against 60. I like it. Now you're starting to push down. So we've got Microsoft on the short. Obviously we have Palantir on the short as well. Microsoft trying to print. Let's get something else, and I actually like it on AMD. I like that we're below now. It's too bad it's not a little closer. Let's sit something around 40s. Maybe we do get a pop up and we're able to get something on AMD.
Yeah, well, NVIDIA is dancing with that 405. For some reason, that's holding. That's a level we saw earlier in the pre-market. Yes, let me look at the chart here. Let's load up our friend NVIDIA, up now 4%, having done 55.5 million shares. Here is the 5-minute on NVIDIA. This is the 1-minute, excuse me, on NVIDIA. There goes 405. South side, there goes a new low. NVIDIA very weak right now. So there goes a 405 low. The after the bell low, 402.67. Let's go to the 5-minute and see what the pre-market low was here. Okay, so the open at 4 a.m., we got as low as 392.58. The close on Friday, 389.45, is essentially 389.50. We break 405. We wicked a couple of times at the bell into 403 on one time breaking it, getting down into 402.67. They were quickly bought up. That was on a lot of volume. That's the opening range. So keep that in context there. So we're making a move down here. NVIDIA is really bringing down the NQ with its now huge $1 trillion market cap. Anyway, did we get filled here? No, we're not going to get filled until the quarters, but we are moving down here on the Qs. So the idea is to get filled on the quarters, and then we're out at the whole dollar. Stops are in place, dip trades are in place, everything's in place. Looking for the hold as we really move down here on some of these names. And by some of these names, I'm really talking about NVIDIA. A bit of a move down here on Meta as it retraces into VWAP too. That 265 3/4 coming in hot here on Meta. Apple's finding a bit of a top too. Not really much in the way of range. It's really NVIDIA, the culprit. Is AMD quadunking? Weren't you?
Yeah, AMD's quadunking a little bit here, but I got back into Micron because I was like, I don't believe this name. But Micron still is working to the high side. So although you made a good point there in the chat, like, I didn't have any of those.
Go, there's two more.
Forgot. Okay, I'll put one aside. I actually got distracted.
Because I might take it by accident. I don't
that's
mean
why.
to,
That's why I
you
just
know
took it.
Yeah, good.
I just took it.
Good move.
No. Okay, so yeah, good point in the chat, man. Like, what's the point? People want to know if there's any news. I don't.
The Republicans apparently speaking against it. It wasn't a guaranteed thing.
No, I don't really see.
Maybe there's rumblings about. Who knows?
Freedom Caucus Chair Perry, Freedom, says debt deal fails to deliver. Of course, they will always say that.
Nobody's going to be happy here.
They're dropping some of the criminal charges against Sam Bankman-Fried.
Really?
Yeah. There's some kind of violation on his extradition, of course. Of course, that has to happen.
Well, lawyers are going to do what lawyers do. I mean, you're not
exactly.
paying that money for no reason, right?
So
They're going to play.
Shout out. But I hope he gets what's coming to him for sure.
Here we go. Down
nice.
we go, Sean.
Yeah.
Down we go, Sean.
But I'm still not happy though, dude.
I'm just pleased as well.
What's up?
I'm just pleased as well, but I'm about to get filled at the $250. So
nothing ever
if
goes
I get
far
filled
enough.
there, we're at 29s here on the bid. So what's the spread? It's 1 penny here on the Qs. So chances are we cross 25s, I get printed. But we are moving down. Sean send it over to his chart.
Just Palantir.
Palantir.
I'm getting pissed off about Micron.
Is it moving with the
honestly.
market or is it independent today?
Micron's going to
Palantir.
I'm going to go home and rip all the damn DRAM out of whatever computers I have. If I see a Micron chip, I threw the keyboard before.
I got to tell you something about
I'm going to throw some DRAMs around here because...
there's a username called Sharif's Mom. There is now one called Sean's Keyboard.
I know.
Oh, you missed this, Neil. There's a user called... Yeah, there we go.
Neil's here for the keyboard.
The keyboard incident he knows
Keyboard
about.
wasn't even that much of an incident. You guys want to see incidences. Just wait a little bit longer here.
A little bit. Andrew Harris, $5 super chat. Thank you very much for that, Andrew. Not home a lot recently, but smash a like on...
That's right.
Phone, whatever I am. Thanks for everything. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls, Fonzie, Beat Fanatic. Going out a lot of love there. Thank you very much, Andrew, for that. And all love.
Just quickly.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
I like how she ends with a strong today.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
strong
not tomorrow.
Ending. Very strong.
Don't
ending.
wait on the move.
Yeah.
Today.
No. Katrine delivers. Katrine delivers. On that one. Neil, do me a favor and hit the best one, though.
Neil.
Come on, Neil. Take this opportunity to like and
Uh-oh.
subscribe to. No. Ben, you have another one.
Uh-oh. There's a debacle.
There we go.
Subscribe and share the show.
Oh,
It makes it
boo.
market every
There
day.
we go. See, not only that, now I've learned how to. I
I be real?
I just hit one more thing there.
The worst
like, look, Neil
of
does
the
this, and I
bunch.
just go like this. No.
Yeah, you know how to intercept it. Yeah, you've learned how to intercept the animations. Yes.
Why
But
don't
no,
you
it's
like
the worst of
yours?
the bunch, baby.
By the way, this.
I don't like it. Too fast, bro. Thank you, Michael Lloyd. Yes, Michael Lloyd's spinning.
Well, if it's
fast.
too fast, then refilm it, bro. We've
I
told
will,
you this
man.
over and over
I will.
again.
I know. You know the production
like
team.
it.
We're getting a whole new production team. We have a fantastic team developing here in the background. More to come, by the way.
Valid point.
There's more to come. More releases that we haven't released. So we're not even going to hit that what it
we
is.
haven't released. What?
You know what I'm talking about.
I'm not sure I do either, but I'll talk to you after about whatever you want. Okay.
Whoa! I
I think
love
people
that.
found out more people are getting released.
Yeah, no, that's not what I meant.
I think that's what people were
Yeah,
thinking.
that's not what
Okay, so yeah, let's go. Yeah, Sean doesn't want the video to play. Okay, fine. You want the damn video? I'll do it myself.
Uh-oh.
Take this opportunity. Psych!
Oh!
Boom!
My man's feeling good today. Yes, he is.
Every day.
Yes.
Every
Say it
day.
again?
Neil's going to do it when I
Okay.
go to the bathroom.
All right. Oh, yeah. And, or when you grab your lunch.
I
Sometime.
like that one with DJ Khaled. I mean, last week
It did.
we had some nice plays by Prad.
Bradley
There's
is
like another one.
unreal in the
Another
ones and
one.
twos. Everybody already knows that.
I'm not concerned about an animation. We're just having fun here, Euthanasia. Which one? Oh, just now. I missed it every time. Oh, well. Well, we don't have another one trade-wise yet.
Another one.
We're going to keep going on this one.
Oh, you didn't
Shout
see
out
when
to
he
the-
shushed me right now?
No.
You didn't see?
No, I didn't. I missed it.
Yeah.
That's
He
okay.
shushed
Shout
me.
out to Prada. I like that.
Yeah.
Shout out to DJ Khaled's favorite basketball team,
Oh, yeah.
the Miami Heat.
Oh.
Shout out to MIA.
What was your,
when I was in Miami, I thought I saw like DJ Khaled like 14 times. But it's like all these random people.
What's your
looking
lookout
exactly-
now with
Rick
Denver
Ross.
versus Miami?
So I took
Is it
Jamal.
a clean
No.
beat down that everybody's making
It
it
will
out to
be a beatdown, I think, but I think it'll be a good enough series. Could be 4-1, could be 4-2.
Okay.
The Heat have heart.
Yeah, well, clearly.
Clearly, they were number
Yeah.
8. You know, the Heat were minutes away from not even making the playoffs.
I don't know.
They had to qualify for the playoffs.
Right, they were in that new
and they
spot.
beat that
yeah.
DeMar DeRozan screaming daughter, who we were unable to beat. And of course, she had to go to school when they played Miami. So she was like, basically Miami, like to make this sort of into football terminology for you, they were basically being relegated. They had to win one more match, then they made the playoffs.
I know what the
It's called
NBA.
the play-in.
I know like
Yeah.
their new spots they made
Basketball,
this year. Yeah.
hockey does that too. The
Yeah.
wild cards.
Always keeping the product innovative. But yeah, Luton Town, you touched on it this morning. Shout out
Yeah,
to
shout
Luton
out to
Town.
Luton Town. Someone said they
it's a
had
jokes of a
300,000.
stadium.
Right.
I don't know if you've seen any of the videos.
No, but that's
you
what I wanna
literally
see. I
have to
heard-
go through people's backyard, Sean. You're
Right.
walking upstairs and you're looking into somebody's garden. They got their laundry. They got their
Mo Salah's Liverpool and all those guys, right?
yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. When these guys have to
Oh,
go
yeah, they're gonna
visit,
go
they're
to
be
this
like
place.
walking through people's houses.
Yeah.
But apparently someone said it's the population
gotta upgrade
of
it.
Luton is 218.
It's essentially Markham of London. So
That's still a lot of people.
Luton is like Markham or Richmond Hill of London. It's north of London. It's a outer perimeter city.
It's like GTA, GLA,
Hey,
Greater
there
London
you
area.
go.
That's not a.
He doesn't only trade stocks, ladies and gentlemen.
And even at that is very rare that I traded successfully these days.
So yeah, but
here
they're
goes Mike
gonna
Ron.
upgrade their stadium. 10,500 is the current capacity. That doesn't meet Prem
Right.
standards. So now that they're in the Prem, they're gonna have to up their game. But you know what comes with the Prem? TV money, my
Yeah,
friend.
that's the whole point.
All of a sudden, there's a whole host, not championship money anymore. It's TV.
Yeah.
It's Prem money.
And they split it, I guess. Or
yeah, well, they get
something.
profit sharing, of
Right.
course.
That's
Absolutely.
what I mean. So like when Man City comes,
And that's what took the Prem to the next level, Sean.
Right.
Before it was the gate that brought, and before I'm talking about pre-2010.
Okay.
It was the gate that brought the majority of the money, the season ticket holder and the gate and the concessions and everything and the jerseys, the kits
Now
they
it's
call it.
streaming.
Now it's the TV money that's bringing the real money. And that's why the Prem is able to buy up all these players. Woo! What's up?
No, I was just saying the money.
Yeah. I mean,
And I
that's the
ended it
Prem
with
is
the
a
bag.
beast. The Prem is a beast.
Well, good for them. So my only thing about that is like you spend hundreds of millions of dollars upgrading or something like that, I assume, upgrading your stadium. then you get relegated.
And that's the risk. Yes.
So you can get.
You need to live
are
with
you
that.
up for a certain amount of years? Or,
No.
So
You could
one
get
and done,
relegated
you
the
could
next
be.
year. And here's the thing.
I heard all 3 teams stayed up.
Here's the thing about this. Yeah, yes, it did. All 3 teams that came up
I'm
last
all
year.
over it. I'm all over it.
Here's the thing, though.
You see, when I'm on the show with you, I up my level.
I love that. And like, I always like to talk to because you do have a certain enthusiasm, even though you don't follow the sport. But here's the thing. When you get relegated, your wage balance sheet is prem balance sheet.
So you can start
all of a sudden, you've got to
bringing
offload players. You can't carry those same players
Right.
into the championship, right? So then
Okay.
people are getting all these players at distressed
cheap.
sales. Yeah. So there's such a good dynamic to footy. I love it. It's so different
I
than North
wish they
American
could do
sports.
that here, but they, like, I'd relegate all those teams that can't. I mean, here we get teams that are tanking on purpose. That's
Say it again.
no. I mean, here you're getting teams tanking on purpose to get
Oh,
the
to
number
get the
one
pick.
overall picks.
Exactly.
Because there's really no punishment.
That's the way it
right?
is.
It's
Sean,
just
yeah.
reward, right? It's like Wembenyama.
Oh yeah,
he's
Juan
the-
Benyama. How do you know him?
No, Wembenyama? No, he's basketball.
Oh, I thought. Okay, there's another Benyama
Mbappe?
guy in
Oh,
the Prem.
Benyama or
That's
whatever?
why.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
no,
he's
no.
at,
There's a
Newcastle.
guy in, so it's supposed to be the greatest prospect since LeBron James.
Okay. Oh, I
And
didn't know
he's
anything about
7'4" or something like that. French kid.
it. Oh my goodness.
Dunks obviously. Hits threes and he's just Wembenyama.
Complete player.
And
Okay.
apparently everybody in San Antonio is going absolutely insane. So, yeah. All right. So let's go. He'll be a bust. No, I don't think he'll be a bust. There are those of you in the chat, but hey, that's what sports. That's the best part about sports.
Never ever land. I think that's Australian
I'm gonna get out
dollars.
some more Palantir. It just bounced off 50.
$15 Australian super chat. Wrap time, guys. Tupac. Let me.
All
scroll up.
eyes on me.
Staring at the world through my rear view, long in contracts. I can't see you. Eyes on yields and stocks, even though through staring at the world through my rear view. I like it. So, Tupac song, a lot of homage.
You
paid
sounded
there.
almost exactly like Tupac there. That was.
We'll get Neil on that one if you want
That
to
was
try.
great.
You know, obviously, to me, I've got no skills. We're at lows though, Sean, here on the NQ. We are at lows, and I see a lot of green triangles on your chart there on Palantir.
Yeah, we're just, it just bounced off 50 there, so we're going to cover that as we go. I'm kind of just, beside myself a little bit, but AMD is coming back to the upside right now. So let's have a look at that. And the reason why I'm saying that is I really thought this would go a lot further. We're back in the game here, though, on Micron, right? I mean, we did get stopped out. We put it right back in. Sometimes I get stopped out and I don't really look at some of the levels. I'll just give myself 10 cents worth of a hit sometimes, depending on the trade. But again, these levels aren't always going to matter. But there's the 50 period. When's the last time we saw the 200, the 50, and VWAP all at the exact same price? Honestly. I have no idea what that means, but it's happening right now on Micron off a very, very leveled off and flattened volume-weighted average price. I want to say another happy birthday to my wife, and I love you, Marissa, and we'll figure out something for dinner. We have 2 young kids. I'm not home till 8:15 there tonight, so we may have to order in. But I don't really like to do that too much. So we'll wait to see what's going through, and then we don't have babysitters for them either. But we'll go out somewhere with the kids. Okay.
Huge coming down, man. Here comes 14.4.
Yeah, we're just looking at some of these levels here. What are you short? Nothing. You're long the Qs.
You're seeing, because I just got in
Okay.
at the quarters, so you're seeing my cost basis now. So we're out through the break of 350. 350 is coming in here. It's coming in hot, as 14.4 is coming in hot here too on the NQ. You don't expect it to hold to a T on the 14.4, but you do expect to have buying here. You had renewed buying at the, I want to say 10 time slot last time we touched 14.4 at that level. The ES also just made a newer low as well, 42.09. I think before it was at 42.0975. So we are very much at lows. Do we hold 14.4? Do we break? And there is the break. So there is my out. We do break below, and that will be a loser for me. We continue to make newer lows here on the future as 14.4 comes and goes. We may find some support here, but I'll have to get in that long at the time. I'll have to wait for the back end of that, as Neil likes to say. But for the moment, out of that trade, we are going lower on the day. But you know what's moving up still and holding VWAP? ATTO holding VWAP quite well here and looking to test high of day 350. The recent high was around that 305 area. Now it's broken that by 10 pennies. So this one's showing good strength, looking to take high of days out 115.
115, excuse me, up 115% on the day, having done 32.5 million shares.
Yeah. Oh, what I want to do is AMD. So it's, that's still Micron. Okay, hopefully the market just continues to tank, man, and we'll have Micron play a little bit of pickup. I don't want to get out of any more Micron, period. I don't have any more bids. So I told you I was ripping out some DRAM. We might not have to do that now because that's coming back down in.
Holy NVIDIA.
Yeah, okay, we keep saying holy NVIDIA, then my mind changes.
Keeps going down.
All right, so I actually like AMD here. We'll look at NVIDIA in a minute, but AMD keeps wicking to the top part of this 50-period moving average. I don't know. VWAP is here as well at 50s, a little bit higher than that, 60s, 50-period, 200-period. We're all right here at 50. So if we do get a move down here on the market, then this is what we've got to like. We got to like AMD to the short side. I mean, we have to, right? I mean, look at the NASDAQ starting to break down as well. Yeah, things are starting to break, and finally, there goes Micron back in again. So hopefully this can still print a little bit lower. Our best, I mean, we're going to look at Micron here, and we are short. I mean, look, short, and we got out of the way pretty much every time, but we didn't really take, see, just like right there, just comes right back to 60 again and stops on a dime. Like we're short 85. Like why am I not just, I should be happier about making this, but I really think that we can get to the downside. So for me, I just put a bid now at 65. Hopefully we get that. It's right there right now. There it is. We did get it. So yes, sir. Awesome temporarily. But let's look for something in the 40s. Let's put one more bid here at 50 in case we do get a move down. We'll go 53, and then we'll wait to see about in here somewhere where we really had some buyers step in and really squash that last short. Yeah, that was 45.50. So once we get the fill, see? Like I just got there a 65 fill. Now it's all the way back up through 70. So let's be patient with this trade. We got it. We got it good, I feel like. Microsoft still downside, waiting for lower, man. I don't want to. Honestly, I keep thinking it's going to break this. Hopefully it does. Then we'll deal with the 330 after that. But let's try to find some more plays. Meta. So Meta was good, man. We're up on Meta. We're up on Meta today, but look what just happened. It collapsed. Wow. Why? So we got out there at 69, thought it was pretty good. It does go another 40, 50 cents against us and just touches 67 and now puke city on Meta. Maybe it's a long down here. This is a good long, man, 264 and change. I'd rather be short.
Yeah.
But that's not horrible. Oh, man, too bad we weren't still in there or we'd really be flying, but we're not. So that's Meta.
Yeah, 14.4, get holding here for the moment on the NQ. So continuing to eye this trade out of it at the moment, but looking for any sign that it will reverse and head back up as we come back to that critical level. Don't want to jump into this one too quickly, but also don't want to be...
Palantir. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a print factory you had there on Palantir.
NVIDIA.
But
what do you like on
NVIDIA is
NVIDIA?
4280, 402.80 at the moment.
Why are you not taking 400 long, or do you like that?
Did it hit 401.10, right?
I don't know. I'm just saying, do you have a
that's
bid
the
there?
low. Do I have a bid at 400? No.
No.
I don't have a bid at 400.
You just crack it through?
It's holding. I mean, 401.10 is the low, so it didn't even make its way down 400. So you got to like that buying, stepping in early there. Try to take the future. Trying to stay away from the equity names today. I didn't really know what to expect.
You're just short right now, the futures.
I'm not doing anything right now. Yeah, I'm looking for a possible 14.4.
Hundy again.
Exactly.
All right.
14.4. What do we got there from Never Ever Land?
He wants to go sabotage.
Oh, yeah.
You heard that? Dun, dun,
Beastie Boys?
dun, dun, dun,
Beastie
dun,
Boys?
dun. Yeah.
I like
I
Beastie
can't
Boys.
stand it. I know
Yeah.
you planned it. Something like that. Yeah, so there you go. That's enough for me on that one. Thank you, Never Neverland. Let's go, man. Yeah, we love the Beastie Boys, man.
That's the Katina
Shout out
move
to like
right there, baby.
90s and I don't know, 2000 hip hop, all that kind of stuff.
They started in the 80s, though, and
That's
then
what
they
I
got
was
into the
gonna say,
90s.
like-
Yeah, they were big in the 80s, and they made their way into the 90s, because I got into them in the 90s, and I was still young, man. That was like
Absolutely
5, 6.
ridiculous. We love the Beastie Boys right there. Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Well, Meta's absolutely bouncing off 265 here. Oh, no, maybe not. Let's just wait to see what that's doing. I mean, like always, man, we're always going to be looking for some more trades. I want to thank Neverland for that super chat. Only 13 and a half minutes. You got to fight. That's right. For your right. To what? Sharif?
The party.
Oh, how was the birthday weekend? Was this
Good.
weekend?
I'm still recovering from Saturday night.
Was it at Niagara Falls? You mentioned
No,
going.
no,
Oh,
no, I
okay,
didn't go
thought you were
anywhere.
going there with your
Oh,
family.
with my folks, yeah. I couldn't
not.
make it Sunday. Just did not have the energy, as I still don't today. Got in a workout yesterday, tried to sweat it out. It was somewhat successful, still not good enough, not feeling 100% today.
Yeah, well, working out is overrated, as you know. So
Yeah, of
that's
course,
your
absolutely.
bad on
Never,
that
ever
one.
land.
You're bad on that one. Okay, so it's too funny. Okay.
Poor effort on subscribe. Come on, man. We did what we could.
Poor effort on subscribers.
No, because poor effort on our opportunity to do on our sabotage little medley there.
what was so poor
So
about
therefore,
that?
he's unsubscribing as a result of our poor effort. It's,
Who is Neverland?
Yeah.
Poor effort, unsubscribed. Too bad. Too bad. Well, thanks for the super chats, anyways.
Yeah, thank you.
Come back with some more. Give me some more. Okay. The average person in the U.S. spends 4.6 hours per day on their phone.
Yeah, so there's an app that I saw the
what?
other day. That's ridiculous. Do you not get the updates every Sunday about your screen time?
No.
On your iPhone? You don't?
I don't know.
I get it every Sunday. Tells me
Must
how
be a
much my average per user,
I wanna set
average.
that up.
Yeah, weekly, daily, and then what apps you're using the most, and like essentially like all that kind of stuff.
I'd like to get
The
that
data.
update.
It should be included. I'm
It's
surprised
probably
it's not
part
loading
of.
up automatically.
I have something turned off. Is it part of the wellness settings or something?
I don't know. 14.4 holding here, Sean. What's your look here at this level on the future, or on some of the? Whoa, Amazon
What's
just
my
woke
look?
up.
Have you seen my positions?
Yeah, everything's short. Everything,
Yeah.
and their mother's cousin is short. But Amazon just woke up, just took out VWAP 121.83. Amazon really moving to the high side.
I
Let's
don't
move
see
it
any
in
news or
here
anything
on
on Amazon.
Amazon. Where is Amazon? I'm not seeing it.
Spy.
Okay, that moved all of a sudden.
Republican Representative Roy says they should pull the bill.
Yeah,
The thing is, when you get a lot of this talk, honestly, politics means a lot to a lot of people out there. It doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot. I mean, obviously in the stock market, we care a lot about it, but we've been, alive long enough, as most people in the chat have been as well, to know that it's just positioning. It's back and forth. Obviously, something is going to get done, and you have to represent your constituents, right? So, like, if all of a sudden you may be down, to sign the bill, but if there's something in there that affecting your riding, you're going to say no to it, right? And
Of course, and that's where it comes in the
that's when
compromise.
you need that party whip to come in there and start whipping people around, get them in shape. Do they have those in the States?
Party whips, yeah, they do.
here,
We
for
have it
sure.
here too. They have it in the States, but I find that American politics, you can dissent away from party line a lot more than you can in our politics. Like caucuses really enforce party line here a lot more stringently than I feel it is done south of the border. To be honest, you can't really dissent here too much. Do you ever hear about liberals coming out? Like, do we have our version of cinema or Manchin in our parliament? Who's the cinema or Manchin in our parliament? There isn't.
But that is part of it, right?
Yeah.
You can put a focus. See, I feel like I don't have the focus setting set up here.
It's not even that. It's just a recap of like what you're doing. But
I'm going to look it up after.
Yeah,
I did see
yeah,
some
we
people
can
in
look
the
it
chat
up.
talking
You're
about
almost offline. Yeah, you're almost overtime. 10 minutes, and then you're done here.
Yeah.
So here we go. 14.
I may leave earlier. I mean,
okay.
Max is on fire, man.
Max
I
the
need to
machine.
need to get Max over here.
How's he been?
No one wants me. That's for damn.
What?
What? What's
Okay,
up?
bro, calm down with that.
All right, Palantir going back up. Yeah, look, so it is actually going back up. We just got another out right there once it took out the 21 period at 58, but that's just random. I wasn't even looking at that. It was just hovering around 60, now a little bit up to the upside here. I feel like if you want to get out of Palantir, I mean, there's VWAP right there at 70. I have like 5% left, or like it's not even that. Like when we came down here and into the 50s, man, I mean, we cleaned it up. It's my number one stock. It's the number one stock on the show today, not even close. And we'll just keep that going. I also have like the number one losing stock, and it's actually Tesla. I effed up Tesla pretty bad. When I wrote down the craziest, I'm going to rip up the sticky note.
What happened? Oh,
Well, go to the bottom of the day on Tesla and tell me what you think would be a good sticky note.
198 long.
198 long would be good to write down, for example. And let's just say you wrote this down like at 8 o'clock.
You like how I got that real quick? I didn't even look there, man. I saw the double bottom at 198. It was absolutely,
Yeah. So I am a big shithead because, so going from what I played the 198, I thought we would hold. Once we started to come down, and it's so stupid because we see this every day, and I always talk about this in the morning. It's like if this is the number one, this is the worst stock today. Myself, Neil, you, P&L wise, number one. I have number one in Palantir and the number one loser here in Tesla. And it's just, this is stupid. Like going short ahead of this, I just thought it was making a move down. We saw the futures starting to collapse off the open. Stocks, Google was going to the downside, AMD. The only stock that was going up, we had Nvidia going up. We might have had Marvell. It was very, very weak breadth in the market. I thought, okay, now we're going to take 200 downside. We spent all day on Friday hovering around here. We went short 198. We covered it at the end of the day, $5 winner. So I'm like, okay, let's just do it again. So we put on some decent shares there at 199, and there's the cover. No cover. It bounces off 198.60 straight to the upside. I'm like, nah, let's see if it takes this pre-market high. That's exactly what it does. So from what should have been a winner into about a $253 loser on a decent amount of shares, and we didn't get long. And then right now, even now, 198 continues to hold. So there's 198, there's 197.80. Low of the day, 197.56. Give me a break. Like I'm holding this thing $2 against me. Obviously, we would have still been in that again. So yeah, that sucks. So Tesla definitely taking some lunches today on that one. How's your new car running?
It's good. It's good. I had an appointment to get the front windows tinted. I had to put that off.
You're allowed to tint the front windows a certain amount, I guess.
Look, I'm going to go 20%. I want them
what
the
is
same
the
as the
legal
back.
amount?
Pradley's trying to get me in trouble. Pradley's like 12. He just wants me to get him. Then
It's
get
because
a
on the
ticket.
bus they have 12. So he asked the bus driver what the distance is there.
Shots fired. Our Bradley's clapping for him there. There you go.
I mean, I'm trying to make up some content.
All fun between friends,
obviously.
baby. Yeah, but I didn't get that. Also, I want to black out the emblems, too, on the back. So it can be like a black package.
Yeah,
right?
I see how you are. You're all fancy like that. You're trying to impress
just like little things, bro.
You're trying to impress the ladies.
You know what? I do what I can. You know, we enjoy ourselves
I see how you're doing it, Sharif.
All right.
You're posting videos of your workouts.
I actually haven't done that lately. I've been meaning to do it every other day.
We got like a whole segment on that last week, man.
That was the last time I posted, though, sadly. I don't have the discipline. I need more discipline. I wish there was an AI that would post for me. You know, take videos of me and post it for me.
There is. You just
find
anything.
That's coming, bro.
It's
the
called
AI
an
for
assistant.
Influencer AI. You heard it here first. Catching a bit of a bounce here on the future. I'm embroiled in another future long. Call me crazy. Long the 54 is looking for continuation as we hold 14.4. I'm looking for a VWAP touch. I think I'll be more, less ambitious. Probably is the word to say, or the phrase to say. For my goals, I'll be looking for a VWAP retracement. Probably take future some profits in and around there. VWAP on my chart on the NQ June contract 14.467. I'm expecting too much from the AI. I think we're just getting started, Sean.
No, I mean, and you're like to take the video for you.
Oh, I think we're just getting started. I think it's going to be able to do all that.
But that means you're going to have to like employ some sort of a robot to follow you around.
Not even, like you put it on the tripod, you just let it do, and then it'll follow you around and everything. Like you don't have to do anything. It'll get like the good little bits, post it, recognize the workout that you're doing, recognize the reps, put that all for you. You heard it here first, baby.
What is it now, Peloton or
Fitness
Apple?
Influencer AI.
Yeah. So I think it's Peloton, but it could be Apple's fitness program, whereby you put something in front of your screen.
Sorry. Explain.
Okay, so you could do workouts online, basically. It's like, you just watch a video of you working out, basically, but you're employed by Peloton.
Okay.
And you put something in front of your TV as you're watching it, and it has LiDAR and everything.
Oh, got it.
And it senses
It's like the Xbox thing.
Right, exactly.
I got it.
So maybe it's
it.
connected through Xbox and PlayStation 5 probably
I got you.
has it, but it'll
Very
basically
interesting.
say like, okay, you got to bend lower or whatever. Anyways,
good.
I just wanted to say
We're
that's
just scratching the surface of this kind of stuff, man.
So I think there's a lot of potential with all of that. So All right, so we've already talked about Micron. It's doing work right now, coming back in. So we've got some good work. We'll do that, and then but AMD is putting work the other way. It's coming back up to the upside right now, back to VWAP. This could be something here as well as AMD's touches VWAP and wicks higher, right there to 66, 67. So I feel like this is worth the shot now. Okay, there we go. We got a 50. I put a 51 and got it. I didn't know if we would get that. That high though. Like we don't, that's 66, 67. So let's put on a little bit more here at 48 now that it's coming down. And then we'll see about getting something into like the high 50s against that 66, 67. I don't know though. I don't want to get too carried away, so we just went double the short there. The reason why is that the NASDAQ is pretty much on one right now.
Yeah, I'm long.
Straight, yeah, good call. Straight upside right now. In the last 15 minutes, we have about 2 red candles. So it is a nice upside move right there. So be aware.
Be aware.
Be very aware of this move. So we're going to watch out. But there it is, AMD. Oh, by the way, let's take some damn profits right now. Let's go bang right on there on that one as AMD comes back down. You see, we just take that short off VWAP, comes in, we take it, man. We're here for that. So let's see if we can get a little bit of a profit-taking spot there on AMD.
14,400 double bottom question mark. We touched it once around 10 a.m. We got another touch not too long ago at 12:40. About 15, 18 minutes ago. And here we go, 14,450 coming in. We're long, 350.54 on the Qs. Some power coming back in to the long side here. Even NVIDIA looking to retrace back into 405. It was a big boy drop through VWAP at 410 to dance with that level for a little bit, eventually breaking it and finding a bottom at 401.10 on NVIDIA. And Meta curling, Amazon curling, Apple curling, Tesla, and even Google. Microsoft, not really. As we get to 14,450 on the NQ, we're dancing here above 351. I say dancing a lot, you know, because the stock moves a lot, so it really does dance.
Nothing wrong with dancing around.
Yeah, we're above 351. That's the whole pitch here. Looking for continuation. Nothing else really to say about that one except 122 incoming here on Amazon.
Okay, so yeah, just
Fed speaker in 2 minutes, says Cody though. Don't know what that is. I'll have to look quickly to see if that's accurate.
It's not the big dog.
The big dog. No,
is it the big dog?
The big dog. We would have known about the big dog.
Okay, if it's the big dog coming, then I am barking out of here because I feel like Powell's going to rally. I mean, I don't know. Like,
Papa, we're talking about rate hikes again, Sean.
I know.
You heard about that?
Heard about that. We started to show that. We talked about it right here. This is the expectation right now. I'm just going to refresh it before I let the madman himself.
The madman is in the building.
He's in the building. He's ready to go. He's like, get the hell off the screen right now. Thanks, Max, for talking to me like that. Okay, I don't.
Poor guy. Didn't do anything.
Yeah, he didn't say anything.
All right, who do we got
how
here,
come I'm
Sean?
not here? I don't know what this page is.
I'm not seeing any Fed speak today. Sorry.
Maybe there isn't Fed speak.
Anyway, not on mine.
Hold on a second. This is the Fed rate too. I was on the wrong page right there. So let's just see what we're at right now. 67% now for quarter point rate hike.
We were at 61 this morning, so we're just
flipped
going
it the other way last week. This was actually in the teens.
Well, Tiff Macklem, apparently he's under some pressure, Bank of Canada governor, to pump up the interest rate because Toronto real estate, oh baby, it's back. Things getting hot again.
Houses are selling in my neighborhood.
Not just houses, condos too.
Well, whatever.
Are lit right now too.
You're getting like.
So they need to pump the brakes.
Yeah. No.
And here's the thing. You want to hear about this? Latest stat is a lot of people go into the secondary market because they can't pass the stress test. Now, if you guys don't understand the Canadian market, we have certain regulated banks. There's about five or six, whatever it is.
It's 5.
Anyway, those banks, they're banks under the Bank Act, and they have a certain level of, strictness that they have to follow. They're regulated by the government. Other lenders that are not categorized as them don't have to be as strict. So if you don't qualify, usually go to them at the expense, obviously, of a higher rate, or so goes the blueprint or the blue paper on that.
And as I say, if you don't know,
now you know.
Now you know, because Sharif just dropped it down for everybody right there on the Canadian
Any final thoughts, Sean, before Mad Max comes on?
No, nothing specifically, other than screw you, AMD, and hopefully this comes down to the downside right now. We did good on AMD. No problems right now. We're short at 56. We got some covers right here. Like, honestly, this is scalping time, man.
Yes, sir.
Like, we got some 43s, we got some 42s. It just came in. We got a nice print at 58. See, now it's coming back in a little bit, so let's put something again here on the bid, and there it is. We'll take another out as it's falling down, so this is going to be good for us. As long as it does. Oh, we didn't get that out. There, we're bidding. Okay. Oh, all right, well, it runs through us at 44. We're just taking pieces out on the way down. Hopefully, it will make a move down, and then that will be that. So, yeah, okay, for me, we gone. Thank you for everybody watching again today. Thank you for supporting the stream. Continue to hit the like and the subscribe and everything. Come on down. Let's go, man. You are the next contestant, AMD. On the price is, who knows?
Right.
I mean, who knows what the prices are?
It's on late. Have you noticed that?
It's what?
It's on later now.
I was watching it last night.
Yeah, so you know it.
Price is right. I think it was an old lady. I'll be gone in a minute. It's 103.
cool, yeah.
But there was some old lady, I believe, won yesterday like an $80,000, like it was like a puddle jumper. It was like something that goes underneath the water, back up.
Okay.
It was like a roller coaster of a watercraft.
Okay.
And I was just like, okay.
What is she gonna
The
sell
thing is
that,
that
obviously?
you can sell it
Yeah,
off,
yeah.
right? Isn't that true?
Can you get the money instead? Yeah. You can.
I don't
Neil
know.
Says. Okay.
Neil
says it used to be that way.
People in California tell us because apparently the secondary market, this is truth.
Okay.
Because I
Spit
saw.
some facts.
Yeah. I got to go. But apparently I saw the Netflix special about that guy that got all the numbers right and everything.
Right.
There's a huge secondary market in whatever town that is in California where it's filmed because all the prizes are there and then everybody they win it on the show, then they list them to sell.
In that town?
Yeah, well, just
because they go
that's
pick
where
it
the
up from there?
delivery,
Yeah,
right,
yeah, okay, got
is.
you.
So
Okay,
anyways.
Interesting.
All right. Yeah, man, we just bank city right now. The bank is open. It's not Tim Duncan, but there it is on AMD. So we've given a couple good trades here this afternoon. It's been AMD and Micron and both well in the money right now. Hopefully that you guys have enjoyed it. But let's go over to Mad Max as I get the hell out of here.
Yeah. We'll come to me here, and I'll just tell you about this trade that I'm in at the moment as Sean can get set up. Come to my screen, guys, if you're able to. We get long 350 and a half, 350.54 long on the Qs again. Second trade, first trade a loser, second time. We're looking for a possible double bottom and a hold of 14.4 and a continuation. That's what I'm looking for again at that level. Got in a little late, not the best price, but the first time around I actually held this over $1.25, didn't take profits. Was persistent and stubborn, looking for that gap fill from 14.50 all the way up to 14.570. I'm talking about the levels on the NQ June contract because that's where I'm kind of basing this trade off. So ATTO, we're going to talk to Max about this one in a second. Small cap capper du jour up still 106%. And it is holding VWAP, is it ever? This is the 5-minute. It pays to look at the 1 minute on this one. What happened to the little level, the marker here I had on this one? We'll have to do it again. ATTO on the New York, holding that 285 level, but the real level that's held is at 275. Dancing with VWAP, holding above it for the moment, 350 high at that $3 level again. Oh man, do we get continuation on this one? Should we, maybe sit at VWAP, maybe sit at 285, try to get the lower end of the range? There's definitely been a range at play since about 1140 or so. Talking from around this Quadunk right here, off the high of 350, there's been a 310 high and a 275 low within that range. So maybe if we sit closer to the low end of the range, 285, with maybe an out right at that 275 area, that would be the new low, breaking through that low that we made at 12 o'clock. So looking at that, and we'll bring in Mr. Max. How was the weekend, buddy? How was a long weekend?
Good weekend.
Yeah?
Good weekend, yeah.
Good.
Golfing.
I did. I saw your Guinness post there.
Oh, yeah.
Some,
yesterday.
golf and beer.
Yesterday, just happened to be walking on King Street, and I noticed Belfast Love has $6 Guinness on Monday during the day. So, just decided to pop in there.
I like it.
There's nobody there.
No,
obviously,
yeah. Okay.
Because it's only a holiday in America.
Exactly, unless you're embroiled into some American market action where you don't need to come in like us. You're probably going to be at work.
Exactly, exactly. The bartender when we left was asking us to stay because he was so bored.
Yeah, Mondays are probably bad for them. How the trades been?
Good.
Yeah? You want to take us through some of them?
Yeah, let me just get logged in
Yeah,
here.
okay, yeah, sorry. Give Max an opportunity to log in. Alan Sharif, is there a long play on Tilray after the offering? Yeah, you'll recall Tilray was looking to make an offering, and it absolutely huadunked last week. We reported about that live here. Let's have a look at our friend Tilray. Where are my wheat stocks? There they are. All right, it's down 1.61%, but it's actually done, decent amount of shares, 22.8 million shares, but that's not a lot for a $1.83 stock. What's the bigger picture? This is the 1 minute on Tilray. Let's go to the 10 minute and see what the bigger picture is. There's the huadunk we talked about. Here, TLRY.NQ. Yeah, this is the huadunk. Last, I want to say Thursday. Yes, that is the 25th. You get that 235 break all the way down to 189. We've been dancing with that level, but we've been making lower lows. The last time around on Friday, we made a 180 low. Today is a 178 low. It's not a big deal, but it is a $1 stock. So you're continually seeing lower lows coming in this one. If you're asking for a possible swing or retracement, I mean, wait for a breakout here. Clearly, you have a gap to fill to the high side, but that doesn't mean it's going to fill. The general trend on this one has been quite bad. So the breakout area, I would say, is that 195, maybe $2 area all the way up to about 230, 235. That's the gap that could be filled. So if you're looking for that and the possibility of that, that's a nice little possible trade there, but speculative.
All right, we're all logged in. Good to go, good to go.
All right.
All right, you want to know what I did today?
I want to hear it.
I did everything, man. I hit all the crazy movers today. And a lot of it turned up me today. So I had Nvidia off that like 210 or 410. I'm not used to a $400 large cap. That like number just doesn't work in my head that well.
Well, Netflix danced with that level for a while.
Yeah. I didn't even have Netflix today. Like that was just, I don't know.
No, I mean,
there's
in
too many
general,
things
like,
going.
yeah, that was a
like
lot.
I didn't even have it on a chart today. I don't have enough charts. I think I need more. I need to ask for 6 screens instead of 4 back there.
I know you had a bit of a setup there. I know that you had like a 6-monitor setup. I don't know if it got.
Yeah, for a minute, and then I'm like, this is a pain to have 2 computers together. Like, I need to. Well, I just need to be better with it. But I had that 410 on Nvidia, which was awesome today. But I just wasn't that convicted on it because, like, we went from 402 to 410 in 5 minutes.
Did.
And I'm like, this could be the exhaustion top. This could be where everybody gets screwed. So I decided to just not take that much size and average it all out very, very quickly. And then it ends up going to 420. I was thinking like maybe take the 415 breakout when it happened. This wasn't real. So this topped out at like 89 here, and then it did the 415 breakout, and that was the best one of the day. That just ripped from 415 to 420 in like a minute and a half, and then turns around, and then I have it back down, which was sick. But again, I'm like, I'm not gonna hold this.
Yeah.
But I got like $1.50. That was so Nvidia was great today. AMD was amazing off the open. This is gonna look sad. This is gonna look really sad. AMD is my second best stock on the day.
Okay.
And it's a decent
short.
And it's a decent day. And look at
That's
this.
nice.
I get like 20% of the move. Like we take the 130. I'm getting out for like $1.50 here, and it goes $6.
That's very.
That would have been real
Solid
nice to hang on
trade.
to that one. Yeah. That I had AI as well. Everybody loves trading AI. I wonder what that's doing right now. Actually,
AI. It's actually near high. It's 39.23. 41.30 technically is the high, but I like that 40 level definitely. That's where a lot of the closing prints were around 40. 41.30 though the high.
Yeah, that 40 break today was amazing. The 38 break today, you had to take a little bit of a wiggle on it, but the 38 break was awesome. And that takes you right into 40, and then you take the 40 break. That gives you $1.50. I was hanging on to half of that and like stopped out flat on the other half. So could have been a pretty great day on AI too. I just had a little scalp long, but I guess I should have held that. It held this 38 level, and then I'm like, all right, just get it all out at the 50 period. Kind of rejected there. And maybe I kind of like the idea of like 40 breaking again for the afternoon rally and just hang on to that for like a 42, 45 kind of test.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
So yeah, that's
Nice
kind of what
look
I'm
there.
watching. I'm still watching Nvidia, but like, I want that at 400.
Okay.
I don't know. What did you get up to today?
I'm in the future. One losing trade, and then I'm currently in a good trade, 30 pennies plus in the money on the Qs. Was looking ideally for that 14.4 hold on the NQ June contract. We double bottomed around there. I'm looking for continuation, but we've been definitely near the lower end of the range all day after that big move up in the pre-market on the debt ceiling news. We've been basically selling off all day. So looking for support at that 14.4, embroiled in this trade long, looking for a possible gap fill through 14.460. That's where my VWAP is at. It's a little higher than that, actually, 14.464, I believe, 464. That's what I'm looking for. I want to see if we get retracements into there. I'm looking at some other strong names. I'm looking at AI. I'm looking to knock on the door of 40. I have an alert set up there for AI. Palantir back at VWAP. I wonder if this rejects VWAP again. Sean taking a monster short on Palantir off that 15 top. 15.01 was the high. It was an absolute. I don't know if you had that today, but
No.
It's something I should have been looking at. 15 was an absolute level on there.
On my platform, though, 15 is the high. It never actually printed 01.
Oh, no, eh?
Yeah, I don't
I got
think
01s here.
because some people
Eh?
were saying that they didn't get triggered 01s.
Okay. So some people saying here that it didn't actually print 01s. I see 01s on my chart, so maybe that is inaccurate.
I think it's dark pool.
Yeah,
I don't know.
who knows? I don't
think,
get dark pools on this one.
I really like the idea of the 15 break on Palantir today, and I would say that that's still valid if it comes this afternoon or tomorrow. I mean, ideally, it comes tomorrow.
Yep.
It comes on strength tomorrow.
I know,
Comes off the open, and then you're like hanging on to like a good piece at 16.50 or whatever on that 15 break. But yeah, I was waiting for a long time on Palantir for that 15 break, and then I canceled my order and went to lunch. Come back,
gotta
it's
eat
like
sometime.
trading 14.50s. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can't sit in front of the computer all day. Or,
Someone was telling me that Fed Barkin is making comments here. Day trader cut saying Fed Barkin, Fed policy is in restrictive territory, but there is uncertainty around where rates need to go. Not sure if he said that, haven't seen that, but that's what they're saying there. I don't have my Twitter feed here. We usually use Financial Juice for that. They're usually quite good at quoting Fed speak. Weakness showing here on Meta as we reject VWAP on that 266 level, looking to possibly break through that 264.5. That's the local low in and around that area. AMD short, Sean says. Let's have a look at AMD. I know Max was embroiled in this one too. Let's pull up our friend AMD, the 10-minute. Let's put up here. So you get 127 was Friday's close. So let's put that horizontal line in there. Oh, for some reason I didn't do that. 127 area. We were dancing with that level. I'm assuming you went short 126.50. Where'd you go? Yeah, 126.50. And now it's 50 pennies in the money as we break 126 to the south side. There on AMD, now down actually 0.8%. Very much in contrast to NVIDIA, up 3 3/4%, was up a lot more, almost at 6% at one point, as it looked to take 420, not quite making it up there, 419.38. Day trader cut, Fed Barkins. I am looking for signs that demand is falling. Trying to keep me updated. I appreciate that from Day Trader Cut in the chat.
Yeah, just kind of watching. I want something to come into a level that I like. I got AI up right now. There's some size on 39.50, so we'll see if that breaks. Yeah, I've gotten in trouble trying to chase AI in the afternoons before, so I don't want to be too crazy on it, but now we're starting to pick up volume here. So headed to that 40 level. We'll see if there's size on the offer at 40. Maybe there's something. I see 275 lots right now. If we come up there, maybe there's like 500 by the time we get there. So maybe AI for that breakout is the way to go. Yeah, there's 500 lots there on 40. I don't know. I feel like that's a trap. Although this is a long consolidation below that 40, and when 40's been straight up inflection today. When we trade above, we trade above. When we trade below, it's clean, and now we're really starting to move. So maybe I do punch this AI trade.
Okay, 40 is we're knocking on the door of 40 here. up 21%. So that's a nice little look there on AI. Bit of a secular move, obviously moving with the AI trend in general. 41.30 the high on that, Max. What's the look?
Yeah, I'm going to take this break. Let's see what happens here. There's like 700 lots on the offer.
Go to his
Right
chart.
up
He's
to
about to take the break.
So, yeah, let's see what happens here. This could be a rinse fest, but I mean, I think this is a good enough R to scenario to take this trade. So, AI, Prince 40.01, I will be involved. This tape is kind of flying around right now. Volume is picking up, as you can see down here. So, we want to see this size get taken, then printing like 40.30s and just accelerate to the upside on AI. Don't want to see this print against me at all. Is the market
So you're looking for
starting to rip?
continuation right there, eh? You want to see, what are you looking for, a big jump?
Yeah, I want to see this printing in the 20s right away. And
What's
then,
your offset?
what did I cross? I crossed to 09.
So what I mean by that, guys, like if in case it triggers above his stop order, it goes above his stop, what's the max he's willing to pay above his stop order? That's called a cross or a spread or whatever you want to terminize it.
Yeah. So we're crossing basically
go.
10 cents here. We got people shorting
94s,
69
99s. Here we go.
on the offer.
Oh, baby.
There we go. We are filled. So let's see what happens here. It's not going fast enough yet, but not printing 99s
There it goes,
yet either.
408s. There it goes,
Oh, yeah,
13s.
here
Did you
we
get
go.
filled? No,
Oh, yeah.
there's a cross. There's a period of illiquidity there to be expected as you break through that level, but you could get printed on your way down. Here we come back into 7s.
Oh, I'm in at 01s right
You're
now.
in, okay.
Yeah. So just watching here, watching for continuation. I want to see this printing in the 30s. I'm seeing this 20 high, 24 high, or whatever that was. So I want to see it blast through that. All these sellers getting filled right now. So size pops up and they get filled. We need to see this through 25 pretty quickly. There we go. And now we are likely to see a high of day. In my mind, I'm not taking any profit until we get into like the 50s because I believe my risk is at least 25 cents on the way down on this one. Looking good right now, though. This AI, I should probably pull up the smaller chart for myself over here. Yeah, this is looking really good. We're making bottoms at like 40.10 right now. So just need that acceleration through that 30 high there and into the 50s before we start to take profit on AI. Looks like a few other names are starting to heat up here. So this could help. Palantir being an AI name as well. That one is through VWAP right now. So that could be helping this, this AI play as we speak. I want this to get a little bit higher. There we go, into the 40s. All right, this is a good trade. This is now a pretty good trade. Let's try to take some profit there at 45s. Go on and fill me. Come on, 45s. Waiting on the fill here. Other people trying to take some profit. So I don't know. I'm not concerned yet. Not concerned at all on AI, actually. Just need to set a stop over here, and we should be pretty good on AI. And we're just going to take some profit at 28 as well. Come on. Print me, AI. Come on. All right, we'll wait for the bots. There we go. We take one profit taker, 10%. We got another 10% at 45s. And looking for high of day on AI. Don't want this to print back through $40 again, but looking pretty solid for that at the moment. What else is moving? Palantir through VWAP. So that's probably helping my AI trade out here. And yeah, I mean, nothing else is really happening. Market's just kind of hanging out at the lows. So a little market bounce could help this this play out. But yeah, just chill on it for now. I want to see. Probably throw an offer out at 41s as well, maybe 40, 89s for another 10%. And like legit AI, I mean, I've been talking about this name for how long now? I think if the short squeeze is on AI, we're above the 40 level. This day chart doesn't want to feel like loading, but yeah, man, we are above 40. High of day was 41.30, Brad. Brad's over there with the FOMO with AI running, and he's not trading it today. 42.60 would be my next level on the daily chart. And then after that, I mean, we got like 45, 46. So like this can really get going as we are through the 50s now. AI starting to heat up. Nice trade here. Basically like 10 cents risk. I got filled 0-1s on that break, and now we're trading in the 70s. This is pretty solid on a risk to reward basis here.
Oh, Bradley, thank you very much.
Looking for that 89 fill. Brad's out here giving everybody French fries.
Oh, those are really good. Oh my goodness.
All right, I'll take
Carb
French
overload.
fries. Is this
There we
from
go.
Super Chicken?
Where's that from, Bradley? In here. All right, wow. Talk about being sideways a little bit here on some of these big cap names. Still in this trade. I mean, I know it doesn't show on the position board, but I'm long. 30, 350, 54. So about 10 pennies out of the money here on the Qs as we still dance in front of 14.4. That's been my look. Nothing's really changed on that. It's been kind of, I don't want to call it the truth here, a dead-end trade. The reason I say that is because I've been entering in at the wrong times with the right idea, but just bad entries. So anyway, that's the kind of day it's been. ATTO though, still showing lots of strength, hanging out above $3. That's the 10-minute chart. Let's look at the 1 minute real quick on ATTO. Breaking through this recent high here at 312, touching 315. The local high, though, at 318, not touched yet. Ultimate high, 350. ATTO on the New York, 14.5 million share float. Strong on the day, above VWAP, but no trade on this one. I'd rather get something dippy off of VWAP, 285 dippy. Yeah, we're making up words as we go here. All right. What's the look? What are you in right now? You're long AI 40.01, so you're 40 plus pennies in the money on that one. Nice trade.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It went to 75s there, and my profit taker was at 89. So maybe a little aggressive, but like my idea here is that this is going through high of day again. I mean, 40 is a very key level on the daily chart on AI, and like 42.50 would be the next obvious level. The market's not helping this trade.
Gates of hell, Neil says. Oh, that wasn't you? That was Sean? Okay. Who was it? Bradley? No.
Brad's just touching buttons over there.
Okay. I don't know who it was, but anyway, did it tell? Max, what do you think NVIDIA long at 400 asks Chill
I think
Vibes?
NVIDIA long at 400 is like a full smash kind of trade. I think that's like, you let it break, or if there's size on like 00 and 01, you can front run the level and assume that it's not breaking, but like, I think that's like such a key level on NVIDIA that
Sean
if we get down there, you gotta go for it. You gotta go for that.
Sean's like, why don't you have resting orders at 400? I didn't have an answer.
I want to see what happens around there first, but yeah, I think that you could definitely have resting orders around 400, like 400.05 or whatever, and then you're risking like 50 cents down to 399.50 or something.
401.10 technically the low on the day, but obviously that 400 nice round even number definitely going to be on a lot of people's eyes. You have to assume probably there's going to be some resting orders there for people to go along, given the. I mean, every time you say this name is extended, it just
it just keeps going.
Makes you feel like you don't know what you're talking about because it just keeps going to the high side. What's the PE now at, Max?
Oh, here we go.
Let's take a peek, shall we? Let's go.
The price earnings is ridiculous, isn't it? Like 300.
Oh, we're getting there. 202.4 PE.
That's
people were talking
that's a little
about
much.
A little much.
Know. But the revenue is huge, and
it's a monster.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's so there's always it's PE and then it's industry competitors, or what the industry is trading at PE wise.
Yeah.
The industry that it's in, you gotta assume semiconductors, chips, 23.73. It's trading at 202. Oh baby,
that's a little aggressive, possibly on.
Greg
NVIDIA.
Moore says Sharif, yeah, but AI is priceless, dude. I don't know if you're mean tongue in cheek there, but definitely a lot of productivity to be had with our friend AI, because a lot of people are going to be, it's going to be like surging productivity for companies when they're able to lay off 10, 15, 20, 25% of their workforce.
That is the thing.
Sadly, but that's the way it is. All right, we're right back down here on the future. Here comes 14.4 again on the NQ. We're not far away. 14.4. We're at 14. We're at 03s. Here comes that touch again. the lows coming into play, no question. Do we get a bounce off here, or do we really start printing lower? Where was the low there on this candle? Let me have a look real quick. The low, I got to maximize it. Okay, the low on this candle was 14,393. We got that 1240. So that's a low. That's a local low. That's not the low of day. The low of day was made in the early market and it was 14,367. So that's not the level that I'm using. I'm looking at that 14.4 here, Max. We're right down back into those levels.
Yeah, back to low of day on both the ES and NQ, and I got stopped out of AI. Probably should have taken more out. I only took 20% out here. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. I was looking for something bigger. I could probably punch back in right now, but I feel like if I punch back in now, I have to go less size, and then it's we'll see what happens around this TL level, especially if the market's going to take out the bottom right now. Like you look at ES right at that 42.08, whatever the low was, 07.50. You know, getting long names in front of the low of day on the market when we're still up quite a bit is like, well, I guess we're not up on ES. We're up still on NASDAQ. Like we're holding those Friday's highs on NASDAQ, these 13,367, haven't even tested those yet.
No.
So, you know, there's room to fall for sure on a pullback. So I think getting long at highs-ish on AI right now, I guess. It really just had to go,
though.
Right? It had to go.
I'm keeping my eye here on 400, possibly for NVIDIA as it comes back down. 401.10 is the low. We're in the 401.80, 70s, depending on what second you speak it. It's moving quite erratically. Down goes NVIDIA into the lower part of the range there. 400 incoming. What'd you say, Neil? Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun. Here we go. Yeah, and he says 400 incoming. Let's have a look at our friend NVIDIA. All right, here we go. 401.5. We'll have a look at that. We'll see how it trades. I think I like your idea. Better let's see how it dances at that level, and then we'll make a decision one way or another. But I think we got to get out of this futures trade here as we are really coming down now. Breaking through 14.4. Yeah, this has got to be the end of this trade, Max. Unless we really bounce up at this level, we're really taking down the lows. 14.4 is come and gone. The ES as well coming down in hard. 42.06, 42.05 at that level as well on the ES, making lows. Smash that like button, guys. Smash the like button and subscribe.
Subscribe.
Oh, I haven't actually hit that one. There you go. That's a new one. Actually, I haven't hit this one again. Yeah, guys, like, subscribe, and share with your fam. That's the only way we grow around here. And that, yeah, that's what I'm asking for.
Yeah, let's see if we can get this 400 level. I mean, it hasn't been easy taking NVIDIA to the downside today. I mean, it kind of has. But once you get to these levels below 405, it's like bounce, 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 bounce all over the place. So I think, I mean, it's not going to be a smooth ride down to that 400. I definitely want to be long around there, but I don't want to be like too big too early on that 400 level. I think like the breakdown could go really nicely for you. It could do like a dollar breakdown and then come straight back up and blast back through, and that's where you want to be long. I don't think that I want to be long ahead of that breakdown just because of how, you know, violent that move could be. But if there's a lot of size at that 400 level, if, you know, they're reserving the bid all the way down, then maybe you get long in front of it, and, you know, that's how you find a way into it. We will see what happens as we are screaming into that level right now.
Yeah, man, I'm out. That's 0 for 2 today for me on the Qs. Out for the second time on a possible bounce, but this time just a bit of a paper cut on that one. But the first time, not so good, as we really kind of held for a little too long. We did the VWAP retracement. I tried to, you know, press my luck for a gap retracement, didn't get it, and we rejected off those levels. So no good today for me on the future. Let's direct our attention at something more pressing, which is this NVIDIA 400. It's coming in fast. It's coming in furious. 415. Here we go again. There seems to be a buyer at that 415. I just saw it show up on my tape, and I see it as the low of day. So there it is again. It gets taken out there momentarily. I saw prints below it. A lot of dancing in at this level, Max. Wow. A lot of volatility at the NVIDIA 400, now up 2 3/4% on the day, looking to hold
this even dollar level. It was up much more than it is right now. I think it touched 6 or 7% earlier in the day as we had a 419.38 high. Tried to knock on the door of that 420. Not to be, though, and we're down about $20 off that high.
It doesn't want to print below 410 cents right now, and there's the there's a little bounce up. If it can sustain this bounce, then we're flying. I'm not long yet. Did want to see it get down to that actual level, and like there's not that much size at the level, so I don't think you're gonna have any success getting out before that level breaks if it decides to slam into it. If this was like 2,000 lots there on that 400 level, then I would be more comfortable getting along ahead of it. But when it's only 500 lots, I think getting long ahead of it, you could be asking for a decent.
Take us through the cost-benefit analysis there, front-running size like this. If
yeah,
you
I mean,
sit at like in front of 400, hoping for the dip.
Yeah, I think the issue with that is that, you know, if you see it break and you know what the break looks like, then you have your risk set up. Versus like if I don't know what this break looks like when it breaks, this could go $2. And I have no idea. If it breaks and it goes 50 cents, and then I get long back through 400, then I know that I have 50 cents risk, so I know exactly what my expected value on this trade is. Versus like if I just take it now, I'm kind of blindly punching in front of this level, and if this breaks really bad and I don't get filled on my way out, I'm losing potentially like $2. So I just don't see that being the way to execute this, but then I could also be missing out on a good trade by not taking it in that way. But I mean, you know, to each their own, and if that's how you want to execute the trade, I have no issues with that for somebody else. It's just not my style of trading. And you can also get long small size now, wait for the break, add below the level, and then add back through the level.
Yeah,
which
wait
is
for
something
that.
that
Here it comes
I was
again, Max.
testing for a while there, which didn't really work for me.
04s, 03s, 2s.
Here we go.
Here come the lot of size
All
at
right.
400, getting killed though, but getting bought up right when it dipped below. I think we did get a print right below 400, but got
All
bought
right, I'm
up.
long now.
Ooh, baby.
I'm long now. I'm risking the re-break in a little high, but not too bad. Let's see where this one goes.
Go to his
printing
chart,
in the
guys.
60s. Now we're above 401. All right, so we want to get this up to 402, up to 404. We want this to be explosive. I don't want to take like a $50 on this.
My
That is not the
goodness.
trade for me. I think that this 400 hold could be absolutely money, and this could be a little day right now. But there was some reserving at 401.25, so we'll see what happens here. We got to get back above like 402 pretty quick here, or else I may have to just punch out of this. But yeah, my stop is going to be like any print basically below my price now at this point. I think this is a great risk to reward trade. And yeah, do I add to this somewhere? I could add through 402, I think. But yeah, it's kind of slow right now, so I don't want to get too aggressive.
A lot of churning. Yeah, it's
I don't
nice.
want to get too aggressive on this. Yeah, let's just wait.
You looking
wait
for
and
an
see, wait and
immediate
see.
bounce back? You're looking for it to churn at the level, show you that it's actually holding
I mean,
that 400?
the more time that it spends without selling at this level is like, the better.
Right.
More people are stressing, more people are considering, should I long this? It's not doing any dip anywhere near that 400 price now.
Right.
So I think we're in a good spot. I'm gonna set my stop now.
Yep. A lot of
I
volatility.
think I'm going to set it right at the level at 400, and yeah, let's see where this goes. I mean, everybody wanted
Looking
the
good,
400
man.
break, and it didn't give it to us. So
Yeah, looking real good.
yeah, let's see how this goes. Got to get above that 400. I mean, this is kind of the high since this dip, 430. So we need to get through 400, 401 and 30, and then get through that 402. My target is legitimately 405 right now. So not really trying to take any profit on NVIDIA until we get up there.
Yeah, that's the
willing
top.
to get stopped out for 50 cents right now. That is not a big deal. This is, in my opinion, what the trade is. And you know, if I give up 60 cents in order to try to get $5, then I'm happy with that. I don't care.
Yeah, 400 holding up. It looks good. It single-handedly kind of stopped the descent of the NQ. As we dance with that level, we'll see if it ends up holding up. I'm keeping my eye on it here, looking for something good to materialize here. We're 0 for 2 on the day, both trades on the NQ, both losers. Just full disclosure, not the day that I thought I would have had. I was well in the money on the NQ long, a buck almost 50. Decided to, you know, hold for the gap fill. Didn't get the gap fill through the break of view up, and here we go again. As we dance with the lows. We're now below 14.4 on the NQ, And to me,
Oh, here we go on NVIDIA.
yeah, here we go. NVIDIA coming back in to, high, not back in, breaking back above 401. Some renewed buying coming in at that level. Technically, the low on the day, 399.70, wicked below there quite quickly. Max able to pick up 44s. I'm talking about 444s. He's now $1 in the money, and here comes NVIDIA to the high side. I believe you're looking for 405.
Yeah, I'm looking for 404, 405, trying to get back into that range. I mean, I think that's like the bounce play idea on this. I don't think that $1 is the idea on this, but I could be wrong. I'm wrong all the time. So we need to get through this. Oh, there we go. Through that 401.50, get some more buying. It's kind of slow. It comes in bursts here. So touches the no, that's not real. I think the high there was where we are right now at 75. So we need to get through that 402. Then I will take some profit, not very much, above that 402. Let's go 402.18 for 20%, and then looking for like 403 and 404. So yeah, need to get through that 402 price. This is a lot slower than I expected it to be, honestly, but the way that it's holding is nice. It's just kind of trending up. It's bouncing up. The buying is coming in bursts, which means, you know, people are marketing into this basically. So yeah, I mean, as I said, it didn't give you that 400 break, and now it gives you 400. So is this the one time that we see 400 and we go back to 420? Hopefully.
Yeah.
I don't think that I'll still be involved
Be
at
nice.
420.
Can you imagine?
Maybe.
Fantastic
There we
trade.
go.
Oh, there goes 42, and here
Come
comes
on.
42 and a half.
Oh, they're front running me at 18s there.
Good trade. Meta breaking below 264, while NVIDIA making a nice pop off 400. Not much happening in the way of the futures. Not much happening on these other big cappers. But if you're embroiled in a 400 long like Max is on NVIDIA, you're good.
You're good.
AVGO, Timothy Webb saying still dumping. That Broadcom, that had a big boy week last week. Another chip name, AVGO. Let's look at that. Wow, yeah, that one we were talking about this morning. Goodness gracious, 921 high. It's now $100 worth of retracement on AVGO. Did anybody comment about this? This is insane. Okay, AVGO. Yeah, this isn't a joke. This is a real chart. AVGO.NQ. I'm just putting it there for everybody to see. 921.78 high. It was up and to the right. It wasn't even up and to the right. It was an elevator, not escalator type move through the open there at 8:30, getting up to 921.78. And now it has been stair-stepping back down incrementally to create a low of day, at 820. We're at 822.74. Technically, the low of day is 820 on the dot. That was done right after the bell here at 9:30. But it looks like we're going to get to that level. What a move down for AVGO. Now up only 1.2% on the day. It's been an absolute rocket, though, on the daily chart going into last week, as it had excellent earnings. And this is the gap up I'm talking about. Look at that 65 top break, 921. Unreal on this chart here, AVGO. Max, what's your friend NVIDIA up to?
Just chilling, man. Just chilling. But like the longer that we hold above 401 here, the better this trade is looking. I think if we were going to sell back through, I feel like we would be back through by now. But I mean, I don't want to count my chickens. I feel like this is this trade is just starting for me. This is not, you know, I haven't gotten the trade that I want yet out of this. So I'm just trying to be patient with it. It obviously, you know, $2 in the money or $1.50, whatever in the money is usually a lot, but like on NVIDIA, it's not, and it's kind of hard to wrap your head around that. So it's kind of stressful to be in the profit on NVIDIA, but I have to just wait on this trade and like let it play out. I'm giving it basically like 70 cents of risk, so I shouldn't be pulling this out for $1. That's not what the trade is, so I have to wait and see. I have it trail stopped. I just gotta wait. Got to be hands off on this one. Wait until we're seeing 403 on the bid, and then make a decision. There is someone now trying to get filled 100 lots on 401.80, so that's kind of a lot of size there. Let's see if they can get those 10K shares. Looks like the market doesn't want to print them at the moment, so yeah, maybe an acceleration through this high of 401 or 402.20 gets us that move up to 403. But for now, just waiting on this one. I did see Palantir woke up again, so Palantir got to. Let me bring this up, PLTR NY. Did get up to that 1485, so come on. 1485. So I think the 15 break is still in play. I will be taking it if it does come. I would rather it comes tomorrow, but that's a big level, and we spent so much time here that I think a lot of people are going to be offside short on Palantir if that does show up. And Nvidia did just make a new little high there.
Yeah, it did.
402. Okay, now we're starting to accelerate. So orders being taken out on the ask. 35, 40s printing. So just waiting on that move up into those 403s to take more profit, and then looking for 405. What's that 50 period at?
Oh, baby, there it goes.
Exactly. So yeah, there we go. Starting to move up on Nvidia. Get us into the 80s, get us through that 403. Trying to be patient and calm with this one as it just prints dollars in the money. This is not, what you're used to these days on the market. So tough to not take profit here, but I am trying my best. Maybe
and not a bad spread too, to be honest, for such a big name right now. I'm looking at it, it's like 8 pennies at times, sometimes a little wider, 12, 13 pennies there on Nvidia, but a good look, good trade, Max, as it looks to retrace into that 405 high.
Get up there.
Where are we at? Almost at 403s. There goes 403 and a quarter on Nvidia. Nice trade, Max. You're getting this.
Hands off, baby. Hands off. Targeting 405.50. Yeah, we did just bounce off the 50 period, so let that resolve for a second. Hopefully we can get a new high above 403.30 there. And then, see what we get here. Just trying to be patient with this. Nvidia these days, not the easiest stock to trade. So, little bit of stress on this one. Even though we're at $2 in the money, I feel like I could still get stopped out of this one.
Let me distract you a little bit so you don't look too much at it. I used Google Bard. I was telling Brendo this morning, I used a VPN to get into Google Bard because we don't have it in Canada for some reason. So I played around with it, and it has access to the YouTube transcript. So all of our videos here, it knows everything that we said. So goes the story. So I tried to play around with it. I'm like, what did Sharif say on May 25th about NVIDIA earnings and Jensen Huang and anything like that? Completely misquoted me, but like the idea that you're able to do that eventually becomes a bit better.
I wonder if it can sense the fear in my voice and like.
Yeah, no, it probably coming up, baby. 403 coming up though, Max. Here we go.
Yeah.
No, but it was interesting because essentially when you're looking to dig political dirt on your opponents.
You could just
you go like, what did this person say about this? And any you know what exactly where I'm getting to there.
I know exactly.
And I know what you're getting to there, my friend.
Baby.
404 incoming. I know you just touched 403 and change.
It is struggling with that 403.30 for whatever reason, but it was struggling with 401.30 and 402.30. So, it's just the same pattern over and over again. Let's see if we can hold 402.50 here and accelerate through that 403.
Dang.
Where do I offer out is the question. I think 404.19 is good enough, so we'll take some there. Then we will have 40% left for the dream on Nvidia.
I like it, man.
I don't know. This one's a little friendly to me today. And Friday, was Friday good? No, Thursday was good on Nvidia. Friday was a nothing burger on this one, but Friday was awesome on other things. I don't know how you feel about this market, but this is the way that this is the type of market that I make money. And when breakouts start holding, when things start flying around, that's when I start making money. When things are ranging around, I get chopped up quite a bit. So, I'm liking what I'm seeing. Hopefully this keeps up. Although this Nasdaq
so much strength in
dumping
these Nasdaq names.
ES does not want to hold above 42.20.
Oh, the ES has been a dud going for a while now.
Refuses to stay above 42.20.
No, the ES is a dud.
Absolute dud.
We looked at the weighting of some of the bigger names that have really lifted up the market on the NQ versus the ES, and it's like double the weighting. So anytime the big tech names are moving up, it's really the NQ that you want to be looking at. And right now, here we go again, 403, again 403.05. You see this 403 level Max was talking about NVIDIA, a bit of a tough level to get through.
I feel like we need a dip and rip kind of scenario to get through that 50 period, because like people love shorting and taking profit in front of the 50 period, and that's where we're sitting right now. So like, you need something to get through there. I think, NASDAQ is...
AI, Neil says.
Where's AI going?
AI just broke and held above 40. Now it's looking to touch 41. 41.30 is the high on AI. That's woken up. It's only up, Max, 24%. Not much of a big move for our friend AI today. It's been an absolute rocket to the high side AI, February onwards. It's been a tear. You had this one last week several times, I believe.
Yeah, I had it today. I've been trading AI
Okay.
like every day, man. I trade AI as much as I could, as I can. And today obviously should have gotten back in just now at that. You know what I should have done is like the high was 39.50. I don't know if I'm willing to risk down to there though. Yeah, I don't know how to trade that one because I like the 40 level and I don't want to give it 30 cents off that 40 level.
Right.
So here comes the dip on NVIDIA. So do we dip to the teal and then accelerate back through that 403 and then we get to our 404? Remains to be seen. It did hold the 50 for sure. So which way does it want to hold on the teal line? Do we want to hold the teal and then accelerate back up, or do we want to hold the teal to the downside and go back down to 400? Either way, it's been a decent trade.
Was moving up, your NVIDIA would be flying up right now.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Fact of the matter is, the NQ is a dud right now.
I was hoping NVIDIA could hold the NQ up. But the thing that is good about this is that NQ is getting to Friday's high at the same time as NVIDIA is holding 400, which like you would think would be a good
support level.
A good correlation for support here.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to trail this NVIDIA back into 401 even maybe, or 401.30. I just don't want to like give up. I don't want to give the trade up because I think we can get back to 405 no problem. But I also, don't want to give up profit that I have. So why can't you just take profit and still be in the full size,
Oh my God. Talking about having your cake and eating it too, that's
all I want,
the epitome
man.
of that right there. I want to bring this chart up because, this is, what you say, Neil?
Calls, Neil says.
41 incoming, possibly on AI. I've also got Shinobi here in the chat telling me FSLR for solar is moving. Let me have a look here at the solar plays. Let's go and see our friend FSLR. Sure, it's only done 1.28 million shares for a $200 stock. It's up 0.16%, bouncing off 200. I think 199.72 was the bottom there. That's not the name I want to look at though. Here comes AI. Here comes 41 on AI. Good volume. Having done 71 million shares of volume AI, all sorts of strong. Max embroiled in this. I believe Neil, are you embroiled in AI at all? A little bit, says Neil. So he's in that. A lot of people in this name, and the volume shows that almost 71 million shares, 70.75, almost there. Here comes 41 though, Max. 99's 41. 41 comes and goes. A spread opening up though. There's
like
the cross.
42 break the way to go on this? Is 42 break crazy? Is high of day break? I mean, I was talking with, I was on the afternoon show with Sean, and I decided not to take the high of day break on AI, and it was sick on Friday.
Okay.
And went like another $1. So do you take the 41.30 break right now and try to get continuation on this? I mean, the short interest is definitely helping with that. As
nice
that
continuation
NVIDIA
there,
still diddling around with this
Hold on to that, man. That's
403.35. What's
405
going on?
incoming on that, man.
Come on, baby.
It's coming. Be
Blast
patient.
off, NVIDIA. It's
I know,
time.
right?
It's time. Hold that 50 period, squeeze back. Maybe we get VWAP at 408. Anything's possible, right?
But what did you say about this 41 thing here?
Yeah,
on,
I'm just
AI?
thinking
'Cause
like
I'm
is
interested.
41.30 an interesting like short squeeze kind of level right now as some volume does come into it. I mean, we're not seeing high of day volume yet. And what a move back down on this morning. Maybe the back through 40. That was the trade of the day. Going back through 40 short all the way down to 35 as NVIDIA is all the way up. Should I cancel those 404.19s and just wait for this?
There goes
I think
AI.
I'm going to cancel my offer there, and AI is going for the top, so let's see if it can take out this 41.30. There is size there, so you can technically structure a trade here through high of day if you wanted to. I don't think the risk reward is there for me on that one. Probably should have just risked my 40s back down.
Oh, there it goes.
Boom, there it goes. So
41.42.
can't continue for now. Can it continue? There's no bids, there's no offers.
It's stepping up. Yeah,
the
you're not
offers
gonna
are
see
up
it.
on 30s there, but
You're not going to see the size. It's not going to follow it up nicely. You see decent size here at 41. It's following it up 100 or so lots. Not much, though, for a name as volatile as this and having done as many shares as it has. Again, we talked about this, 72 million shares. Nice break for the moment, but having trouble continuing. Holding above 41, though, 41, 42 the high. Spready and volatile is the name of the game on AI.
I did just take some profit on NVIDIA at 403.30. It got up to the 70s or 80s or whatever that was, and then I don't know, it pulled back in, so I just decided to punch a little bit more out on that 403.30 and canceled my 404.15 offer. So I will just let the remaining 40% ride, take in, what is that, $1.50, and then $2.50 on the other two pieces. So feeling pretty good about this one. We'll see if it can keep going. Now trail stopped. Should I trail stop it back to 401.30? I think I should. I think that's the way to manage this. I think 401.20 was like resistance, so I'll go 401.19 for the trail stop. And now we are locking in, 50 cents or whatever that is on the remaining 40%, but really looking for $5 on the rest of this trade.
The 405 I think is a solid level that you identify. The top area of the peak there, the local peak. VWAP on my chart, I don't know where VWAP on NVIDIA on your chart is, 408 and a third.
Yeah, 408.30 there. So
that's a nice little move there. If you could get that.
If there's room back to VWAP.
Baby.
Yeah, that would be nice. NASDAQ really needs to give us a gift here, though.
So I got to play around a little bit. I was telling you about Bard. I used it to find out the transcripts and stuff like that, but I also used it to help me write an API for IBKR.
Really?
So this IBKR platform doesn't allow you to scale out percentage-wise. So you can't have it, say, in order. It has to be an absolute amount, right? So I wrote an API. It's in the works right now, allowing me to scale out 25% of the position, which I like. So if that works, I'll have that API for everybody. There's a whole bunch of things you have to enable. You have to have an API, I think, connect to Trader Workstation. It's a whole thing. But I'm dabbling in it, man. These old man hands are learning computer programming.
I mean, the AI makes it really easy, doesn't it?
It does. But you have to change certain things. So you have to play around with it. It's like, okay, so it does a lot of the coding for you, and then you have to substitute different things in different headings.
So you still need to know what you're doing.
A little bit,
but
it's probably going to get better over the years. But might not even have to do that. So good look there. I want to talk quickly here about a low of day coming in on Meta. Not low of day, excuse me. Friday's close on Meta. Why did I open up Amazon? Here comes Friday's close is at 262 exactly. And we are screaming to the downside here, not just on the futures, but on Meta. Meta kind of participating with this down move that we're seeing here on the NQ. 262 and a third is the low of day. Friday's close, 262 almost on the dot. So be looking for that possible support level. We're now only up 0.16%, excuse me, on Meta on the day. Yeah, that's a look there. Don't have much else.
I got trailed out 401.19, got out 401.15, so decent trade there. Got another 65 cents, or what is that, 70 cents? I don't know. I'm tired today, but I got another 70 cents on the last 40%. Too bad there that we didn't get to that 405, and honestly, I probably should have trailed it back into this 440, which was my price. And just held the piece for the dream, but I don't know. NASDAQ's just giving it up. ES is getting back down to 4,200. Maybe if we test 400 again, and it holds on the bid here, then I can get long again. But I mean, for now, still a good trade. Got almost $3 on that. Just wanted my $5 there, and I didn't have as much size as maybe I wanted because I was kind of scared of it.
Right.
Not gonna lie. And you're punching 40s.
Man, I think you had a solid trade there, bro. I think, if
you're punching 10s,
level.
you can take 4 times the size as punching 40s.
For sure. Yeah. 10s, because you're only risking 10 pennies there. You're not risking 40 pennies if you got it in 44. So, yeah, I totally hear you. On that, Meta at low of day,
I'm seeing the NQ really creep into Friday's close. We are just barely green on the NQ June contract. This level here, 14,332. That's Friday's close. We're not far away from that now. We're below the 13,350. We're in the 40s there. Only up 0.11%. The NQ kind of
Here we
getting
are
back.
at 400 again.
Right back on 400 on NVIDIA.
Yeah, kind of.
Right there at 400 again, Max. Where is the buying going to resolve this time? Some buying stepping in here to be expected. Go for it.
I don't know. This seems like the trap here. I mean, if we're gonna take out 4,200, it is like, okay, 4,200 is the bounce spot, and NVIDIA is at 400. So like, if we bounce off 4,200 here, this NVIDIA long is probably an absolute banger. But I don't know that I want to take it. I mean, there is some size. I want to see like 100 lots pop up. I want to see like 10,000 shares. I don't want to like look at all these ones everywhere and twos. Like I want to see some size.
Rolling down, it makes me nervous stepping in front of that.
Yeah, and you reject the 50 period
You
here.
get great scalps. There's no question about it. If you're going in like big boy share and try to take 50 pennies, you're getting it.
Well, that's the thing that and we're in the 70s, so
Yeah,
that's
what I'm saying.
I should have just taken that 70 cents or whatever. It doesn't matter.
The continuation is where I'm just suspicious. But if you're going to get 50 pennies, it's there for the taking. And I know a lot of people that trade that way, right?
I talk about NVIDIA in $2.50 ranges. For whatever reason, it likes to hold 400, 402.50, 405, 407.50. And if you look at the chart, it's pretty... Well, 407.50 was a great level this morning. Obviously, all these wicks are annoying. But then 410, then 412.50. Look at all the resistance here. You know, it's like some things are kind of simple. Like when you took that 410 break, you were at 412.50 like right away, and then it took some time to get through that again. So, yeah, I mean, and then like 415, 420, all of these like kind of round numbers at like $2.50 levels, and that's where we went to. We went, I mean, 403, but like, you know, you basically just get $2.50 if you're scalping the range on NVIDIA, and that's what you should be looking for. That's why I'm thinking like from there, if we get the next leg, we go to 405. So I think, you know,
We're
could
dancing
potentially,
with 401 now.
I mean, you could
Here we
potentially
go
get
again.
the scalp back up to 402.50.
Yeah. And Meta at Friday's close, Meta at a critical level, I would say. That 262 level, technically the low on the day is 261.93, in and around Friday's close. So right back there, we're almost at Friday's close on the NQ as well, not quite there. So does the market find a curl here, or do we continue to print newer lows? I won't be standing in front of anything at the moment. I think, you know, I'm just going to be done on the day for now. 0-2 on the Qs today to really try to take that long. The market turned on me. Don't know what was said, but we had a nice move up in the pre-market, a nice move up last night when the futures opened.
Yeah.
And I guess I was all in relation to the debt ceiling talks. Now, I guess there's concern about whether there's going to be enough votes to get that bad boy through Wednesday. You want to get it before the 1st. I know the 5th technically is a new deadline, but the sooner the better. You wonder if, again, like Arun was saying last week, we're definitely going to see probably something last minute. Nobody really has an incentive to get anything done earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Always holding out there. Some interesting tidbits coming out with respect to what has to be given up by each party. Looks like the Republicans are going to agree to some cuts in the military, and Democrats are going to agree to some social spending cuts. So we'll see if that ends up panning out. We are now overtime. NVIDIA just touched 400 again and is curling back up to 401. It broke again. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I was about to punch into that.
70s this time. It's already $1 in the money.
Yeah, that, damn. It only went to 90s this time. But, yeah, all right.
We are overtime, and if you're long NVIDIA at 400, you're $1 change in the money. We'll be back tomorrow, same bad time, same bad channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Hey guys, welcome in. 2 o'clock, couple hours left on pretty exciting Tuesday afternoon here. Fed's Barkin still making some comments regarding what is to come as far as inflation and the battle against inflation is concerned. The latest, it would be shocking if a future recession rate did fall again to 0. So making some